Very good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If everybody would please take their place. The November 19th, 2008 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. I make this an announcement in an abundance of caution. There's no reason to suspect that this would ever happen, but this building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system, so should alarms activate, please leave through the exits and remain outdoors until the marshals advise you that it's safe to re-enter the building. As I said, that's just a precautionary announcement. We have a lot of folks in here today, so maybe it's more significant today than on other days. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Chaplain Shipman from Nellis Air Force Base, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Today I bring you the words of Margaret Mead, an anthropologist. She said, "Never doubt that a small group of people can change the world. In fact, that is the only thing that ever has." For those people who don't have faith in God, I would invite you to consider your doubts today. For those of you who have faith in God, I would invite you to pray with me at this time. Let us pray. Gracious and wondrous God, never let us doubt that you are with us. And never let us doubt that we have men and women in Las Vegas who care about what is happening in our city. Gracious God, bless the mayor and the council people gathered here. Help their decisions, help this city to grow, to be inspired, to be great. Gracious God, I also lift up the men and women serving around this world in our nation's defense. Be beside them, encourage them, and let the world know peace in our time. Gracious God, I also thank you for the men and women who have gathered to hear the proceedings, who want to let their voice be heard. Inspire them and let them put away their doubt. Let us change the world, and let us do it in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was a very nice prayer. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is great to see so many people coming down to see a city council meeting. This is what government's all about, and it's really very pleasing to see the fact that you're here this morning. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, we're going to recognize the November Employee of the Month, and I would ask Jorge Cervantes, our Director of Public Works, and Neil Rollader, our Assistant Traffic Manager, to join us at the podium. Gentlemen? I'm proud to announce that the November Employee of the Month is Russ Boyette. Give him a round of applause, please. Russ, why don't you come up here? Russ is employed as a traffic electrician with the Public Works Department and has been with the city since September of 2001. He's been referred to by his co-workers as the MacGyver, or traffic engineering, because he can always come up with a solution to just about anything. On many occasions, he takes stock materials and creates more specific tools to make jobs easier and more efficient. For example, he created a safety step to make it safer to access the service truck bucket. He also created a traffic control cone holder that could be attached to the rear of the service trucks, make it easier and safer for employees to remove the cones.
He also teaches new employees how to assemble and wire traffic signal heads, and he takes initiative and undertakes many of these tasks without even being asked. His work makes the job easier and more efficient, saving taxpayer money. So, Russ, on behalf of the entire City Council, we'd like to congratulate you on being named the November 2008 Employee of the Month, and along with this beautiful plaque, and this is the part I like the best, Russ has received a $100 Visa card. And, Russ, I don't know whether you saw the football game last Sunday night that I lost. I need a little help. And that's the problem. I love that $100 Visa gift card. That's with the compliments of Nevada Federal Credit Union and a one-year membership, although you don't look like you need it, to 24-Hour Fitness, courtesy of the 24-Hour Fitness and the Mulaski Group. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor. Russ has been with us for about 8 years working with the traffic group, and as an ex-Marine, his motto is adapt and overcome. And Russ certainly does that. You know, any challenge that he's been faced with, he comes up with an innovative way to find a solution for it. And in doing so, it's really saved the department and the city quite a bit of money in coming up with solutions and finding innovative ways to do things. And so for that, Russ, we really appreciate your help, and we thank you for that.
You know, working with Russ is a real pleasure, and I think one of the things that is indicative of what type of employee Russ is the fact that he was recommended for Employee of the Month by one of his peers, not one of his supervisors, not one of his bosses, but one of the people he works with day to day. And that just goes to show how Russ takes teamwork so seriously. He's part of the cog that makes this city run day in, day out. In an efficient manner. His devotion to his team and to make things easier for his entire team is nothing short of tremendous from our perspective. The truth is that, you know, you referenced him as the MacGyver. These are just a few of the things he's done. Every day he comes to work, and he doesn't look for problems to complain about them. He looks for problems to fix them. And in times of fiscal challenges that we face nowadays, to be honest, Russ is a prize as far as it goes for us for employees. So we appreciate your services, Russ, and we really mean that. Thanks for everything you do.
Well, it looks like you got a full plate here, so I'll make it short. I'd like to thank Wayne Duquette for nominating me. I'd like to thank the council for the presentation. I'd also like to thank my boss, Mike Perry, and Evan Fox for allowing me the leeway to do some of the things that I do. And thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Now we'd like to recognize the Great American Smokeout and the work of the American Cancer Society. I'd like to ask Paulette Anderson and Katie Ryan, both with the local office of the American Cancer Society, to join us. Ladies? Smoking-related diseases cause an estimated 440,000 American deaths each year and cost the United States more than $150 billion annually in health care costs. In 1976, the American Cancer Society created the Great American Smokeout to inspire and encourage smokers to quit for just one day. Through this program, the Cancer Society provides internet resources, social support groups, and free confidential counseling. This year, as part of our city's wellness program, we're helping our employees participate in the Great American Smokeout. We provided a number of resources to help cut the urge for one day, which will hopefully lead to more long-term changes. For example, we're hosting a cold turkey lunch, and we'll offer things such as gum and carrot sticks to help suppress the urge to smoke. I don't know whether that's going to work. No, really. We are happy to proclaim Thursday, November 20th as the Great American Smokeout in the city of Las Vegas and ask all citizens to participate in the program or help those trying to quit smoking. And with that, we have a proclamation, and we're proclaiming that today, November 20th,
is the Great American Smokeout Day in the city of Las Vegas, and we ask all of our citizens to encourage residents to support the American Cancer Society in its efforts to help smokers quit for one day. Congratulations, ladies.
Thank you very much, and I would just like to let you know that the American Cancer Society is available 365 days a year. So those that are attempting to quit tomorrow on the Great American Smokeout, have no fear. The day after the Great American Smokeout, we will also be there to help you through your journey, through your cessation. So thank you for this wonderful award and recognizing the great work that the American Cancer Society does locally and nationally. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For our next two items, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to do the presentation. Councilwoman.
Would Maureen Fox of the Clark County School District come to the podium, please? In 1921, the National Education Association representatives called for 1 week each year to be designated for a spotlight on education. In its resolution, the NAA called for, quote, an educational week observed in all communities annually for the purpose of informing the public of the accomplishments and needs of schools and teachers and to secure the cooperation and support of the public in meeting these needs. Thus, American Education Week was born, first occurring December 4th through December 10th, 1921. It has been a national tradition ever since. And as a former teacher and a former NEA member, I am proud that this tradition continues. Having great schools is a basic right and responsibility for every child in America. And it is upon us, as Americans, to provide students with quality schools so that they can grow, prosper, and achieve in the 21st century. And now, in order to have quality schools, you must have the most important ingredient, and that is quality teachers who become part of the community. So to answer this call, the City of Las Vegas developed the Home Ownership for Education program to financially assist qualified teachers with housing needs in our city. Today, during National Education Week, we honor Maureen Fox, Director of Management Process Systems for the Clark County School District, who has worked diligently coordinating with our city's own Neighborhood Services Department to not only make the program a huge success, but also to ensure its growth and sustainability for another 2 years. And I now give to Maureen a City of Las Vegas proclamation to designate 11/6 to 11/22 as American Education Week, and to also honor the work that she has done.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Tarkanian and council members and mayor. I appreciate the honor. I accept this only on behalf of our wonderful teachers at the Clark County School District. They have some very real stories, and I brought thank you letters to each one of you from each of our teachers that are involved in the Home Ownership for Educators program. I think you will see the value of what you have given to our teachers by those letters and the very personal experiences that they're sharing with you. It means the world when you have take-home pay at less than $35,000. It is very difficult to survive in this community or in any community these days. So we're so proud of this program and the help that it has given to our teachers. We hope that it can stay and expand, and I especially appreciate your work, Councilman Tarkanian, for all that you've done to make the program last. It means the world to our teachers. It means not having a second and third job. It means letting their children play Little League for the first time in their educational career. And so those are very real stories, and they're very painful for me when I have to say, no, I'm sorry, you don't qualify. But for those who do, it's a very, very wonderful experience, and they are so appreciative. So thank you, all of you.
And I would like to tell you, Maureen, that I really didn't have to do a whole lot because everybody here at the city, council and neighborhood services are fully behind what you do, and they support you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now, I'd like to ask somebody else to come forward, please, an NDOT representative, Mary Martini. I know that name fascinates the mayor. You know, it's very interesting. I have Mary up here now. She wasn't here the day this all started, and I don't know if all of our council remembers, but shortly after I came on the council, there was a lady in the audience who presented concerns to us about how dangerous it was for children around the schools. And what happened was, from what she did and follow-up that members of the city council did, we were able to move from the tragic loss of 3 students struck by vehicles while en route to their schools at the beginning of the 2005-06 school year. We were able to develop from that a positive, passionate, and persuasive group. And that group became Lookout Kids About. It's a nonprofit coalition promoting safe routes to school, working to educate students and drivers about safe driving, walking, biking habits, and creating mutual respect between pedestrians and drivers. And if I might just mention here, the biggest problem around schools are the parents dropping off their own children. And I know they would not want to put their own child into the danger they put other children. So if this is watched on TV, I'm going to say, when you worry about the traffic, look in the mirror, be sure you're not one of the people causing problems and injuries near school. In a joint effort with the traffic and public schools, public works engineers of the city of Las Vegas, this group, Lookout Kids About, successfully applied and received this grant that NDOT is going to give us the check for today, that will supply much-needed stop paddles for all of the Metro crossing guards in and around our schools in the city. We are very thankful for their efforts, and I turn this over to Mary Martini.
Thank you. When you think about the Nevada Department of Transportation, you might think about the freeways, and obviously that's a large part of what we do, but this is one of my favorite parts of the job, and that is these ways of helping at a local level. The funding is from Safe Routes to School, and it's part of our federal transportation funding under Safety Lou, and it's really to encourage children to have an active lifestyle where they're walking or bicycling to school, and then we're trying to do everything that we can to make that trip to school and home a safe one.
Thank you. Are you going to show us a check? And she brought us a large-size copy of the check. You want to tell us the amount? It's
$185,000 in change.
All right.
Thank you. Sorry.
Did you want to say anything else?
No, that's fine.
I just want to say that it's so nice for me to feel so warmly appreciative of an NDOT representative that's helping us so much here. Thank you. For all of the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's great. Terrific. Okay. The next item will be presented by Councilman Brown. There are 2 items at this time. Councilman Brown. Oh. Let's see.
Good, thank you, Mayor. We're good.
No, we're good? Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm taking these out of order, but would I'd invite, we're going to talk a little bit about Majestic Park up in the Northwest and a recent award the city received for the park. So I'd ask Jorge Cervantes to join me up here.
Director of our Public Works, Claire Lewis, our landscape architect. Is Claire here this morning, Jorge? Coming from the left side. Mike Holloway, President-elect of the local chapter of the APA, and Les Henley, past President of APWA. For those that are not aware, we're going to put some pictures on the overhead, but Majestic Park is up in the northwest part of the valley. If you're familiar where Lone Mountain proper is, it's right on the southern tip at Wallapai and Alexander. It's a dedicated softball complex for girls right up to senior women players. There's 12 fields. We've taken advantage of a detention basin that's been up there for close to 20 years. A mixed-use project. We have 6 beautiful fields at the top along Wallapai, and we have 6 fields down in the basin. There's also walking paths, playground areas, concession stands, just a wonderful facility that was built by the city, and we're going to talk a little bit about the recent recognition we received. So, Jorge?
Thank you, Councilman. Michael Holloway's here to present an award to the city that the project recently won at the American Public Works, I guess it was the winter conference. It's for the facility itself in the range of $5 to $10 million project. And with that, I'd like to introduce Michael and make that presentation to the city.
Thank you, Jorge. Actually, you spent a little more on the project than you thought. It's the $10 to $20 million section. But, and it just made it, because I think it was like $19,997,000. So you got in this category. But we are here often to give the City of Las Vegas a APWA award, which is the American Public Works Association award, because of the high quality of the projects that come out of Public Works. They are highly competitive in the state. This was a state award, and it is for the environmental projects constructed in '07 between 10 and 20 million, Majestic Park. And I would like to say, even though my firm designed it, I didn't have a vote, so this wasn't fixed. It is a high-quality project. But I'd like to say a couple of things about some people that were involved. The contractor was Roche Constructors. Of course, Pogomar Design Group did the design. CM Works did the construction management. Claire Lewis was the project manager for the city on the design, and the construction project representative was Gary Barr. The construction superintendent was John O'Connell. Construction coordinator was Mike Alert. And, of course, we couldn't have done it without Jorge and Sherry. So we are honored to give this to you, Jorge. And congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Councilman Ross is going to present our next item. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, Las Vegas. Wonderful to see our auditorium filled up with bright and smiling faces. Several weeks ago, a tragedy occurred in our city. A young boy was taken by force from his home. That was Cole Puffenberger. Within minutes of my office finding this out, we immediately notified the Ward 6 email subscribers and several businesses within our community. It took Amber Alert to get up. Took them a little while to get it up and operational, but within 15 minutes of my office knowing what had occurred, Lamar Outdoor Advertising and Clear Channel had this little boy's information up on their digital billboards within 15 minutes. I would like to introduce to you Lamar Advertisement and their Vice President and General Manager, Chris Prickett. Chris, where are you? Come on down here, Chris. And Clear Channel Outdoor Advertising and Vice President of Real Estate and Public Affairs, Mike Overbo, and Director of Marketing, Morgan Van Buren. Are you guys here? Come on down. I thought I saw your faces. I cannot tell you how impressed I was and how fast this occurred. It's firms like this in the city of Las Vegas that do business with us that make them true community partners with us. We try very hard here in the city of Las Vegas to protect our citizens, and we will continue to do so. It's easy for me to honor both of these advertising firms today because of their rapid response to a very important issue. Not only were Cole Puffenberger's pictures on their billboards here, I had to go down to Los Angeles for some business, and son of a gun if they weren't on the billboards in Southern California, too. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Let me read this to you before I hand the mic to you. On behalf of the Mayor and the Las Vegas City Council, today we are honoring Lamar Advertising and Clear Channel Advertisement for their community service in the City of Las Vegas. Thank you very much. Now, Chris, you want to say a few words how this whole thing works?
Well, I thank you, Councilman, staff, particularly for making this Lamar Digital Network happen in the City of Las Vegas. God forbid this would happen to one of our children, and I just hope that companies like ours would be there to assist. We thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, we're very proud to receive this honor, and on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor, we thank you very much for the recognition. This is really about immediacy, service, and most importantly, about saving lives. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Give them another round of applause for their community service.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me get out of the way, sir. All right, fine.
Now, Mayor Pro Tem Gary Reese will recognize the local Sheet Metal Workers Union 88 for its community service. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we have John and his staff come up, please? John Christiansen is the business manager for the local 88 Sheet Metal Workers. For the last 2 or 3 months, we've had different projects trying to help different entities within the city of Las Vegas. Councilman Barlow had a food drive for Jude 22 the last couple of weeks at City Hall, and it was mentioned to one of the members of the Sheet Metal Workers that Jude 22 is going to have a Christmas dinner, and explained to them about how Jude 22 has had their Christmas dinners in the past. Jude 22 is a group of individuals who furnish food services to our senior citizens who are less fortunate than others. And during this conversation, the Sheet Metal Workers wanted to do something to help the seniors have a better Christmas dinner this year than they had last year. It's because of them that we're going to take it out of the senior center on 9th Street and move it over to our 5th Street school. And we're going to have a larger area. It's going to be a lot nicer. It's going to be better because of what the Sheet Metal Workers did. And I might mention that when the executive board took the proposal to their membership, it was requesting of them to donate $2,500 to this project. And one of the members sitting in the back raised his hand and he said, we're more fortunate than a lot of these, and we owe it to our seniors to help them. How about $5,000? So they donated $5,000 for this Christmas dinner for the Jude 22 people. I would like to read this proclamation, if I could, please. Sheet Metal Workers Local 88 was originally chartered on January 28, 1942. With over 2,000 members, the local provides qualified sheet metal workers to meet the demands of the unique industry found in Southern Nevada. And Local 88 is signatory with over 40 contractors that provide safe, good-paying jobs for working families in Southern Nevada. From the high-rise, low-rise commercial projects to the residential market, Local 88 has always provided the highest quality craftsmen and women to complete any sheet metal task on time and on budget. And the local sets the standards of sheet metal work in Southern Nevada through its training program and journeyman persons upgrade classes. Local 88 will continue to provide knowledgeable and trained members to meet the demands of an ever-changing market in Southern Nevada And whereas Local 88 has been nationally recognized for its state-of-the-art training facility, which provides training for people who want a solid career with benefits and a pension they can retire on with dignity. And we, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, do hereby take great pride in proclaiming November the 19th, 2008 as Sheet Metal Workers Local 88 Day in the city of Las Vegas. And it is with great pride that I'm able to do this to these group of people. It's wonderful to have people like this doing things for our seniors in the city of Las Vegas. John?
Thank you so much.
Ready?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Reese and Mayor Goodman and council members for this honor. I'm honored to accept this recognition on behalf of the members of Sheet Metal Workers Local 88, and it is through their generosity that we're able to make donations like this to what we feel is the greatest community in the world. Is that right, Mayor? Or Galaxy now? It might be Galaxy. We're honored to make this contribution and care about our community as much as you all in this room care. So thank you very much. The mayor is also my barber. You can tell I don't keep him very busy when I go get my hair cut, but he's a great barber and a great place to get your hair cut. Thank you.
You misspoke yourself. If it was a nice haircut, I would have let you get away with it, but the Mayor Pro Tem does your hair.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just kidding.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, fellas. Thank you very much. Okay, for our final item, Councilman Brown has a presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I apologize, we needed to get an updated list. We're going to welcome the Ruby Thomas Elementary School Mayor and City Council here this morning. They're going to be recognized and then join us on the dais for a little bit of the morning meeting. And Linda Woolrich, if I did see Linda. Linda, come on up. Linda is assistant principal now. Long time ago, when Linda and I were up in the Northwest at Gerheim Elementary, we started the student council program and the relationship with the city. Linda has gone to Ruby Thomas and started the program over there with the mayor and council, and been fortunate to go over the last few years as far as the swearing-in ceremony. So we're going to first recognize the group, and then as we break here, we'll go up and sit with the mayor and council. Our mayor this year is Ashley DeBrew. Ashley? You go up front and accept something from her. Our Mayor Pro Tem, Aldo Scoos. Yes. The Mayor Council Liaison, perhaps the most important job at Ruby Thomas Elementary, because you have to keep in communication with the mayor and the council and the entire school. Joselyn Constantino. Councilwoman Jimena Canala. Councilwoman Tamia Manuel. Councilwoman Tanya Sanchez. Councilwoman Jennifer Goinaga. Thanks, buddy. Councilman Darrell Murphy. Oh,
what's this young man's name?
Kobe Wilt. Okay, welcome, Kobe. All right. So Linda, you going to say anything? Or
Okay, yes.
Did you say something? We'll bring them back.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank the mayor, Councilman Brown, for adopting us again this year. And it is an honor to constantly come here and have our children learn about government. And the children take what they learn and they go back to the school and implement it at Ruby Thomas. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to bring them up there. Let's do it.
You're welcome. Why don't you follow me up there, okay? Do you want to make a speech now? Okay, fine. Wait.
She's the mayor, so she can make a speech. Go ahead.
Mayor Goodman, Las Vegas would not be the same without you. Here's with a life skill of courage every day by doing what you believe in without fear of the consequences. And if you do have fears, you do a good job of hiding it. We also know that, like our teachers, you use the life skill of patience with the many different people that you work with every day. Without patience, you cannot do what you do. Thank you for being our mayor. We appreciate you.
Oh, boy, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Beautiful job. Thank you very much. Thank you. And then you'll come up with us, okay? Oh, I always like a holder. Good. Very good. Good. You going up? Good. Here, I'll take it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Can I give you this, please? Thank you. Okay. The mayor sits here. How you doing, buddy? Okay. Yes. They don't want to do that quick speech. Okay, fine. Very good.
Are you ready? Okay.
Where's the mayor? There she is. Right here. Okay. As the youngsters are getting seated here, I understand that they each have a little presentation that they'd like to make. Is there any particular order, Mayor? Okay, there's no particular order, so... I was just going to say, Mayor Pro Tem, you go for it. Tell us your name first, please.
My name is Aldo Skis. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for showing us the life skill responsibility. By being Mayor Pro Tem for the City Council, you show us that it is important to respond when appropriate and to be accountable for our own actions. As a business owner, you also display the life skill of pride for our community. Thank you for all you do for the City of Las Vegas. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Pretty awesome, huh?
Beautiful. And let's see. Thanks, buddy. You're next. If you'd be kind enough to say your name. Yes, please.
My name is Kobe Rhodes, and this is for Councilman Brown. You have displayed the life skill of effort all throughout your life. You show us that it is important to always do your best. You did that when you attended Harvard and played my favorite sport, football. Going to parks is also something we fifth graders love to do. We appreciate your offer in being a strong advocate for parks and open spaces and keeping a high quality for life in Las Vegas. Thank you for all that you do for the City of Las Vegas. We appreciate you.
That's great. And the young lady, please.
Councilman Ross, it is people like you who continue to keep Las Vegas a community. You work hard to protect our quality of life. The life skill of integrity you display through your Accomplishments makes us feel safe in our community. By giving us an example of true integrity, we can see that it is important to act according to seeing what's right and wrong. Thank you for all you do for the city of Las Vegas. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Very good. And then the young lady next to Councilman Ross, please.
Council Barlow, you care about what you do and care about the people in our community. By disciplining the life skills of caring, you teach us that it's important to feel and show courage for others. Certainly, we have a gang problem that is taking over our community, and the middle school that we'll soon be going to. We appreciate your past membership of Las Vegas Metro Police Gang Task Force. Your public service has not gone unnoticed. Thank you for all that you do for the city of Las Vegas. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. And then the young lady to the left of Councilman Brown.
Councilwoman Tarkanian, as the only female representative of City Council, you are a role model to us. You have demonstrated the life skill of initiative through your work with autistic and deaf children. Your work for these students was from your own free will, and you did it because it needed to be done. At Ruby Thomas, we have an autism program, and we work with our autistic peers every day. We truly understand the importance of what you have done to continue to do. Thank you for all you do for the city of Las Vegas. We appreciate you.
Very good. And
It's a beautiful cup, and I just want to say thank you very much to Ruby Thomas.
Thank you. And next, the young lady to the right of Councilman Barlow.
Yes.
Councilman Wilson, you have many years of experience in the legal field. This shows us how important it is to problem solve. You display the life skill of problem solving by creating solutions to difficult situations and everyday problems. We appreciate your membership on many different communities in our city and are thankful you work hard for us. Thank you for all you do for the city of Las Vegas. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And finally, the young lady next to Councilman Barlow.
Darcy Hayes, you plan, arrange, and implement things in an orderly way. You keep things orderly in the city council. You do an excellent job of displaying the life skill of organization. Thank you for all you do for the city of Las Vegas. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us here today. You know, a lot of people say, how come you spend an hour of your meeting on the ceremonial items? Well, the truth of the matter is, this is what makes Las Vegas a great place. We celebrate those who make terrific contributions to our community, from the children all the way up to the seniors, and it's a wonderful way for us as a council to express our appreciation for the constituents who make us very, very special. So that's our explanation, and I think it's time well spent. I'm going to call item number 13, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item 42 as a temporary approval of a new tavern limited license doing business at Don't Tell Mama, 517 Fremont Street, Suite 110. Staff wants, the applicant would like that to be held in abeyance until our December 3rd, 2008 meeting. And item 49 is a temporary approval of a new Class 3A secondhand dealer license doing business at Glitter to Green, 632 Canyon Green Drive. Staff asks that item to be stricken. Are there any other items we need to be forward at this time? Seeing none, Your Honor, make a motion we bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. What we do is you push the green button, that's for yes. See the green button? Just push that in. Okay. All right, post, please. We got everybody? Good job. Okay, motion carries. Good job there. Okay, item number 14 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular city council meeting of October 15, 2008. May I have a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I make a motion to approve the minutes as written, please.
All right, thank you. Vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Excellent. Very good. Items 15 through 24 are on our consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? All right, seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor, make a motion to approve items 15 through 34 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Green again. Opposed?
Is there one on Catholic Charities? I have a different booklet, but there is one on where Catholic Charities. It's item number 27. We would have to pull that so that Councilman Brown and I could recluse ourselves.
All right. Then we'll call item 27. We'll move for a reconsideration of that.
But, Mayor, I thought you said through 24.
Say it again, please.
We never posted the motion on the consent agenda. So you can just pull it out.
All right. Item 27 is approval to allocate $30,000 redevelopment set-aside funds to replace community development block grant funds previously allocated to Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada to continue operation of a tenant-based rental assistance program. This is pertaining to all wards. As I understand it, Councilman Brown and Councilwoman Tarkanian, you wish to make disclosures?
Yes, Your Honor. As a member of the Board of Trustees of Catholic Charities, I will disclose and abstain on this vote.
Councilwoman?
And as a member of Catholic Charities Board, I also will disclose and recluse myself.
Okay. May I have a motion? This would be...
Yes, Your Honor. I move to approve item 27, please, with all conditions.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Green again.
Excuse me.
Not now.
I'd like to make a comment on these issues.
Not at this time. It's not the appropriate time.
Well, it's going to be, you're going to vote on it, and it's going to be long gone.
I'd be happy to call it at a later time, but we have a lot of people here, and this is not the
I
time.
understand that. But once you vote on it, is there any retrofitting or any...
Yeah, we could always take it back.
We
could always take it back.
Turning it?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Let's see. Excuse me?
On the consent calendar.
Right, pause, please.
We're posting on the items except for 27. Okay.
But just for clarification before the posting, Mayor, please.
Yes.
Well, for clarification, was that for the consent of 15 through 24 or 15 through 28?
The consent agenda was 15 through 34.
34.
Councilwoman, you voted yes on that item 27. Do you want to vote
It should
again?
reflect abstain.
And then we need an abstain. Okay, thank you. And then we need to take the motion on the consent calendar.
All right, may I have the motion on the consent
I
calendar?
move to approve items...
I'll give you a minute, Mr. Maviglia. We have a lot of people waiting. You want to speak to an item now? Yeah, what item?
The 25 through 28.
And I have to read those into the record. 25 through 28. 25 is approval of an allocation of $150,000 of home investment partnership funds to the Neighborhood Services Department Neighborhood Initiative Division for Evolve program to operate a tenant-based rental assistance program. 26 is approval to allocate $30,000 redevelopment set-aside funds to replace community development block grant funds previously allocated to help of Southern Nevada to continue operation of a tenant-based rental assistance program. 27 is approval to allocate $30,000 redevelopment set-aside funds to replace community development block grant funds previously allocated to Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada to continue operation of a tenant-based rental assistance program. 28 is approval to allocate $500,000 in redevelopment set-aside funds for the Home Ownership for Educators program to provide mortgage buy-down and rental assistance for teachers in Clark County School District. Could we put the timer on, please? 2 minutes. Yes.
This actually is the money we're looking for. If the houses, what we have, 300 houses...
Please identify yourself for the record.
Joseph Maviglia, 4487 East Lake Mead, Space 30. These are monies that can be used to rent with the cooperation of the banks. These houses that are closed, it will allow the people to move in temporarily on rental until such time as these houses are taken over or subsidized to be retrofitted. The other issue is the houses, if they're left until federal funding comes along, by then the houses are going to be trashed. We got to step in now, and we got to find some funds. And right here, jumped off the page, man. This is the perfect opportunity to use these funds to take people that need rental assistance and put them in these houses. And kind of babysit them, for God's sake, until such time as federal dollars come down so that these houses can be remortgaged and rebought. Come on, let's all get together and get on the same page. I'm asking you that to be able to submit a proposal of some kind to, they're right here, right on the page. There's all the money. And not that the issues aren't beneficial, but the issues could be used more wisely, these funds. Come on, think about it. Very seriously.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, yes.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to comment. My understanding is that we do have neighborhood services working very
Yes,
hard right now to look at those funds to see if there's a possibility to do something along the line you spoke. Can't do it today, but they're trying to work through all that you have to work through with the federal government to get that done.
Well, I understand that, but my explanation is it's all well and good. And you know our government moves so slowly. By the time you get the funds, the majority of these houses are going to be self-destroyed. They're going to be trashed. And let's put a stop to that in front. And the neighborhood services is the perfect example of individuals that will watchdog this stuff and use ex-felons, for God's sakes, to go out there and fix the grounds and keep them watered and serviced until such time as these houses become available. Come on,
thank you,
Councilperson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. There's been a request that we call item 55. Oh, do we? All right.
I make a motion to approve items 15 through 34, with the exceptions of 27, please, with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. There's been a request that we call item 55 out of order so the youngsters will be able to get back to school. Item 55 is discussion and possible action on the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program Grant Review Board recommendations to allocate $17,999 for 19 youth-initiated projects in all of the wards. Mr. Harson?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This is the YNAP, or the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, that offers up to $1,000 to youth to implement projects to improve their neighborhoods. The program challenges youth to identify community issues and needs and then develop a project to address it accordingly. Due to budget constraints, this program is operating this year on an annual budget of $20,000, which is $10,000 less than previous years. However, with that said, this year the YNAP Board is recommending 19 neighborhood projects to be funded for a total of $17,999. These 19 youth groups are pledging over $170,000 in volunteer labor, donations, and in-kind services. I have with me today Karina Chang, one of the YNAP board members, who is here today to actually give you the presentation and recommendations by the YNAP board.
Very good. Ms. Chang? Please identify yourself for the record.
My name's Karina Chang. Good morning. I'm a youth member of the YNAP Grant Review Board. And this year, the YNAP Grant Review Board is recommending 19 projects for funding at a total of $17,999. The community match in volunteer hours and other donations exceeds $170,000. 9 of these projects will provide community service, such as collecting supplies for the less fortunate, providing supplies for foster kids, and providing school books for kids. 4 of these projects will provide community improvement, such as neighborhood beautification projects, a mural project, and a community and school renovation project. 6 of these projects will provide community education, such as recycling and environmental projects, peer education, and increasing youth awareness of teen health and safety issues. Right now, we would like to recognize this year's YNAP Grant Review Board members and thank them for volunteering their time to this year's grant review process.
All right, and as you mentioned their names, would they please stand and be recognized?
Elena Milano, Miss A.J. Powell, Robin Munier, Donna Toussaint, Darcy Hayes, Idalina Iturralde, Michelle Thaxton, Karina Chang, Patrick Dillon, Darius Edwards, Miss Micah Savas, and Nicole Redford.
Let's give them a hand, folks.
And I'd just like to take this time to thank the council for allowing me this opportunity. I have to say that my experience with the YNAP Grant Review Board has been amazing. Sure, sometimes having to wake up at 5 a.m. to attend school and then having to drive to listen to service projects until 8 p.m. was exhausting, but I loved every moment of it. Because it's definitely nice to see youth members my age and younger take an active role in the community. It's nice to hear their ideas and to be able to confirm with myself that there are still very active, responsible individuals in this world. And the best part of it is that within a year, when I hear about some of these projects on the news or whatnot, it will be extremely nice, knowing that I played a small part in helping the youth groups achieve their goals. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Mayor and Council, my name is Kelly Woods. I'm the YNAP Program Administrator, and I'd like to thank you for your support of this program. And I'd also just like to read for the record the groups that will be awarded this year. Rancho Springs Beautification Team, the Mirabella Youth Council, the Mirabella SWAT Team, Kids Teaching Kids.
All right, but what we'll do is, as you mention each one, please stand, cheer, scream, I don't care what you do. Have a good time, and so we'll be able to recognize you, okay?
How about
All right,
the
start
Mirabella?
from the beginning if you'd be kind to me.
Alrighty.
Good.
Rancho Springs Youth Beautification Team,
All right, are they here?
the Mirabella Youth Council and SWAT Team, Kids Teaching Kids, Community School Renovation and Beautification. Hyde Park Middle School Geometry Class, Veterans Memorial Youth Group. We have the Fremont Family Writing Project, Park Elementary School Green Thumbs, Teen Leaders of the Future, RU12, CSN Student Council, Imagine Students, Critical Condition, Doolittle Youth Council, Fong Elementary School Multicultural Team, Teens by Teens, Arborview High School DECA Chapter, and finally Centennial Hills NJROTC. Thank you.
That's great, thank you, we appreciate it.
Excuse me, did we mention the summer robotics camp?
That,
Okay, sorry. Thank you. I was hoping you could. Thank you.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, we want to thank all those involved in this process. It certainly has been beneficial over the years, and I know it will continue to be so. Your Honor, with all those remarks, I make a motion to approve this item as mentioned.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries, and I'm advised that the youngsters who are up here with us, the student council, the mayor and her associates have to leave to go back to school, so we want to thank you very much for your gracious statements, for your wonderful gifts, and for the fact that you participated in the process with us today. Let's give a round of applause. Good job, buddy. Good job.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, I needed that. Take care.
This way? Gary, send him this way.
What's that? Bobby Knight. All right, we'll call item number 35. This will be a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for mitigation abatement of vacant or abandoned building located at 225 West Cleveland Avenue in the amount of $4,727.50 and assess a maximum of $293,200 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Johnson Development LLC, and this is in Ward 3. Take your time.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response.
Good morning.
How are you this morning?
Great. Very good.
Wonderful, thank you. The purpose and background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation and started legal notification.
Mr. Smith, let me hold you up for 1 second. The overhead, is this being broadcast? Okay, it wasn't on my screen here. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Weaver Construction, Inc. to remove all refuse waste, trash, debris, and all weeds and grass in excess of 8 inches in height. To date, there have been 36 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of March 2005 was $350,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $1,250 invoice to Weaver Construction, Inc. services in addition to other fees for a total of $4,727.50 and consider assessing a maximum of $293,200 in daily civil penalties.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing, folks. I now declare it open. Is the property owner or representative of Johnson Development LLC here today? All right. Would anyone like to be heard on this particular item? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mr. Smith, what is the property value at this time?
We have to go by the last sales date without actually going out to an appraisal on it.
What was that again, please?
That was $350,000, I thought.
Your Honor, I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation with those assessments plus a civil penalty of $100,000.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 36 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for mitigation abatement of vacant or abandoned building located at 1211 Eastwood Drive in the amount of $11,928.75 and assess a maximum of $214,500 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is DLJ Mortgage Capital, Inc., care of America's Servicing Company. This is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Disaster Cleanup of Nevada to install screening over existing doors and windows and install protective coverings, bars over windows, and security doors over doors. To date, there have been 12 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of January 2008 was $238,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $7,945 invoice for Disaster Cleanup of Nevada services in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $11,928.75 and consider assessing a maximum of $214,500 in daily civil penalties.
All right, thank you. It's a public hearing, folks. If anyone would like to be heard. Here we go.
I apologize for coming up here and getting in your face. Trust me. My name is Joe Maviglia, 4487 East Lake Mead, Space 30. And my question to you, Your Honor, and the council, is when he's done what he does, and how long does it take to take possession of the property?
We don't take possession of it.
You don't take it?
No, the way it works is that it's owned by a private concern. We impose a lien on the property, and at the time the property is sold, as is under the existing law, we get the amount imposed by the lien plus interest.
All right, now, in lieu of not getting it, how long does the process take for you to foreclose and take over the property?
We don't.
You can't do that?
No, we can't.
So if they don't pay, it just sits there idle?
Well, we have a program where they have to come up with a plan if given notification, but it's a very slow and tedious process. We can't take property without due process of law.
I understand that. That was my question, as open as when and time-wise.
Do you want to elaborate on what I said, Mr. Smith?
Please.
I'm not sure the exact dates, Brad. You might want to help me with this as far as what, I believe it's 3 years. It would sit on the tax roll.
Yeah.
And after 3 years, we would have a right to foreclose on that property to get paid for that.
I truly don't know the answer, but that may well be the case. But to answer Mr. Maviglia's question, we don't take people's property because they owe us money. We lien the property, and as the mayor said, when the property sells or before they sell, they have to find some way of satisfying the lien, or they come back to the city with a plan to try and satisfy the civil penalties or negotiate with us. But we don't take the property.
But even if, say, you negotiate all you want, and nobody can come up with the money to take care of the expenses, then what does it do? Just sit idle forever?
Mayor, this is Orlando.
Yes,
what happens
Orlando.
basically is after 3 years, it goes on the tax roll. If they do not pay, then the Clark County, they take ownership and they go out there and put it in an auction. And whoever goes out there and bids on it can buy the property. It's held for 1 year. The property owner has a right to go back and acquire it for the original price. If they don't buy it, then it goes out to public auction and whoever pays for it.
And all that time, the property stays empty?
Yes, sir.
Something wrong.
There is something wrong.
All right, thank you. I just got to...
I agree with you. There is
I got to
something
get
wrong.
educated.
There is something wrong. That I've been doing it for 9.5 years, trying to get this thing straightened out. I agree with you 1,000%. Blight is created in all over our community. The federal government gave us a mere pittance as far as their stabilization program. Instead of giving the money to property owners to stop them from going into foreclosure, they didn't even think of them. They gave us money in order to take over some of these abandoned homes that are foreclosed, to fix them up so blights aren't created. Unfortunately, we're not going to look to gift horse in the mouth, but they better come up with money to help people from going homeless.
All right, here's...
That's it. I don't want...
One more thing and I'll get away.
I'm out of line here because this is not agendized.
This is the...
Please, have a seat.
Can the legislature do something about this, Your Honor?
Yes, they can.
Let's lobby them.
We do our very best.
Thank you.
All right, did we vote on that?
Not yet.
Okay. All right, public hearing, folks. Anyone else want to be heard? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, I want to thank staff for the work they do. I would move to follow staff's recommendations and with a civil penalty of $50,000 on this item, please.
All right, let's vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now, on that one, Mr. Smith, you're dealing, it looks like, with a mortgage company.
We are. And I would just like to put this on the record. I have had several people call me about some of these properties that we put the liens on, and what I've instructed them to do is give me a proposal in writing of what they plan on doing to show us how it's going to benefit the city of Las Vegas, and then I would bring it before you for some consideration on those civil penalties.
Very good, because when these civil penalties are being imposed, that should wake up these people.
It is.
Mayor Goodman, may I please? Mr. Smith, are you getting these phone calls from the property owners themselves?
Generally not. I'm getting them from investors or people that are looking to come in and possibly purchase these, make them low-income housing, affordable housing, and like I said, I've asked them to put a proposal together that I would run by Mr. Harson. We would discuss it with them. If it seemed like a feasible proposal that would be something that would benefit the city, then I would bring it before you for consideration on possibly reducing the civil penalties but what I've instructed all of them, they need to show me and show this council what benefit they're going to give back to the community, not just come in and be a for-profit company.
Are you getting more calls now because of the status of the economy than you were a year ago?
I'm definitely getting more calls, yes.
Okay.
I actually have a gentleman that sent me an email this morning, so apparently I have a new proposal in my office, so I am starting to get these proposals in, and there again, his quote to me was going to be he was going to make them affordable housing on some of those Bellotta properties.
Assuming this person makes a written proposal and you discuss it with other city staffers, would that be something that would come back before the city council for a vote?
I believe we'd have to bring it back before the city council, because if there would be any reduction in the civil penalties that was placed by, I believe that you could be the only one that could look at that proposal and reduce those fees.
Well, I'm glad that we're generating some interest. If we've got good faith people that want to come in and help the blighted areas and keep other areas from going into disrepair, that's a good sign.
Well, it's a wake-up call. When you spend $10,000 to fix up a property and you get a notice that you owe $200,000 in fines, you make a phone call, and that's what we hope we're able to generate here. Okay, item 37 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for mitigation abatement of vacant or abandoned building located at 1389 Laurie Avenue in the amount of $3,590.25 and assess a maximum of $173,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is New Century Home Equity Loan Trust, Bank Deutsche, National Trust Company, TRS. This is in Ward 5, and I know Bank Deutsche has money. It's a public hearing. It's now declared open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Level X, Inc. to secure all doors, install security bars, board to City of Las Vegas specification, install screening over boarded windows, install security bars over all windows, removing refuse, waste, trash, debris, litter, and high and dry vegetation. To date, there have been 8 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of June 2007 was $153,658. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $2,515 for work completed by Level X, Inc., in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $3,590.25, and consider assessing a maximum of $173,050 in daily civil penalties.
All right, thank you. It's a public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
There it is.
It's really on now.
It's on now. Remind me of my old black and white. I would like to move to approve the report of expenses in the amount of $3,429.35 in assessed fees, in addition to $98,050 for the daily civil penalties, and that will be my motion at this time.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Good job.
Councilman, could you please repeat that? Because I have a total of $3,590.25 in actual expense, and then a maximum of $173,050 in daily civils. And we have, because on the same sheet I have on my notes is 3,000.
That's not what I have in my backup.
Okay.
38?
37.
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Then I stand corrected. Stand by for 1 second.
Take your time.
Okay. Then my motion at this time will be to assess the $3,590.25 of assessed fees to include the $173,050 in daily civil penalties. That would be my motion.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. You'll get the word out, won't you?
Absolutely.
All right.
Your Honor.
Item 38 is public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned dangerous buildings located at 893 Balzer Avenue in the amount of $3,429.35 and assess a maximum of $98,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is David W. Chan. This is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is Mr. Chan here, or Representative Mr. Chan? All right. Folks, the public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move to assess a $3,429.35 fee in addition to the $98,050 daily civil penalty. That will be my motion.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 39 is a hearing to consider appeal regarding nuisance notice in order to comply, located at 322 Wall Street. The property owner is Edward G. Marshall. This is in Ward 3. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to abstain from this. Mr. Marshall is an old friend of mine. He gave me my first job when I came to Las Vegas in 1964, and I have been forever indebted to him for that opportunity, since he allowed me to have the best life of anybody I know and become the happiest mayor in the universe. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you.
You think he regrets it?
I don't know whether he regrets it or not, but he's not going to have me in judgment of him.
Thank you, sir.
Just to keep things in perspective around here.
Mr. Marshall,
I'm sorry.
please. Mr. Smith, can you present the case first?
While he's organizing his notes, let me just say that to keep things in perspective around here, Ruby Thomas was my 6th grade grammar school teacher. That was 1941, before most of you guys were born.
It is pretty good.
Your Honor, if I may, I just have some photos here. We didn't have any video on this particular one. We just had some photos on this. But the purpose and background is the subject property was determined to be a public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 9.04 and 9.12 dealing with nuisances. A nuisance notice in order to comply was mailed to the property owner to correct the public nuisance as defined in the Las Vegas Municipal Code dealing with nuisances. A copy of the notice was also posted on the property. Today's hearing is to consider the appeal of the nuisance notice in order to comply filed by Edward G. Marshall, owner and responsible party. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the nuisance notice in order to comply.
What are those penalties? What are the charges?
The nuisance notice in order to comply was because of the graffiti on the building, and we identified the property owner, and then we give them a notice to comply and remove the graffiti off the building.
I understand. We've had, how many times we went out there and inspected this site?
It appears my staff has had 6 actual inspections on site with 4 failed inspections, which means they went back 4 times, 5 days apart, and the action was not corrected.
And why I want to put that on the record is I want to ask Mr. Marshall why it hasn't been corrected yet.
Well, the graffiti, let me state first of all, I do not want to fight with the City Hall. I don't want to fight with the City Council. I'm here respectfully. But this is a serious problem. I have here a letter that I wrote in July of 2004 to the city, Neighborhood Services Department. I probably ought to pass out a copy of that.
Please do.
Sir?
Please do.
Who can pass it up, please? In which I requested, in effect, some protection for this property. And this was 4 years ago. Now, since that time, I have painted out the graffiti on that wall 6 times. And a lot of expense, a lot of trouble doing it. I'm 78 years old. I'm not getting up on any more ladders at my age to paint out the graffiti. And about 30 days ago or less, the city voluntarily painted out that wall. And they asked me if I had any objection to it, and I said no. go ahead if you want to. But the problem is that the graffiti that you have is usually substantially better than the graffiti you're going to get. The stuff that was pointed out was harmless. And that's true. The stuff that was painted out was substantially harmless. There was some frustrated Rembrandt who had an artistic design up there that he thought was beautiful. I have always painted out the Nazi swastikas, the pornographic designs, the four-letter words. I have always painted those out. But to go up there and try and keep track of these monkeys who crawl on the walls and climb over the fenced-off area, it's impossible. The whole situation is harmless. You've got less than 50 people who work in that immediate area. The fence surrounds the area, but they go over the fence. This is very much like the Battle of Pork Chop Hill during the Korean War, where the hill changed hands several times because nobody wanted to actually take it and hold it. And the only way to take it and hold it is, I suppose, to just let the graffiti exist. The graffiti that's up there is harmless, and the city painted this out 30 days ago, and there's graffiti back there right now. Less than 30 days, why, there's new graffiti on the wall. So what are you going to do? You're going to chase these people all over town? You can't do it.
Mr. Smith, if I could.
Sir?
Marshall, if I could talk to Mr. Smith real quick.
I'm sorry.
Can you see this graffiti from anywhere else around here?
This graffiti...
Well, these are actually pictures from the public right-of-way.
But this has been painted out. This graffiti is no longer there. There's new graffiti that was put up within the last 30 days or less. Whenever this was painted out, there's new graffiti that's been put up.
Okay, Mr. Marshall, what are your plans for this building?
The building is valuable.
For what?
I use it as a warehouse of personal... I've got all kinds of stuff in there. One man's treasures, another man's junk, as they say.
Okay, then we need to make sure we keep it up then.
Sir?
We need to make sure we keep it up. And, you know, I respect your right to have your opinion, and other people have their right. I respect other people's opinion also.
Well, but I need some protection. That's the problem. Now, I don't know what resources the city actually...
We can put cameras up there, see if we can catch them doing it. There's a lot of things we can do.
You know, Metro couldn't catch flu during an epidemic, so I don't know how they're going to... I don't know how they're going to catch these graffiti artists, you know. This is basically a matter for Metro, and there's been no assistance from Metro either. The property has value to me, and I use it. I have records in there. I have storage matters that are valuable.
That's fine. I just want to put that on the record also. But I also, as an elected official, I have my duty to make sure that we try, you know, I say okay to you. Well, what about other people that feel the same way?
I do not.
Excuse me. We have a shopping center where I work, and it gets graffiti every other week. So
Right.
if I just forgot about that, what would it look like?
Well, it's obvious that there's a major problem in the city.
Well, that's true. That's what I'm saying. We have to attack it the best way we can. And to me, it's just like a broken window. If you leave it there, pretty soon your building is going to look like all it is graffiti. If we allow this to sit there.
I think that the first thing that needs to be done is you need a gross misdemeanor here, not a misdemeanor. That's a legislative problem, but the city really should go to the legislature and say we want a gross misdemeanor for this destruction of property.
That's on my books right now. We had the shopping center where my barber shop's at. We went through here the last 7 or 8 months redoing the whole shopping center.
Right.
They took the front ends out. They put in brand new dual pane glass all the way up and down there, new doors. And somebody went through there a week and a half ago. They know who it is. They're going to catch him. But they went in there with some kind of a tool and etched into the front doors of every one of those buildings along there.
Right.
And it's probably going to cost between $5,000 and $7,500 to get those doors replaced. And it is a juvenile. And it's on my, like I say, I'm going to go to some of my legislators. I talked to a judge day before yesterday, asking him what we can do to treat this guy like an adult. Right now we can't. So what do we do with it? Again, we just can't forget it and say, well, this looks better than what they might do tomorrow. We can't do that.
I don't know if the city has a task force on the graffiti problem. I don't know
Yes,
whether
we
you do
do.
or not, but you should have if you
They do a
don't.
fantastic job.
I'd be happy to cooperate with them. I'd be happy to help them, assist them in any way I could. I've got a lot of experience on this
That's
problem.
that's all we're asking.
Incidentally, there are 2 Supreme Court cases that indicate that the city's approach to graffiti is incorrect, because you cannot take the victim of a crime and declare him to be a nuisance, and the Supreme Court has said so specifically in 2 Nevada cases. But like I say, I do not want to fight with the city on this.
We don't fight with you either.
I'm here to cooperate any way I can. I need protection, and if I can't get protection, I will at least go so far as to make sure that all of the swastikas and the porno symbols and the 4-letter words are always taken out.
I want all the graffiti off, though.
Well,
if you had to give us permission to go in there twice a week and remove the graffiti, we will.
Oh, I'd be happy to have you do that if you want to do
Devin,
that.
what are you asking us today here?
Just to uphold the nuisance in order to comply.
What if we ask you to work with Mr. Marshall and see what we can work out?
If that's the directive you give me, that we'd be more than happy to do that.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I just know that Neighborhood Services obtained a new kind of surveillance camera where pictures are taken of the person doing the graffitiing, and, you know, they have some they can move. Maybe you could try it there for a while and see if it helps. We used it in 2 or 3 areas, and it did help a lot where the others had not. Plus, of course, the last result might be you might have a mural painted. We also found in our ward that if we had youngsters involved in painting the mural, very seldom do the graffiti artists go over it.
Well,
Of course, I don't know if you'd like the mural either.
I got to argue there. We had on Harris Avenue, we got 2 schools, 2 elementary schools. Kids went out there and spent all one day putting a mural on the fence across the street from their school. Like you're going to look at it right today. Staff goes down there at least twice a week, moving the graffiti off that mural. Mm-hmm. And over on Walter Bracken, it's the same thing.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, I just, as a policy, we generally don't go on private property and paint private buildings because of...
That's what I'm asking. If we work with Mr. Marshall, because he said he'd be tickled to death that he'd go in there and do that.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Marshall, just for clarification. Did you state that the graffiti was not a problem?
Well, I thought it was harmless. The design that was there appeared to be a very large butterfly, and it was some frustrated Rembrandt's idea of beauty, is all I can say. And you'll notice that entire area is fenced off. But like I say, they're like monkeys. They go over the walls, they couldn't care less. If they can find a vacant wall, they're going to go for it. And this area is completely visible. I could adopt another approach to this. I fired expert marksmen in my Army days. And I even won a medal at the 6th Army Marksmanship Tournament in 6th Army back when I was in the Army Reserve here in Las Vegas. And it would take very little to put an end to this, but I'd go to prison and somebody would go to the cemetery. So that's no solution.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
May I ask a couple of questions? Mr. Marshall, is this property visible from the Interstate 15?
Yes, it is.
People that are driving back and forth on the 15, probably the people that are driving north
You
can see
have-
it. Excuse me, Mr. Marshall.
The people who are getting off on the Charleston turnoff would be the ones who would see it. You have clear visibility because all of those buildings have been taken out, except my warehouse. What happened was Wall Street Towers was a condominium project, 74 stories. They couldn't get their financing, and they had already taken all their buildings out. And I was the only one who hadn't. And they also expect the freeways coming through there. And that's fine, too. We have no problem with that. But I'm the only one who kept my building, and I still use it. I use it all the time. But yes, there's a clear field of vision for well over 200 yards.
So we've got hundreds and hundreds of people that are exiting the Charleston off-ramp every day that are looking at this graffiti. Is that right?
That's probably, there could be.
Probably thousands.
They'd have to look
Mr.
off
Smith,
in the
can
distance.
you lower the picture so I can see the pictures that aren't on the screen?
They would have to look off in the distance to see it.
Okay. And then you're telling us that one of those buildings is used by you for storage?
Yeah, I have all kinds of legal records in there, and business ventures, data. The building was in operation as a repair shop and as a food shop at one time. I don't know about your law office, Councilman, but I need a place to keep my records, and I've got all kinds of family stuff in there. It's a valuable property, and it's in use.
It's probably the land that's valuable, not so much the buildings.
Exactly, but until the freeway comes through there, or until somebody wants to condemn it and take it, why, it's got utility. It has
Mr. Marshall, you made your points very, very well. Devin, what's the next step that we can take after this order to comply?
Right now, we would move forward, because right now in failed inspection fees, we have a total of $930. So at this point, if the notice and order was upheld, we would go ahead, say that what we did was justified in doing, and send him a bill for the failed inspections.
I want that in my motion, to collect that $930. We can't go out there. But Mr. Marshall, I want you to understand where I'm coming from. I don't want graffiti on any of our buildings in the city of Las Vegas. And whatever we have to do, we will do to help you.
And that's not true. I've not been helped. I've had no assistance whatever. I've had no protection since 2004.
What do you expect the city to do? I mean, we have illegal dumpers that go out and dump every vacant corner, shopping centers. Again, in my shopping center, we have illegal dumpers going back there in the back of the buildings and dumping 3 or 4 times a week. We still have to go out there and haul it off. We just can't let it accumulate.
I have repainted that wall 6 times already. And it's no solution to the problem to say, Mr. Marshall...
We're offering to work with you. My motion would be to send the bill out for the $930 and ask staff to please work with Mr. Marshall and see if we can't keep this graffiti off this building.
And I'll see if I can get the help team from Metro involved. They could possibly get them out there and give him some possible solutions to help.
If we have the cameras up there and see if we can catch them, that's fine too.
I will not pay that $900 bill. This case will go to the Supreme Court of Nevada before I'll pay a penny of it.
Yes, the motion is to approve the notice and order.
This is a public,
It was closed.
It's not public.
not on this issue.
Yeah, okay. No.
Why? I'm entitled to speak.
1 minute.
He isn't.
1 minute is enough for me. Excuse me, sir. For you to be charged with this, I hope you fight like hell. Now, getting back to this graffiti, they come over and they graffitied my trailer. And I called Metro out there and I talked to Metro. And the people that work for Metro are right on point. Most of the graffiti that happened in this city, they can identify because they leave their own mark. And that's from Metro. I had quite a discussion with Metro. Then I had quite a discussion with the Arizona people. Their graffiti law is $250 worth of damage is a felony. This state is $5,000 because before it reaches a felony state. It doesn't matter. The reason doesn't matter is because the people in control, the judges and the law in regards to slapping people on the wrist, let these kids get away with it simply because this poor guy's got to suffer and you take his money for them criminal acts when sure as hell you should go to the legislature and get the law changed.
Thank you, sir.
And put that on the books.
Thank you.
And that's another problem. We come up here with solutions and we want this council to accept and consider some of these solutions, and it's get the hell off in 2 minutes. And we don't want to hear from you. I'm tired of it.
This isn't a public hearing.
Well, it's a public hearing, and as a public hearing, I'm entitled to make my public comments. Now, go up to the legislature and get the law changed to the state of Nevada.
Mr. Maviglia, this is not a public hearing.
And then throw some of these kids in jail where they belong, and then you wipe out the damn graffiti.
Marshall, please.
Marshall, yeah, that's another issue.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, to address that issue. The reason that and we've had this discussion with Metro and with the legislature, the reason our felony threshold is $5,000, it goes from $200 as a misdemeanor, $200 to $4,999 is a gross misdemeanor. And the states that have the lower threshold on the felony charges is because certain states don't recognize the gross misdemeanor. It goes right from misdemeanor to felony. So that's why our threshold is so high, is because we go from misdemeanor to gross misdemeanor and then after 5,000. But we also can collectively, any graffiti we can prove one person did throughout the city of Las Vegas, we can collectively charge them on that.
Well, again, though, we discussed what the city is trying to do. We do have another session of the legislature. I tried to explain. I appreciate what Mr. Mabiglia had to say. We are going to attempt to do something like this. Again, we have to make sure that everybody complies with the city regulations, do what they're supposed to do, and we can't let people slide. We can't say, well, this happens every day, so we're not going to do the same thing here. We have to make sure that we treat everybody equally. And that's all we're trying to do, Mr. Marshall, is make sure that everybody is treated equally. Everybody has certain problems, certain things that they would like to see done too. I offered you everything we can possibly do, but we have staff time. We're having a hard time making our numbers meet, and so when we have staff go out there 3, 4, 5 times, it takes time and effort, and somebody has to pay for this. And if you would hire somebody to maintain that, watch it, whatever, I don't know.
What is the solution to the fact that the city just repainted the wall?
They're going to
now there's no graffiti there.
I offered to put in a camera over there for you, sir, and see if we can take a picture of who's doing it, and maybe we can catch them.
Councilman Reese, it is not my problem. It's the city's problem. It's the government's problem.
Yeah,
it's
right,
the people's
sir. You're
problem.
Right. You're right.
I mean, I'm a lawful property owner.
Yes.
And I'm entitled to protection.
We're offering everything we can do to help you.
I'm entitled to protection. Instead of protection, I'm getting a $900 fine. I cannot accept that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Pro Tem, yes, please. Mr. Smith, we have a graffiti task force as part of the city of Las Vegas, do we not?
We actually have a graffiti task force that's county-wide, and we have members from all of us that sit on it.
We have Metro police officers that are part of a graffiti task
Correct,
force, is that right? Mr. Marshall, have you had an occasion to sit down with any of our Metro officers that are part of the graffiti task force? Yes or no?
I don't know. Didn't even know there was a task force.
Okay, then here's what I'd like to do, and I don't mean to usurp you, Mayor Pro Tem, but Mr. Smith is whether it's part of the motion or not, just please put one of our graffiti task force Metro officers directly in contact with Mr. Marshall the next 48 hours, arrange a meeting so you can hear right from Metro exactly what they can do for you.
I'd be more than happy.
That's what my motion was, Mr. Wilson, is I asked staff to work with Mr. Marshall. I don't know how any plainer I could make it, and he keeps refusing to do it, but now he agrees with you.
No, I'm not
agree
refusing.
With me.
I'm cooperating.
You've heard the motion, please cast your vote. Opposed? Motion carries. All right.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, real quick, we actually have a graffiti task force meeting tomorrow, and I will bring this up at the graffiti task force with everybody involved and see what we can do collectively to.
Do I understand?
That was part of the motion.
Do I understand that the motion that was carried included the $900 fine?
Yes.
Thank you.
And as long as we're at it, Mr. Chervick, research whether I could give Mr. Marshall immunity so he could whack a graffiti person.
I'm on it, Your Honor.
All right, item 40, discussion and possible action regarding a payment to Newland Communities LLC for the project management and consulting agreement entered into on December 27, 2005 with City Parkway 5, Inc. for the reimbursement of their overhead and payroll expenses and their role as project manager of Union Park located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams?
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This is a matter regarding Union Park. In our project management and consulting agreement that exists between City Parkway 5, the city, and Newland Communities. Newland recently approached the city with respect to a request to receive an early payout of their accrued expenses they've incurred as they've managed Union Park since the adoption of our agreement or the enactment of the agreement back in December of 2005. We asked for consideration for that early payout, and the consideration they offered was substantial. It was to waive all of the accrued interest. They've been accruing interest and a liability to the city in the amount of 7.5% during this time period, and that amounts to over $200,000. So with that being considered, we found that to be an acceptable arrangement and recommend an early payout of that amount. What I'd like to give the clerk, and so that each of you can have a copy, and one I actually made a part of the record, is a letter from Newland Communities that lays out that obligation for us to pay interest in the project management and consulting agreement, and they stipulate their willingness to waive the interest upon receipt of payment of the principal amount owed in this early payout. And I want to make this a part of the record so that it memorializes their intent and sets it for the record. With all those considerations, staff recommends approval of the request for early payout. Now, we have funds budgeted for this. We have funds available in the bond issue that we issued for Union Park Development and Infrastructure, our Phase 1 bond issue. If you remember, we were able to achieve much lower bids than budgeted for the infrastructure for Union Park, so there are available proceeds out of that issue to make this early payout. So staff does recommend approval. I believe Rita Brandon's here to represent Newland on this matter, should you have any questions in Newland Communities.
All right, Mr. Adams, the record should reflect that during my briefing yesterday, I asked whether or not the audit was being conducted, and that there wouldn't be anything that's turned up in the audit which would cause this arrangement to be criticized.
No, we have conducted as a proactive measure, the Office of Business Development, a routine audit of our arrangement between the city and Newland Communities. There are certainly findings in an audit. It's a very extensive arrangement. None of those findings are significant. In fact, I believe that will show that we've done a very prudent job, both parties, of managing our arrangement. As you know, it is a very, very unusual arrangement. Newland is both a developer and a consultant to the city on Union Park, and in the original deal, the intent was to accrue these expenses and have those expenses paid out of land sale proceeds, either sale of land to Newland or sale to other third parties. As you know, the real estate economy is somewhat stalled right now. There is a credit crunch. That credit crunch is affecting Newland. It's affecting a number of our developers on Union Park. There is a 3-year time limit on any invoice we owe Newland on payment. So we would end up having to pay them ultimately anyways, and this seemed to be an appropriate way to handle it at this point. What it'll do is reset the clock for accrual of expenses by Newland. So what we'll do is zero out the principal balance that we owe them and then start a new clock from here on forward. It is our hope that we'll be out of the real estate doldrums we're in right now and back in a more functioning real estate economy. We'll see land sales in Union Park, and those land sales would allow us to pay these accrued expenses in the manner that we originally set forth in the agreement.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Adams? All right, seeing none.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor, and just to make sure that I understand this, you're saying that whatever we would lose on paying this early, we are gaining the same amount or more back because we will not have to pay interest?
Well, actually, no, it doesn't wash. The amount, as stipulated in the letter that we passed out, that we owe Newland about $2,852,000 and change. The interest that's accrued on that over the last 2.5 years has been over $200,000. So what they're doing is forgiving the $200,000 in interest in exchange for this early payout. So it doesn't wash. We would have owed this one way or another, whether we paid it out of land costs, whether we paid it cash, however we would have owed this. It's just we're paying for it out of our bond proceeds early as opposed to out of land sale proceeds.
And what's the difference then?
And saving $200,000 in interest in doing so. If we went our normal way and paid for it out of land sales, we would have owed them this $200,000 interest on top of the principal. So their consideration to us for the early payout is to waive the interest cost.
And Scott, if you will, for the councilwoman's sake, would you explain the difference between the two?
Well, one is principal. It's interesting because
I'm saying as far as the land versus the bond. The
Oh, okay. We had issued bonds when we started the infrastructure development of Union Park to pay for our development costs of Union Park, infrastructure, some of the remediation of land, and a lot of our soft costs, engineering and architectural engineering fees. We were able to achieve very low bids on the cost of infrastructure, and there's savings that are available to make this early payment.
I see.
And so we're saving interest in doing so.
It's coming out of the fund that was there.
That's correct. Their expense, you could vision as a cost of doing business on Union Park, one way or another, whether we pay it out of cash or we pay it out of land. They're our consultant that handles and coordinates the development of Union Park. And so there is a legitimate expense to be paid for that capacity. And it's just we're paying it differently earlier due to the credit crunch, and we're getting some consideration for doing so.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Adams. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
Thank you. Let's vote on
Subject to
that.
all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 41 is discussion and possible action regarding First Amendment to Master Development Agreement and First Amendment to Queen of Hearts purchase option between the city parties, City of Las Vegas, City Parkway 4A, Inc., Office District Parking 1, Inc., and developer LiveWork LLC, FC Vegas 20, LLC, FC Vegas 39, LLC, for development involving Union Park and real property located near Main Street and Bonneville Avenue. And this is in Wards 3 and 5. Mr. Adams.
I'm waiting for the PowerPoint to come up here. This item respects the continuation of our work as a city and the evolution of the Live Work Las Vegas Forest City Hall project. And what we thought we'd do, because this is such an important project, that we would give you another update using a PowerPoint presentation of exactly where we stand on this project. What we want to do today is talk about, I'll turn it over to Dimitri Vasilakis of Forest City to give you an update of exactly where we're at on City Hall. Then we'll talk about what we're actually asking you to approve today. And then I want to finish with going back over the public purpose, because I think it's very important to remind you and the public of why we're doing this and all the different projects that are connected and the economic impact that will occur to downtown as a result of what we're doing. So I'll turn it over to Dimitri.
Fine. Mr. Vasilakis.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, Mayor, Council members. This morning, I'm here joined with our partner, Barnett Lieberman, behind me, as well as Howard Elkus, the founding principal of Elkus Manfredi Architects out of Boston. What we'll do this morning is we'll give you a brief update of what has been achieved since we last were in front of you in May of this year. I will take you through as to the status of the feasibility or the activities on the feasibility items that have been listed in the Master Development Agreement of City Hall. Then we'll pass it on to Howard, who will brief you on the design of the City Hall. The design team of the City Hall, headed up by JMA Architects, has been progressing through the design process and has currently completed its conceptual design as well as the schematic designs and is nearing completion of the design development. Throughout the process, the team has been working very closely with our third-party estimator, and today I can report to you that the current estimates for City Hall are in line with the $150 million budget. Excuse me. During the last 2 months, we've been actively seeking proposals from construction management firms to assist us through this process, and we can tell you today that we're very nearing the completion of that, and we're at the review and selection stages of that process. In order to maintain the schedule for the June 2011, with your approval today, we plan to commence the construction documentation for City Hall, as well as appoint the construction manager for the pre-development services by the end of this month. As far as the transaction documents, both for the City Hall and the remaining program for a live work. Substantially, all of those documents have been substantially negotiated, and they're in the final documentation stage. With reference to the site investigation, both for the Queen of Hearts parcel, which is where the City Hall will be situated, and then the PQ, which is the site in Union Park, which will be exchanged for the Queen of Hearts. Site investigations have been carried out, and both with from geotechnical as well as environmental sense, and we're well progressed. We anticipate to have that completed by early January of 2009. And with your permission, I'd like to ask Howard Elkus to come forward and give you a presentation on the design.
Certainly. Mr. Elkus.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
Members of the City Council. It's a privilege to be here today to present the new design for the City Hall. This project, as you know so well, is vital to the future development of the downtown core of this great city. And we've taken that responsibility with all due respect and fervor. The exhibit that you see on the screen, talking to the people also outside this chamber, indicates the locus of the new City Hall in red. And you can see that it stands at the center of the downtown core. On the upper right, which is northeast of the new City Hall site, is the site of the existing City Hall. And you can see that the City Hall is part of a 5-block, really 6-block development. So it is the stimulus of this area as a catalyst for the greater whole of the downtown. Opposite Union Park on the west and in between is the site of the new parking structure, which will not only serve the new City Hall, but also serve the new Performing Arts Center. On the southeast portion of that 5-block area, you will see the location of the new RTC Transportation Center, which will serve this whole area and the City Hall itself. You can see in this enlargement the site plan of the City Hall, which is in the upper part of your slide, and you can see the 4-block area to the south, representing 3 blocks of mixed-use development, which will be largely commercial and retail, perhaps other uses, and you can see the RTC development, which has been designed by others and which will be integrated into the project. You can also see the proposed new parking structure just to the southwest of the City Hall Plaza and the City Hall itself. That has been taken into account in the design of the City Hall. The City Hall main building element runs east-west, which is the optimum for sustainability, but it also extends the building out to the people coming from the parking structure across Main Street into City Hall Plaza, directing them toward the entry. In the next exhibit, you'll see an enlargement of the City Hall Plaza and the City Hall itself, and you'll see that the east wing of the building actually is a gesture to First Street, which we see and the city plans to be a vital pedestrian area with retail and all kinds of activity, which extends both north and south to the RTC. You'll also see that on this block, occupying the center portion is the new council chamber, a council chamber which will accommodate 500 people as opposed to this one, 350 people, and all the people this morning would have had seats had they been in the new council chamber. You see the plaza. You'll see also to the north side of the block an area for on-grade parking as well as service. That gray zone that you see represents the expansion, so that in fact this City Hall is designed to serve for decades in the future for this city and the expansion of the City Hall as needed. So if we go to the next exhibit, on the left, you will see the first and second floor plan, really the public spaces. You'll see the City Hall Plaza, which is largely shaded by artificial and natural trees, so that this space represents an enormous area which will serve the city, exhibitions, events, functions, as an adjunct to the building itself. This is a great sustainable approach, which means that the building function actually is extended out of doors in non-air-conditioned space. The flow through the lobby, which you'll see in the middle of the building, takes you up a level to the council chamber itself, and then out to an upper plaza, which actually can serve the public functions of the building, and the cafeteria serving the building also extends to outdoor seating. On either side of the lobby, you'll see the expression and reality of government services. The mayor has heralded open government, and also a recognition of the diversity of Las Vegas, and our plans for the interiors recognize both of these forces driving the design. If you look at the pictures on the right, you'll see how the building extends in the upper right-hand image down to the parking garage, which would be below the building, and in the slide, and to First Street Plaza, which you can see on the lower right-hand image. The next slide actually is a section cut south to north through the new building, and you will see the City Hall Plaza and actually the artificial trees. These are structures meant to carry photovoltaic panels in the future, as well as all of the horizontal surfaces of the building itself. I'll get into that in a minute, but you can see the proportion of the outside covered space and the lobby and its flow through the building up to the upper level where the council chamber is located. You can see in the white areas the function spaces for city government, for administrative services. Now, to look at how this new iconic structure is seen from those folks coming from the airport, from the Strip, from the southern part of the valley up Main Street. The building is designed to be a major attraction, an iconic presence, which will help stimulate the economic growth from now on for the downtown area. This is the view as seen from the intersection of Clark and Main. From the parking garage, you will cross the street. It will be a natural draw into the plaza, and then you can see off to the right how one would approach from First Street as well. From this particular view, you understand the whole driving forces of this design. We worked hard to develop a design which is uniquely that of Las Vegas. It has nothing to do with any other city on the face of the planet. You can see the council chamber off to the left with its presence on Main Street as really the symbol of city government, and you can see the rest of the city hall in this view. This is a representation of the past, present, and future life forces of Las Vegas. Las Vegas means the meadows, as you know. The Indians settle here around the Indian Springs, now the Indian Spring Preserve. The springs created mounds. The mounds are the inspiration for the base of the city council chamber. Today, the water which supplies Las Vegas largely comes from springs in the mountains. And so the upper register of the council chamber represents where that water comes from now, the mountains. And that whole graphic comes through the interiors of the building. So it's really something that is integral in the design of the building. The energy that supplies Las Vegas in a major way comes from Hoover Dam, which development is integral with the history of Las Vegas itself. And that is represented in the tower portion. On the left, you can see the representation, inspirationally, of the canyon that holds the dam, and you see the water represented in the facade of the building through glass fins, which represent the energy flow from Lake Mead down into the turbines of the dam, all serving the city of Las Vegas. And now you see the future. We have embraced the sun, which is expressed on the east wing of the building, almost as it comes down on the photovoltaic trees producing energy, which in fact will light this plaza in the future and the building. So the building produces its own energy and expresses the future of sustainable energy in Las Vegas and for the planet itself. So this building and the city of Las Vegas will be leaders in this whole movement. If you look to the next slide, you're now up Main Street looking south, down Main Street, and you will see the background of the building, the canyon expression, and the elements of the sun on the upper building element on the left of your slide. But more importantly, now you see the council chamber, which turns the whole corner into Lewis, and you can see the upper registers being in these metal curved forms representing the mountains on top of the base, which is in masonry representing the Indian mounds. And finally, in the last picture, you will see this whole complex, and you'll see in the middle of those 5 blocks the City Hall and the development of 3 blocks in commercial with the red representing retail, and in the lower quadrant you'll see the placement of the RTC Transportation Center. You can also see the indication of a covering of First Street. We are working hard to integrate that development into this whole complex of blocks, so it reads as one powerful idea for the downtown. You'll also see a representation of the 1,000-room hotel and casino development in Union Park in the upper colored block on the slide. The next slide just gives you an idea of the design of the RTC as it has developed. It's largely serving buses now, and we will work to integrate their development into what we're doing. So in programmatic fashion, the next slide shows you that the new City Hall first phase is 250,000 square feet of efficient, modern office space and public space designed to serve the City Hall functions and the citizenry for the future. And the Civic Plaza we talked about, which is really another major function area which comes with the development. It will have public exhibition space and provide event space for the city. The council chamber we talked about, 500 seats, 30 parking spaces on the site, and the parking structure the city is building nearby. And finally, to say that the building has been designed and the whole block as a LEED silver-rated development for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Bill Arndt, who's been negotiating our agreement with Forest City, to kind of walk you through very quickly the terms of what we're asking to be approved today.
Very good. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Bill Arndt, Redevelopment Manager, City of Las Vegas. As Howard noted on the last slide, there is an off-site parking garage. This project is going to be managed by Public Works, and it's already in preliminary schematic design. The garage will feature approximately 650 spaces. It will be located across Main Street from the Live Work Las Vegas campus and catty corner to the new City Hall. The estimated hard cost of construction is $13 million, does not include the land cost. The anticipated funding will come from the Parking Enterprise Fund as well as the general fund. And one unique thing about this garage is that it will serve a project not only for the city at City Hall, but it will also serve the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. As you see on the site map, proposed City Hall parking structure, the garage is on the west side of Main Street, and it is also adjacent to the Union Pacific Rail Line. There are plans to connect a pedestrian bridge over the rail line into Union Park, which would allow patrons of the Smith Center to park at the City Hall parking garage. So we'd really maximize the use and efficiency of that garage.
Could I just ask a question, please, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor? Yes. Because it was mentioned in the previous presentation also. This is, how far away is this from the Smith Center? You know, on the map, it looks pretty far that I saw. Do you have any map here that lets us know? It's a bridge. I know you're saying a bridge over the railroad tracks. That'll help. But how far away is it? Because
I don't have the linear distance, but it is a pretty short distance. I would probably guess probably about 200 yards.
200 yards.
It's a city.
It's only a city block from this parking to the Smith Center Performing Arts.
Right. It's a city block, and then it's the span of the railroad, which is 100 feet, the width of the railroad.
A city block plus the railroad. Okay, thank you.
And as Scott mentioned at the outset, we're requesting specific actions today. We're amending the master development agreement, which you took action and approved on May 21st. We're extending the feasibility period, which originally in the master development agreement was November 21st, and we're extending that to January 23rd. That's mainly for physical due diligence of the two sites, geotech, environmental, and examining title, so that when both parties take title, it can be a clean transaction. We're modifying the timing of the exchange of the sites, and I'll go into that in a little bit of detail. We are seeking appropriation for an additional $5.1 million to complete construction documents, to commission a construction manager for pre-development services, and also to relocate transmission lines. There are existing overhead transmission lines in the Queen of Hearts block that bisect the block at the alley, and $2 million of that $5.1 million would seek to do that. We're also initiating the certificates of participation process, and that item actually is on your council today as resolution under item number 59, and Mr. Vincent will present on that. This is the deal structure. This chart should look familiar to you. It's essentially the same as we took to City Council on May 21st. There's one main exception, and it really relates to the timing of the property exchange. We've eliminated the need for the city to lease the land of Queen of Hearts at the completion of construction at City Hall. So what that did is it actually simplifies the transaction. When you're working with real estate, if you can simplify things, that's always a good thing. So otherwise, the deal structure is the same as you approved on May 21st. These are the major project milestones I'll run through quickly. We entered into an MOU in April, and then the council approved the development agreement in May. Today we're here before you to request amending the master development agreement. We're also seeking to amend purchase option for the Queen of Hearts, again, as presented at May 21st. That's really a fail-safe purchase option if for some reason the exchange did not go through, but as I'll discuss in detail, we have every belief that it will go through. We're completing construction documents. To stay on schedule, we have to complete construction documents by either the end of March or the beginning of April, and that puts us on schedule to close on the financing for COPS and start construction in late May with a completion of June of 2011. One of the main changes with this First Amendment, I'm going to go over in some detail, and I should credit the City Council for raising this issue at the May 21st meeting. One of the aspects of this overall transaction is that it's a contingency development agreement. If certain things happen, then a contingency will be met, and we'll actually be able to proceed with different phases of development. Well, we've been successful in working with Live, Work, and Forest City in actually eliminating one of those contingencies. What that does is it greatly reduces the risk of the city, and it shifts that risk from the city to the developer. What this looks like in the amendment is that we're going to do the exchange for the Queen of Hearts block and parcel PQ in Union Park immediately at completion of City Hall. The properties essentially will be put in escrow at the start of City Hall after funding of COPS, and then the exchange would occur at completion. That eliminates the need for a ground lease. As you may recall, on May 21st, we had a ground lease where the first 3 years we would have a no rent payment, $1 a year payment for the grounds, and then afterwards we'd have to wait to see if the exchange would occur. We've eliminated that as an option for the developer, and we're actually mandating that that exchange occur after we've gone through due diligence and approved the funding. What this does is it means that the city will use the Union Park equity instead of cash to acquire the Queen of Hearts site. As the mayor has noted at previous council meetings, we've realized a tremendous value in developing Union Park over time, and our acquisition cost is well below the cost that and the value that is being assigned to PQ for the exchange. Our cost in PQ for the city, when you add in the acquisition cost and all of the infrastructure costs that will be associated from the city in putting in the infrastructure for streets, sewer, and the off-site improvements to make that a viable development parcel, add up to roughly $27 million. We're actually realizing a value on the exchange of $40 million. So that's a $13 million benefit in the city's favor. Again, this shifts the land carry cost from the Queen of Hearts to parcel PQ in a public-private partnership. Whenever you can keep the private partner, the developer, with a vested interest to develop and develop through completion, that's what you want to do, and that's what we're doing. On the exchange, they'll have their investment from the Queen of Hearts, the $33.2 million, shifted over to PQ. And we're also keeping a recapture right, so that if Forest City and Live Work don't perform and build on parcel PQ, then we can re-enter and repurchase the site at the exchange cost. As I mentioned, we're appropriating an additional $5.1 million. This takes us through finalizing the project. Our additional costs break out as $3.1 million for finishing the construction documents and obtaining the final GMAX for the construction and finalizing the budget. The $2 million, as I mentioned earlier, relocates the transmission lines. 2/3 of that will be actually reimbursed and credited to the city when Live Work and Forest City develop blocks A and C, which are the two parcels along Main Street south of the City Hall building. So we'll actually be getting a credit back for those two parcels, 2/3 of that cost, and we'll only be out 1/3 of that cost when development ensues on those two parcels. And it's worth noting that we presented to you in May that we had a budget of $150 million. We're well on target for that budget. And all of those soft costs and the monies that you're appropriating today, we can actually reimburse when we issue and sell the COPS. As I mentioned, we're going to initiate the COPS process today. That's the council resolution later on. There will be future council approval, which is required prior to the final sale of those certificates of participation to the bond market. And then after the Debt Management Commission approval, the city will have a window of 18 months to actually issue the debt and sell the notes for the COPS. This gives us a lot of flexibility once we start the process. If the pricing for our COPS isn't what our finance director, Mark Vincent, would like, we have a lot of flexibility in when we actually sell and go to market. This is a schedule that was prepared by Mark Vincent, the finance director. What's important to note, you can kind of work from the bottom on up. The net proceeds, again, for the construction for the City Hall, excluding the garage, are $137 million. We've stuck to that budget. This is a schematic of what the final sale terms for the COPS notes might look like. As has been mentioned today, our credit markets are very uncertain, so we indicated a pretty large spread for the actual blended interest rate to show you from the net proceeds what the actual sale amount for the COPS might look like. And the action today for the council resolution will actually go with the high estimate which will give us a lot of flexibility moving through the Debt Management Commission process and getting approval from the DMC and state taxation. Again, to summarize the City Hall economics, there's no cash outlay for the land. We're actually using equity earned in Union Park to actually purchase the underlying land. We've eliminated the risk of whether or not the actual exchange will occur by requiring it at completion. The lease purchase structure allows us 7 years for Union Park to generate TIF to assist payments. What this window looks like, it would actually look like from when we start construction to finish and are actually in the building, we'd have a window from roughly the summer of 2009 to the summer of 2016 before we'd have what would look like a full debt or a full rent payment. As we mentioned and presented in May, we were actually looking for a 5-year window to give us flexibility. We've actually increased that to 7 years. So that gives us a lot of time and flexibility to work with the Finance Department in making sure that the debt package that we approve is manageable and long-term and is the lowest cost of funds for the city. The current environment is competitive for contracting. With the slowdown in construction valley-wide, we believe that we can build a project on time and under budget, and that's one advantage for moving forward under the schedule and to take advantage of current construction costs. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Scott Adams to review the public purpose, which was presented in May. Scott?
Thank you very much, Mr. Adams.
Okay, I'm going to do this quickly because I know we've gone through this once before, but I think it's important to do it again, and I'm going to add a few more features. You saw this aerial photograph of a number of different sites downtown that all interconnect. In the lower yellow, the pasty yellow color are the 5 blocks of Le Work. The northern block is the Queen of Hearts block. We're swapping that for a site on Union Park, which is in the bright yellow, the very northern tip of that, using our equity and land on Union Park for the acquisition. The RTC development is in the lower right-hand block of those 5 blocks, and that will cause the relocation of the current terminal, which is in the site in red. By relocating the terminal from the red site down into Live Work, we now make the red site available for future development, and as you know, we've entered into an agreement with the CIM group that would allow them to build on that block in concert with their redevelopment of the Lady Luck and wrap around the existing post office, which will soon be converted to a mob museum. To the right of that red block is the blue and green blocks. If we move City Hall, those 2 sites now become available for a major scale redevelopment. And we've had interest recently in the redevelopment of those sites, and we're having discussion with major developers that we hope to bring an agreement forward to you in the near future regarding development of those blocks as well.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, Councilman Ross.
Mr. Adams, can you go back to that last slide, please?
Sure.
The 2 parcels or parking lots to the west of the transportation center, is that Main Street Station that owns that?
That's Boyd's property,
Boyd's
correct.
property?
Right.
Any communication from them as to what they may do? I mean, if all of this develops in this area like we want it to, I mean, that's some hot property right there.
Well, they own the corner of downtown. When you look at Main Street to California, their surface parking lot and their adjacent surface parking lot south of between Plaza and Main Street, they have a significant holding. Clearly, if we catalyze red and blue and green blocks, get the Lady Luck back online, that becomes, I think, probably one of the next major projects downtown at some point.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Your Honor, I just got to say, this is progressive. This is moving forward. I think Mr. Adams and his team are doing a fabulous job, and I hope everybody in the development world is watching this, because this is where it's going to be.
And I have to add, it's taking place at a time of unprecedented economic, catastrophic world of problem as far as credit is concerned. That has to be kept in mind, too. That's why this is extraordinary.
And I'll touch on that in a minute, because I think timing is important here. The overall timing is very, very important, and I'll get to that. This summarizes what each of those 4 sites brings to the economic impact of downtown. On Union Park, parcel PQ, We'll see a 1,000-room hotel casino with associated retail gaming floor. Live Work Las Vegas, a multi-phase mixed-use development, office, retail, and parking. Howard Elkus clearly walked you through the vision for those 5 blocks. Drilling down into detail, they've had a plan for a number of major office towers, big box retail and ground floor retail, and a gaming floor associated with the bus terminal. CIM Lady Luck, I've previously presented that to you when we brought that project forward. It involves the rehab of the Lady Luck, the redevelopment of the post office block, which is new hotels, more retail, more parking, and the redevelopment of the Mob Museum. And then finally, the City Hall former arena site, we just put a rough number on what we think that's worth. It's 18 acres at $4 million an acre, in the ballpark of $72 million. Today, it's hard to put numbers, and I'm going to make a disclosure on values of property. But when the economy ramps up, and we believe that will happen from a timing standpoint in the time horizon of when we need to make full payment on City Hall, we believe this site's time will have come. We will have inked a development agreement with somebody for development of this site and realize a substantial part of the value of that site, both in either actual cash value on the sale or in TIF coming out of private investment going into that property.
Your Honor? Yes. Mr. Adams, can you go back 2 slides now?
Okay.
Point out for the folks at home and the audience today the former arena site and the City Hall
I can't do it in the PowerPoint.
Well, it's the green area.
The City Hall is in the blue.
Okay.
And then to the right of that is the green, which we were originally assembled for expansion of the City Hall, and then we've looked at it as an arena site. But we now own approximately 12 acres in that green parcel.
So that's what you mean, the arena site, the blue and the green, for folks at home who don't quite understand that.
Right. We own 6 acres under City Hall, and we have 12 acres in the green for a total of 18 acres. That's a very large assembly. That'd be a large tract of property on the Strip, let alone downtown. That's a very large holding. And I would remind you, it is on Las Vegas Boulevard, which is the premier address, and on an interstate interchange.
And, Your Honor, I know 4 cities here today. I'm sure they're eyeballing that dirt just like all the other real deals out there in the world. So, and Mr. Adams, I want to point out, Your Honor, if I may, that green section, we are hopefully going to pull off the Eldorado Rodeo with Councilman Barlow's help and Scott Adams' help. So
clearly, on an interim basis, we can use it for civic activities until we get a development commitment in place. Going back, when you convert that development program in each of those sites to a private investment, annual TIF generation, and an estimation of jobs, we get to a pretty amazing scale. On Parcel PQ, we're looking at about a $1.2 billion investment, $5 to $6 million of annual TIF, roughly 1,000 jobs. Live Work Las Vegas, we're looking at not quite $1 billion, $3 to $4 million in TIF, just over 5,000 jobs. With CIM Lady Luck, when you look at their existing Lady Luck, the development of the property around the post office, about $1.2 billion, another $5 to $6 million in TIF, just over 4,000 jobs. And the City Hall Arena site, that one's a little more speculative. We've really simply just put a placeholder number there based on what we think we can expect in terms of just shy of $1 billion investment, annual TIF generation of $3 to $4 million, and just over 3,000 jobs. That job estimate for the City Hall Arena site is the average of the other 3. Until we get a firm development proposal that's a placeholder, these are direct jobs too. These are not the multiplier impact. These are the actual jobs we believe will be created by the projects. Usually there's another 2 to 2.5 time multiplier impact of direct employment. So we're looking at a $4 billion total investment, another $16 to $20 million in TIF, and 13,000 jobs. Now that would almost double the taxes being generated downtown in the redevelopment area as we currently are experiencing, just with these 4 developments. Let me summarize. I didn't need to do this today, but because we're asking for you to make a milestone decision, We made the AB 312 resolution or finding back when we approved the master development agreement. So we've complied with state law in terms of the sale meeting the economic development exemption that's required under AB 312 when you engage in a transfer of real estate. The fiscal and economic impact far exceeds our contribution from the city on this project. The return on investment, when you look at all these impacts, is incredible. It's amazing that you can be in a position as a city to even think about this kind of impact in a downtown area. The increment on just the hotel casino alone, when you put it in present value, is worth just shy of $50 million on a 15-year basis. And there's a lot more than just that I showed you in that chart. And the property exchange is a win-win. We get to get a site without a cash outlay, and the developer makes a commitment and gets a site available to them for a $1 billion hotel casino project. There's some things that we didn't point out the last time that we're now starting to realize as we drill through the design of City Hall, and that's the operating benefits of a new City Hall. We know that the current City Hall power and gas cost is about $821,000 a year. Working with a consulting team who are designing the new City Hall, they've estimated the power cost, the same power cost in the new City Hall, $284,000 for an annual savings of $500,000. That will realize a 2,348 metric ton reduction in CO2 emissions, so it's a very green project for the downtown area. And then if you take that utility cost savings and look at it as an investment, at 5.5% over a 30-year term, it's worth almost $8 million today. So we're paying for $8 million of the cost of the new City Hall just in utility cost savings. And then, as you know, we're in an old building. Just like if you own an old house, you're always putting things back into it. And we have been forestalling some equipment investments in the current City Hall, currently estimated to be about $1.5 million. So by going into a new facility, we should be able to forestall any need for investment, equipment investments, because we're in a brand-new building. Why now? We've previously mentioned that we're capitalizing on the private development of 45 acres. When you look at all these different sites and how big they are, we have 45 acres of property that are engaged in this multiple transaction as a way to finance the new City Hall. Moving City Hall is a catalyst for continuing redevelopment downtown, to continue the momentum that we've been experiencing downtown. The projected City Hall opening is in 2011 with full rent payment deferred until 2016. Now that is 8 years from today. We all know we're in a very stubborn downturn in the economy right now. And I mentioned, I think at the last presentation, I researched this, that the Great Depression lasted 5 years. So I use that as the worst case scenario for how long we might be in this stubborn downturn of our economic doldrums. And if we recover within 3 to 5 years, we have an 8-year window before we have to start making those full payments. So we have another 3 to 5 years to ramp back up and get these projects in a position to generate TIF to help make the City Hall payments. We think that is a very reasonable assumption to make going into this. And then finally, we avoid increases in future construction costs. We believe we'll ultimately have to build a new City Hall, and right now is a good time to be in the market bidding the development of a new City Hall. We probably won't realize lower construction costs at any time in the city's history over a period of time than now, given the state of the current economy. So there's another benefit of being able to get it, as Bill said earlier, on time and under budget. So that summarizes, I'm sorry, there was one more slide that summarized sort of the whole deal. We're maximizing the use of our city assets, lowering our operating costs with energy efficiency by having a LEED certified building. The property exchange is a win-win for both the city and the developer. We projected the PQ tax increment at $5 million annually, which will help offset the future payments at City Hall. And we really redefined the downtown office market through LiveWorks Block Project. They are one of the consummate office developers in America. I think when we introduced them 2 meetings ago, the second time ago when we entered into the MOU, we saw that they have built these kinds of projects all over America, New York City, a number of major cities. They know what they're doing in building these kinds of projects. And their return is based on performance. With TIF, you don't get it unless you build it. So they don't get anything unless they build something. So it's a performance-based incentive. A lot's been said about having coffers full of RDA funds, but were it not for the incentive, those revenues wouldn't be available. And that's the MO that's at play here. They have to build it to realize it and to realize the return on investment. So that's a summary of the project, and the entire team is here available to answer any questions.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
Question for Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams, playing, I'm not an economist, however, playing devil's advocate in respect to this large development that you've just presented before us here today, along with our friends from Live Work, should the economy not shape up within the 8 years that you've mentioned in respect to the note coming due, what does that place the 2016 City Council financially as it pertains to that note coming due?
I'm not going to lie, that is the risk of the transaction.
So where does that place the 2016?
If we go 8 years in a sustained downturn in the regional and national economy, and I have to keep emphasizing 8 years, that would be unprecedented in the history of America.
Right, but
we would have a problem making
my point, Mr. Adams,
the payment,
if you will. My point that I'm making is, the decision we make today as a council will affect the new mayor and the new council 8 years from now. Okay, so we have to be very diligent in our approach as to getting all of this information out now so that we're clear as to what direction we will be moving in, because our vote today will affect the next mayor and council. So I need to have a clear sense of understanding as to, should this not play out the way we anticipate it to, and I pray that it does. However, another reality is the fact that if none of this comes to fruition, where does that leave this mayor and council financially? And I want to know what that number looks like and where is that money coming from in order to pay the note at the end of the day.
Another response is, I think I probably wouldn't be standing here recommending this if this were solely reliant on just one project. In other words, we said, you've got one project, and one project alone that would generate revenue to help pay for City Hall, and that's it. That could be problematic. But let me go back to, that they've taken the PowerPoint off, but the slide that showed that we're dealing with 5 different,
yes, go back to the PowerPoint, because I want all of this laid out so that I'm comfortable with the decision that I make today.
We have 4 major development project sites with 4 major projects, 3 of which are already committed by developers to go forward with. And a 4th, which is the City Hall Arena site, which I feel very comfortable we'll be bringing a proposal in for a commitment on soon, that we're saying would generate the revenue to help make that payment 8 years from now as a council, as opposed to just one. So there's a fairly diversified portfolio or array of potential revenue-generating projects that we can hang our hat on to help make that payment in the future, not just one.
Well, point to the array.
The array is...
Explain each one, if you will.
First of all, most of Union Park, I'll go beyond just parcel PQ, in that at this point, we have not heavily committed forward much of the TIF that's being generated on Union Park. If we go forward with bonds to further the infrastructure development in Union Park, it's based on the current revenues we have with the RDA right now. And all the future TIF revenues have been fairly uncommitted, to include PQ. So Union Park's one, but predominantly PQ, because that's inside this transaction. The other project is the CIM Lady Luck development. The Lady Luck currently is looking like Little Beirut over there. They have that is more than likely going to be redeveloped sometime over the next few years. I don't believe in this economy where we're sitting here that will stay that way forever. But should it not, should it stay that way forever, we have the development of the Live Work Las Vegas project, the 5 blocks that this development firm has already invested in, they've already sunk money into and need to move forward with the development of. And then finally, we have, if we move City Hall, the 6 plus 12 acres straddling Las Vegas Boulevard on an interstate interchange, which is very, very attractive for redevelopment. I could even add another one in that isn't even on the slide, and that's, should we be successful in the redevelopment and reentry of Cashman Field, there's another 50 acres that are in the redevelopment area that's also potential available in the future. We just had a pre-bid conference Monday where 31 representatives of developers showed up with interest in the Cashman Center site. So we're not resting the future on just one project, but a whole array of projects that the likelihood of one or more of these coming through over the next 8 years is very high. So I think it's a reasonable assumption to make going forward that the project is on fairly sound financial feet in the future.
And I really appreciate that, you sharing that, because that's very important for the public to know that, and for this council to know that, because as we move forward, I want to make sure that at least myself and this council leave the next administration in good footing in order for them to move forward with their agenda and not having to live in a deficit due to this current council. So I really appreciate your due diligence and your explanation of the various facets of revenue streams to pay the note off as it pertains to the 2016 payment.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions by the council this time?
Are you taking
Yes,
Are you taking public testimony? Can we make a comment?
I'm going to let you make a comment, but first I'm going to allow my council to ask any questions that they have and any comments they want. And it's not a public hearing, but I see that you're here today, and I'm going to let you talk. I have no problem with that.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. A few comments and a couple questions, Scott. Today's action, you're asking us the $5.1 million is characterized as, I don't know what page it's on, Scott. Let me find it. There it is, the appropriation of additional $5.1 million. That's not coming out of our general fund, is it?
No, it's not.
It's coming out of...
It's coming out of current RDA bond funds, right.
I just want the public to know...
The funds that we actually have right now.
Yeah, I just want the public to know that that's not coming out of the city's general fund, and we're jeopardizing other services or other things based on this payment.
And to remind that 3 of that will be, well, all of that will be reimbursed. Well, the $3 million of the design portion will be reimbursed out of the COPS when we finance the COPS. And the other $2 million of transmission line relocation, 2/3 of that will be reimbursed by Forest City as they develop out their blocks.
Okay. I'm very happy to see the change in the timing of the site exchange, because that greatly lessens the risk on the city. I think I voiced that concern a few months ago, and I commend you and staff and our developers for coming up with that idea.
Well, we heard what you said. You asked, it was you that asked the question, what is the risk in the transaction? The risk was, what if they don't complete the exchange, they walk away from the PQ site. Well, by forcing the exchange at the completion of City Hall, they're now vested. They can't walk away from the equity now that they hold in parcel PQ.
And gentlemen, this question is for you, if you don't mind. According to the presentation, which was very good, thank you both for doing such a good job, construction commencement May of 2009. In today's economic climate, where I don't see us making the turn today or tomorrow, there'll be a tomorrow one day, but it's not, in my opinion, very soon. What are the chances of that being a realistic construction commencement date?
Councilman, I think definitely what the city will actually benefit from, and what Scott mentioned before, is during this climate, this will be the best time that the city could go forward and embark onto this project. As far as the timing is concerned, we're very comfortable that schedule-wise, subject to approval today, that we can meet that date.
And I understand for the city's protection and our benefit, it is a great time to go forward with this project, but it's up to you folks to get the financing to go forward. You feel comfortable that that's a realistic thing, and aside from a catastrophe, I guess, you feel comfortable with a realistic date of May of 2009 to commence construction?
And this I'll defer to Scott, but we feel comfortable that at least if nothing else, it gives us today a period of time between where we stand today in May and to sort of see what ultimately what the financial markets will tell us. But really, that's your best guess we have right now.
The critical path, quite frankly, is not the construction documentation, the design process, the bidding, and all that. It's the financial markets. It's, are we going to be able to borrow the COPS at a reasonable rate of interest that in a time period that keeps us on schedule? Because we are in the midst of by far the most stubborn credit markets we've ever seen in a long time.
In the next few months, Scott, will you be providing us with updates on a regular basis?
I'm sure Mark is almost, I know he's been in the market almost daily to pulse check with underwriters where we stand in terms of the markets. And that is one of the safety valves in this project. What you're doing is simply funding the next step of design, doing the transmission line relocation, but it's falling short of committing to the financing on this project. When it looks like we can issue COPS, we'll come back at a reasonable rate, ask for a final COPS approval. And it's at that point then you really start to get serious, where we're going to sell COPS and move forward with the project. And that really is dependent on the credit markets.
Finally, and I've mentioned this to you, gentlemen, in a couple of our briefings, I've made a comparison to the Regional Justice Center. It's a beautiful building from the outside, but it came in way over budget, way beyond the expected completion date, with construction defect issues and terrible elevators. You're hearing it from me today. I don't want any construction defect issues, and I want a great working elevator system.
We hear you loud and clear. And I think what we're doing, putting into effect, is getting our construction manager in place and working as a team going forward. We've got all the confidence in the team. It's an excellent team, and I think we can deliver what you're asking for.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments by the council?
I just want to ask
Councilman?
quickly, would it be possible for you to put on a one-page where our funding's coming from and some of the advantages that you've shown in the PowerPoint that we could distribute to people who live in Las Vegas who do question why we're going ahead?
Sure.
Because it isn't something that we have to move out tomorrow or anything, but why you feel this is fiscally the best way to go and what you feel our safeguards are.
Yeah, we can take...
Things that Councilman Barlow.
Absolutely. We can scrunch all this into a 1 to 2 page sort of executive summary of why we think this makes sense.
With words that might not be confusing to people who are not experts in the finance field, and if you're going to talk COPS, tell us what COPS is.
Yes.
Okay. Just so we can get that to the people. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to make a comment or two. We have the overhead where we have the basically the downtown is on the screen, correct? It is now. What's taking place here, and I'm really responding to the comments of the council, is something that I believe is unprecedented in American history in the sense of building a city within a city. And we're able to do that as a result of the council acquiring the 61 acres of land known as Union Park, which really is going to be the cultural, academic, medical center of the entire valley here. And as a result of that acquisition, we have the World Market Center, which has diversified the economy overnight. We've got the Chelsea Premium Discount Mall, which people laughed at us because they said a mall's not supposed to be in the downtown, but it's the most successful dollar per square foot mall in the country. We've got the Molaski Building, which is a LEED certified building, calling for the highest rent in the entire valley as an office building, and being full at this point in time. We're going to have the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute down there, designed by Frank Gehry, which is going to bring the world's attention to this particular location because it's going to be one of the most unusual, iconic pieces of architecture imaginable, and discussions are taking place with the finest doctors who will be dealing with neurodegenerative diseases and cures for that, and that could very well happen in the great city of Las Vegas, which would be extraordinary in and of itself. Groundbreaking is going to take place in the next 2 months for the Performing Arts Center, which will be available to all of our citizens in a centralized location where they'll be able to attend great music shows, opera, ballet, Broadway plays, the whole works, and get there by way of public transportation, so it'll be available to everybody. We've got the green piece, which could be the site of the arena. It could be the site of an entertainment complex, which Mr. Adams is negotiating for. We have the Mob Museum, which is going to bring millions of people into the downtown. We'll have this very building made available for another development. We're going to have the first new hotel built in my memory in the downtown on Parcel PQ. We're going to have all sorts of business and retail next to the City Hall complex. We've got the residential, which will create the critical mass in the downtown. This is extraordinary. This is a no-brainer. This is unbelievable. Now, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. All the pieces have to fall together. But from my lips to God's ears, if it does fall together, we have created a miracle here. We've created jobs, construction for the trades, employment for the union members. We have the possibility, as I said, of the first new hotel down here with 1,000 rooms, and the way I'm told, that could be 3,000 or 4,000 employees who have to service those 1,000 rooms. This is just, it's phenomenal. I hope it happens. I said when REI, I have no knock with REI, I said when they were coming down here that it was $1 billion to 1 shot. But miracles happen in the desert. This is not $1 billion to 1, this is a sure thing. If everybody does their role and we stay on the same page, we pull the same oar, we could be proud of ourselves of taking the city to a whole new level that nobody ever dreamed of. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm ready to take whatever little risk there is. And in answer to my good friend Councilman Barlow, God, if we're in the same mess 8 years from now, we'll be a fourth world country. So I think it's worth the dice on this one. All right, this gentleman wanted to be heard.
And Mayor, while he comes forward, I was just reminded that it took World War II to get us out of the Depression. So
I don't want World War III.
And I don't want it either. So
okay.
I just want to make sure that it was transparent and all the information was laid out.
Wait a second. I'm not being critical of you at all.
Okay.
That was a good question. I'm just saying that if, God forbid, this thing doesn't come back in 8 years, forget about it. You won't need a city council. You won't need a mayor.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. I'm Chris Boner with the Culinary Workers Union. Just had three quick
quick points. We've been following this very closely. 6 weeks ago, the City Council met to look at the budget crisis of this city, projecting a $150 million budget deficit over the next 5 years. The City Council and the Mayor spoke about sacrifice that was going to happen, including potentially cutting salaries and benefits of the police and our firemen in this town. Now we're coming before today, the City Council, after talking about sacrifice, to build a project that's $250 million. It's $250 million. That's what this City Hall is going to cost. That's what's on the agenda today. And we think that's fiscally irresponsible to do it.
It's being built by the private sector.
May I proceed with my testimony?
No.
It's $250 million financed by the city.
You're disingenuous.
It's not disingenuous.
No, I'm not going to allow lies to be taken out here. Let it tell the truth.
It's not.
Tell the truth.
It's a $250 billion loan that the city is going to take out to build this city hall, and that's the truth. It's on item 59. Go read it. It's a obligation of the city to borrow $250 million.
I'm going to respond to you.
That's actually the truth, folks. And the city has now pitched this idea that, well, this $250 million, this $250 million loan is going to get paid back because if we build it, they will come. All this other development will come after the taxpayers are on the hook for $250 million. And there's no guarantee that any of those projects are going to happen. And if they don't, Councilman Barlow's question will come up. It's a huge risk for the city because the city's going to spend the money and then hope that this other development comes. The other issue is that even if this economic development comes that was outlined, we would prefer that those tax dollars, instead of going to a new city hall, they go to the real investment in our community for our schools. That's where that property tax should be going, not to a new city hall. And this is my final point. Typically when a city issues debt, they have to get voter approval to do that. Now, the folks at the Office of Business Development are very smart and they're very clever. And taxpayers and voters out there are hearing about certificates of participation and hearing all this jargon. What it is a way to avoid having the voters vote on this debt. And we think if this city hall is such a good idea, let's bring it to the voters. Let's bring it to the voters, put it on the ballot in June, meet your timeline, and let's let the voters decide if we really need a $250 million new city hall. Thanks a lot.
All right. I want to respond because I'm bewildered. You've got all your employees down there, the rank and file, the people who have made this town the greatest tourist destination in the world, who have taken us to a level that we are number one as far as having visitors come here, because the visitors, when they come here, they have the best time because they're taken care of by the very backbone of our community, the culinary workers. We've got the building trades over there, people who depend on realizing the American dream as a result of being able to construct new buildings and new projects in our city at a time when construction projects have been put on hold. And now we have an opportunity to talk in terms of a realistic possibility of having the first new hotel built in the downtown, which will hire thousands of the culinary worker union, and we're having the culinary worker leaders come before us and try to kill a project before it gets off the ground. To me, you're doing a terrific disservice, a phenomenal disservice to your rank and file. And you can do whatever you want as far as the pressure. There's no intimidation here. I'll never forget when I used to be practicing criminal law, and they had a defendant in the room who was unpopular, and all of the prosecutors would line up at the back of the room, and all of the FBI would line up at the back of the room like this, and they'd look at the judge thinking they're going to intimidate a judge. Well, they didn't, because the judge did his job as he was supposed to and made a decision on the facts and on the law as he was supposed to, and wasn't intimidated because of numbers. Now, what we're trying to do here, we're trying to make it into a better city. I want you to be living in a better city, and your children living in a better city, and your grandchildren living in a better city. That's what we're trying to get on here. We're trying to keep you working when people are being laid off left and right. To try to even suggest that we don't want to create new jobs is irresponsible. You're supposed to be interested in making Las Vegas into the greatest city in the world, because this is where you're raising your families. Well, help us do it. Don't impede us. If we felt that we're irresponsible, we wouldn't be doing this. I'm not going to be sitting here as the mayor when this building's going to be built. This is for future generations. This project is for a new city, a great city, a city at the next level. And to have somebody stand up here and be disingenuous and try to twist and try to turn, you heard all the facts. They're out there. To try to twist and turn, I don't respect you, sir. I'm ready for a motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. We listened to many comments here today. We had a lively debate when this first came up. There's always those naysayers, I guess, that feel like that things won't work. I want to thank the Live Work people. I want to thank Forest City. I want to thank the Coloring Union for coming out today and showing us. And to me, what it shows us is we need to go forward to make sure that some of those Coloring Union members get laid off may have a place to go to work. It's important to us, all of us, that the city stays vibrant. And by that I mean we have to have jobs for everybody. We want to make sure that everybody, when their kids go to school, gets new clothes, new shoes. The economy is bad. And like Councilman Barlow, I question, but I have faith that this downturn is going to come back. It has to. I mean, just think, if we're in the same position 3 or 4 years from now, where are we going to be? What's the city going to be like then if it doesn't? And my prayers go back with the newly elected president and the people he picks on his staff. They might be able to make those decisions based upon the needs that we have right here in Las Vegas, as well as Des Moines, Iowa, or New Orleans, or Boise, Idaho. This is a very unique city because we do depend on tourism. And if those people there can't come here, then no, we don't need this new hotel. But hopefully, by the time this hotel does get built, we'll be able to put more people back to work. Your Honor?
I believe that Councilman Brown was here.
I want to add a couple comments for the record. First and foremost, Councilman Barlow's question, I think it's an important one, and not just with this project before us, but I think we've been faced with decisions over the last few years, certainly in my tenure, that we often question why decisions were made, or more so, were not made 10, 15, 20 years ago that perhaps would have positioned ourselves to be in a stronger position. And this clearly, this project before us today, as well as some of the ones we've made during the economic downturn, are difficult in that we are opening ourselves up for the same criticism 10 years from now, with the future councils looking back and saying, why did they do that, or why they chose not to do it. And I'm very supportive of what's before us, because I think we're at a point now where to play it safe, and not even play it safe, to almost forsake the responsibility to make difficult decisions for our community. That's the easy way out, to pass the baton to the next group of council members and mayor 5, 10, 15 years down the road. That's the safe way, especially the safe way politically. But the work that's gone into this project specifically by the private sector, certainly by the Office of Business Development, the changes the consensus, the partnership. There's so many benefits that come before us. Is there risk involved? Absolutely. But I don't think, if you look around this market today, it's government that's stepping up and putting public work projects on the streets, sitting on the regional transportation and regional flood control, seeing the public work projects that are being let out to bid, extremely competitive, 15 to 25% under engineer's estimate, a great benefit to the taxpayer. As importantly, it's putting firms, in the large majority of those firms that are competing for these bids are local firms. We're keeping the doors open. We're keeping workers on the street, making sure they have the paychecks to support their families. So this whole question as far as why are we going forward, I think it needs to be flipped the other way. And government right now is generating the potential business and the opportunity for our local workforce to stay in business, to keep their doors open. And I certainly support the work that's gone into this one. Is there risk involved? Absolutely. But if anybody listened to that presentation and understood that presentation, it's a calculated risk that could prove tremendous benefits down the road and certainly hand the baton off to the next group of people that are sitting up here in a far better position. So I commend everything for that. And secondly, I wasn't going to, but I need to comment a little bit on the Culinary Union. And the first part is addressed to the workforce. Many of you in this room, and certainly to the thousands of members out there. This council has enjoyed a pretty good relationship with the Culinary. Back certainly for my 12 years and prior to that. And not just the contractual relationships that are out there, but what this council has done as far as the community and the quality of life. I can guarantee that the city, when you look at what we've accomplished over the last decade, as far as the things that impact your quality of life, your family, your children, be it the soccer fields, the playgrounds, the open space, the trails, the community centers, working hard to make sure that you have the public amenities and your families have the public amenities. I would put what this council has accomplished over the last decade to benefit not only you and your families, but the entire community as a whole, up against any other local jurisdiction, any other local public agency. That's part of our mission statement. It's part of the commitment that's been made by this council to make sure we're doing the right things with taxpayer dollars to give you what you would need to consider Las Vegas the best quality of life. And I mean that sincerely, especially to the workforce here today. To the leadership and those that have followed recent events in the last few months, the mayor said it again, and it was confirmed and verified today by the previous speaker for the Culinary. The misinformation, the blatant lies, the misunderstanding, I can understand that. But then to take that and promote it publicly is just wrong. It's disingenuous, and I'll say it's cowardly. And I would direct this only to the leadership of the Culinary. I would challenge them to become partners with the city of Las Vegas and not adversaries. Because if they're going to be threatening, if they're going to try to extort this council or any elected official, that's an embarrassment to them and a bad reflection on the union. This council has enjoyed a tremendous relationship with those people in the room today. I would ask and challenge the leadership to get back on track with this council. We need the leadership. We need the partnership. We have a wonderful relationship with labor. Labor communicates with this council, individually and as a whole, on a frequent basis. We never agree on everything, but the door has always been open. And the input we receive from labor leadership has certainly influenced this council in making some real strong decisions. And it's even corrected the council on some direction. But it's always been that two-way communication. It's always been that respect and trust that they're in front of us for the right reasons, we're listening, and we'll respond for the right reasons. And that's a mutual respect, and that's a mutual trust. But of late, and for whatever reason, there may be some reasons that I'm not even aware of, but what's happened recently, and certainly the comments made today, again, I'll say it, it's disingenuous, it's miscommunication, it's cowardly. I would ask the leadership to step up, meet with the mayor, meet with the other labor union leadership people, and let's get everybody back on track, because we're all in it for the same reasons. We're sitting up here to protect our community, to try to generate jobs, to try to continue the quality of life that many of you have come to Las Vegas to enjoy. And this kind of adversarial role proves nothing. It absolutely accomplishes nothing, and it misinforms the general public. We need to get on the same page, and if we can't get on the same page, I would encourage you to at least try to communicate more openly and honestly with our mayor, who has been perhaps the most supportive elected official in the state for the culinary union and labor as a whole. That would be my request, that the leadership got together and see if we can get back on the same page to protect and preserve the quality of life that we all have come to enjoy in Las Vegas. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a motion, please.
Oh, wait, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I just wanted to have this on the record. The first vote for this city hall, I voted denial. The second vote, I voted approval. And the difference was that in between votes, I contacted some very well-respected individuals within the state, individuals that would be easily recognized as the top highly critical people critical of government spending. And when I asked them about this project and went over the information, I really truly expected that they would say to me, I agree, vote denial. But they didn't. Those individuals who watch our taxpayer dollars throughout the state, they said to me, this is a good step utilizing one of the few resources the city has to raise money, and it will help the city move forward in a broad, vibrant manner. I will tell you, if it were better to use it for children in schools today, I'd be the first one here to crawl the blocks that would be necessary to get it for the children. But we have to look at this as a whole, because what happens with the new arena, if it comes, what happens with the new hotel, what happens with all the businesses, that's where we're going to get additional monies to help the schools. So I just wanted to explain that, because the people I talk with, believe me, you read their names monthly or weekly in the paper, critical of government spending, and they said this was good. That's why I voted for it the second time, and that's why I will vote for it today.
Thank you, Councilman.
Your Honor, we're going to miss Larry Brown when he leaves.
Yes,
The
we
county's
are.
going to be rewarded. On item 41, Your Honor, I make a motion to follow staff recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
All right, thank you. And before we vote, I want to thank all the members of the culinary and building trades for being as respectful as you have been during this particular item, and we appreciate you being down here.
Mayor?
Yes.
And just before we go to the motion, I just want to put my last comments on the record, if you will.
All right.
Okay. I would just like to say in closing that these public works projects will be putting our trades and unions to work and back to work. The United States Congress today has on its agenda, as we all know and have been reviewing in the media, that the auto industry has requested a bailout. And that's a very critical decision that the U.S. Congress has to make today. However, today, ironically, we have a decision as a council as well to bail out our economy as well, if you will, in respect to the redevelopment and the development of our downtown. And by doing so, we have an opportunity to put food back on the tables of those who have lost income. We have an opportunity to keep roofs over those heads that are on the brink of losing them due to the foreclosure crisis. And it is our responsibility as a council to look out for our residents, not only today, but more so for tomorrow, which supports our schools, our local economy, and our children's future. We are responsible elected officials. We are officials that will be making a deliberate and sound decision today to develop and redevelop the greatest city in the world that we all call home. This is our home, and we must protect it, not just for today, but for the future generations to come and future councils to come. So with that being said, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to Mayor Pro Tem for his decision of the vote.
Very good. There is a motion on the floor. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, Excuse me, I didn't understand what they were saying. What did they say? All right, I've been asked to call 59 and 60. 59 is R65-2008, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution to seek approval from the Clark County Debt Management Commission to issue tax-exempt bonds backed by certificates of participation in an amount not to exceed $266 million for build-to-suit and lease of a new City Hall project in Ward 5. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Vincent, Director of Finance and Business Services. With respect to item 59, I don't need to add too much more to that other than what Mr. Scott Adams presented to you earlier. He did present a slide that sized it. We're asking for permission up to the $266 million only because we cannot guarantee where those rates are going to be. When we make the decision to sell those bonds, you have to give us permission to do that. So I'll be back in front of you like I will be back this afternoon on the RDA bonds, and you'll either give us permission or not. So,
and just for the record, Your Honor, if I could, this item 59 is in Ward 3, not Ward 5.
Okay. This public hearing?
No, it isn't.
No.
This is in Ward 3.
Yes. Okay. I've got the wrong ward. Sorry.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
Motion follows staff's recommendation.
Let's vote, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. And 60,
Ward 5.
It is R66-2008, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution of intent authorizing the issuance of and calling for a public hearing related to general obligation bonds additionally secured by pledged revenues not to exceed $105 million that will be used to construct a performing arts center in Union Park. That's in Ward 5.
Yes, Your Honor. You previously gave us permission to go to the Debt Management Committee, which we did. They gave us unanimous approval. This is the next step in the process to now seek Nevada Department of Taxation approval to issue these revenue bonds. And by the way, just a point of clarification, the only time you have to go get voter approval to issue bonds is if the bonds are being paid back with property tax revenues. Revenue bonds, geo revenue bonds, geo bonds, unless it's required a property tax increase, do not need a vote of the people.
Well, thank you very much for standing up now and telling us that.
I thought about it, but I didn't want to get lynched.
And, Your Honor, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered.
No, it wouldn't have.
No, of course not. All right, Councilor Barlow?
Yes. Thanks, Mark. Go eat another donut in the back. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of item number 60.
All right, thank you.
Subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 41 is discussion, no?
43.
We've done 41. 43 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of corporate officers for a beer, wine cooler on-sale license subject to the provisions of the planning, fire codes, and health department regulations for La Morjara Loca, Inc., doing business as La Morjara Loca at 821 Northland Boulevard in Suite 14, from Joaquin Barajas and Jesus Barajas to Jesus F. Vasquez, jointly with spouse, and this is in Ward 3. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. This application for this beer, wine cooler on-sale license has met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval, and my recommendation would be approval of a temporary license with a 6-month review.
All right, thank you, folks. Did you want to come forward? Please tell us who you are for the record.
Okay, coming for La Morjara Loca to get it to the, I don't know, suppose you get it, the license for the beer.
Right, tell us your name, please.
I'm sorry, Jesus Felipe Vasquez.
Okay, and what kind of restaurant is this going to be?
It's Mexican food.
Any specialty?
Pardon me?
Any specialty?
Yep.
What?
Tilapia.
Oh, I love tilapia.
Yeah.
Fried?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, are we giving them a liquor license? Good. This is excellent. Okay. This is...
I move to follow staff's recommendations, sir.
Thank you.
Follow
Let's vote,
conditions
please.
with the 6-month review.
It's been a long morning. All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Item 44 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new restricted gaming license for Town Center Grocer 102 LLC, doing business as Town Center Grocer at 1571 North Buffalo Drive, and this is in Ward 4. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, this application has also met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Fine. Yes, sir. Would you please identify yourself?
I'm Chris Carlin. I'm one of the owners.
Okay. Be happy to hear from you if you have anything you'd like to say.
No, I don't want to take anybody's time. I'm fine.
All right. Our time is your time. Any questions? All right. This is Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move for approval, subject to staff conditions.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 45 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of business name and change of ownership for a burglar alarm service license from A1 Security Ltd., doing business as A1 Security Ltd., to Stanley Convergence Security Solutions at 917 South First Street, and this is in Ward 3. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, they have also met our criteria for consideration for temporary approval of this license, and the general manager's here if you have any questions for him.
Fine.
Good morning. My name is Howard Wolforst. I'm the general manager for Stanley Convergence Security Solutions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of...
Yes, question. What's the difference between this one and 46?
46 is actually a locksmith license. It's a companion license, but it's a separate license.
Oh, okay. I move to follow staff's recommendation of item 45, please, with all conditions.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. 46 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new locksmith and safe mechanic license for Stanley Convergent Security Solutions at 917 South First Street in Ward 3.
Members of council, again, this is a locksmith license that goes along with their alarm license, and my recommendation would be approval of the temporary license subject to all conditions.
Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. 47 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new martial arts instruction license for Brasa Jiu-Jitsu, LLC, doing business as Robert Drysdale Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu at 1234 South Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 1.
Mayor and members of council, the applicant that we have before you today has met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this license, and my recommendation would be temporary approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Robert Drysdale. I'm the owner of Brasa LLC.
All right, Bree, would you like to say anything?
No, that'll be it.
Fair enough. Any questions? All right, Councilwoman, please.
Move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's
Good
vote,
luck.
please.
Thank you.
Opposed?
Thank you. Good to go?
Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir. 48 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new psychic art and science license for April Stevens, doing business as Vegas Psychic at 5000 West Oakey Boulevard, Suite A3, in Ward 1.
Sorry, Mayor, members of council. The applicant that we have before you today has met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this psychic arts and science license. And Councilwoman Tarkanian, would you like us to place the conditions on this license that we've done in the past?
Yes, I would.
Okay, I'll read those into the record. Number 1, rates must be posted in a conspicuous place visible to patrons on a sign of at least 8 inches by 10 inches in size, with lettering no smaller than 1 inch. Number 2, if the licensee operates by donation or indirect method of payment, including remuneration that is at the discretion of the customer, the signage shall indicate such to the patron. Number 3, the rates published shall be the only rates charged. Number 4, council approve a temporary license with a 6-month review. So with that, my recommendation would be approval of the temporary license with a 6-month review.
Wait 1 second.
And we've got the applicant here if you have
Sorry.
any questions.
No problem. Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is April Stevens.
Ms. Stevens, what sport do you specialize in?
Football.
Oh, do you have a selection for me this weekend?
She's a Niners fan.
I don't want to hear from her. I'm ready for your motion, Councilwoman. Forget about it.
Okay, can I ask, how about Penn State
Yes, you may.
this weekend?
Yes. Penn State this
Or
weekend.
Michigan State?
Let's read this. I go to Penn State.
Penn State. Very
I
good.
say that's a great answer. Okay. I move to approve with all conditions.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Okay. Item 50 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new liquor caterer license subject to Health Department regulations for 6 Corona Inc., doing business as El Oasis Salon de Fiestas at 3231 North Decatur Boulevard in Suite 134. This is in Ward 6.
Mayor, members of council, this application has gone through their background investigation, and Metro did return it with an area of concern. That report is contained within your confidential books. Our recommendation for this application would be a temporary approval with a 6-month review. And we have the applicants here today to answer any questions you may have, Councilman Ross, and they do have a certified court interpreter.
Would the interpreter please identify himself?
Mario Maldonado.
And you're a court-certified interpreter, correct?
Yes.
And the
Yes, Your Honor.
young lady next to you is?
Alma Corona.
Alma Corona.
All right, are there any questions of Ms. Meyer or Ms. Corona? All right, would you like to say anything to us today?
No.
No.
Okay, she understood that.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Councilor Ross.
Thank you, I don't know, staff's done a great job and answered all my questions. I will follow their recommendation for temporary approval of a 6-month review.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Item 51 is discussion and possible action regarding a review of temporary approval of a beer wine cooler on-sale license for Admisca, Inc., doing business as La Cabana Mexican Restaurant at 526 South Martin L. King Boulevard in Ward 5. Mr. DiFiore, should I call the next one, too?
Yes, you may,
All
Honor.
right, 52 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of temporary approval of a tavern license and restricted gaming license for Admisca, Inc., doing business as Paradise Lounge at 530 South Martin L. King Boulevard. This is in Ward 5.
Mayor, members of the council, on item 51, the recent inspections have found that the restaurant is in full compliance with business licensing codes. During the last 6-month period, there were only 2 calls for service, which is very insignificant in relation to calls for service that we normally see on restaurants. Mr. Jacobs is here today. This is the final temporary license on this particular item, and I'm willing to recommend a permanent license to be issued for the La Cabana restaurant.
All right. Mr. Jacobs, would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, sir. William Jacobs.
All right. Would you like to be heard?
No. I'm very happy with everything that's been going on. I think that, all the efforts have paid off. We have made a very concentrated goal to, change the type of people who are going to our bar and our restaurant, and it's paid off. I'm very happy with the results.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Jacobs or Mr. DeFiore? All right. Councilor Barlow, please.
Yes, Mayor. For item number 51, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for subject to all conditions.
All right. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Yes, and on item number 52, I would actually like to adjust your hours of operation, Mr. Jacobs, from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. Monday through Sunday. And that will be my recommendation at this time.
Why, Mr. Councilman? We've had no issues in the last 6 months. The only 2 calls that happened were non-related to the bar. Number one, it was a restaurant issue because one of the doors was open. That was like 3 days ago. And we called 911. And the second one was some lady who came into to the bar asking for help. In the last 6 months, we have no issues. We have not had any issues. As a matter of fact, we changed our venue to a blues bar. A lot of the problems that we had are non-existent anymore, and we depend on the night to the majority of our revenue.
That's why I set it to 3 a.m.
Well, but most of the people, our heaviest revenue comes in from 1 to 5, because as a matter of fact, I've been working.
Let me answer your question. Do you have on-site security?
Oh yes, we have 3 security guards at all times. Okay, I've invested a lot of money. I mean, my security system is probably people from the city have done.
No, I'm saying personal security.
Oh, absolutely. Not only we have personal security, but my security system.
Is it your personal security team, or is it a licensed security team?
I have people who have worked in security for many years,
then
which are there.
Then the 2 options I'll give you, and you can choose one: 8 a.m. to 3 a.m., or you hire a licensed security firm for the 24 hours, Monday through Friday, for the protection of not only your business, but to keep the crime element at a minimum in this area.
Well, I guess I'll go through, through the second recommendation. Again, Mr. Barlow.
So you'll go with the licensed security firm.
Absolutely.
As one of your conditions.
I will, but you know what? I think it's unfair because I have showed this city and the council for the last year that since I've been there, we've went from 242 calls to nothing. And the last 2 calls that happened, sir, were nothing related with the bar or violence. There were 2 incidents that I had no control of.
Then my recommendation would be, as a condition of approval, that you have a licensed security firm that, Mr. DeFiore, you can assess as far as the level of security needed for this establishment, and that would be my motion at this time.
Mr. Barlow, with all due respect, why are you requiring this from me when I have proven to you with the last year, I've been on a temporary for the 3 times now. I'd like to know why you're putting these conditions on me, since I've proven to you that not only did I reduce the risk, we changed our venue completely.
Let me answer your question. Answer your question. The reason why is because I want to make sure that the integrity of this area of town that has been inundated with a lot of crimes remain at its lowest level. The crime has gone down. You have done a good job, but I want to make sure, being that this is the only opportunity that I'll have to make sure that this particular area, specifically the location, that has been riddled with a lot of crime over the past years. And you have done a good job, and I don't take that away from you. But I would like to make sure that that continues for the sake of the community. And that'll be my motion at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
You understand, sir, that that's going to cost me a lot more money, right?
If I could, Councilman, When you say the licensed security, is that 24 hours, or are you targeting the licensed security during that?
As far as I would say from the 10 o'clock hour, from 10 p.m. to approximately 7, 8 a.m.
What's the differential?
Differential, sir, is about $7 to $8 an hour, and I have 3 security guards. You know, we all are aware that right now the economy is really bad, and we are trying to sustain ourselves. I mean, what else do I have to prove to the city? I think I've proven to the city beyond anybody's expectation that I am able to run a business without any crime. You know, I want to make it a very important point here. The city has not helped me, okay, by making this crime go down. I've invested my personal money to make the crime go down. There's no more metro. There's no more lighting. I have put a lot of resources, Mr. Barlow, thousands of dollars into this place, and not only into my bar. You know, I mean, we're talking the back alley. We're talking the side alley. I have security that walks the parking lot, not only in the front, all the way to the back.
And
okay?
that's what I want to continue.
But I have it. You know what? We have security there. Why do you think there's no crime? Because we make sure that there's no people in the parking lot. But by punishing me, because I am complying with the city
by no means, Mr. Jacobs.
Sir, you have to understand, you know what? We're not making tons of money. We are right now trying to survive. I have 3 security guards, which take up about half of my revenue on a given night, okay? Because I pay them like $12 an hour. So by putting, and I don't try to be conflictive here, but you're putting me in a situation where now I'm going to have to go pay somebody $60 an hour basically for 3 security guards. That's almost $500. I can't do that.
Councilman Barlow, may I ask a question?
Sure.
With your permission, Mayor. What you're asking Councilman Barlow is that rather than use his in-house employees that act as security to outsource it, in other words, bring in a private security agency?
Yes.
Okay. And would that effectively put you out of business, sir?
Yes, sir, because precisely, you have to understand that the majority of the people that used to come before were the people who generated the most revenue. Right now, I'm working with First Friday with Cindy and Rick Dominguez, which are the founders of First Friday. We are making my bar into a blues bar. As a matter of fact, Mr. Dominguez is here. We have changed our venue completely. We have blues on Friday, we have rock on Saturday, we have acoustic on Mondays. I mean, that has affected me tremendously as far as revenue goes. But I've been trying to comply with the city.
Mr. Jacobs.
Yes, sir.
Hear me out. I'm not trying to be an impediment to your to your business. Believe me. I just want to make sure that the security detail that you have does not cause a problem to revert back to what this location used to be. Now, if your in-house security has the background and the experience that is suitable to Mr. DiFiore, I'm apt to move forward with that.
They do, sir. You know what? The security that I have has been working not only in my bar, but they've been working in other bars around that area. So they know the people who are troublemakers.
I'm saying as far as security.
Security.
Suitable security personnel that is inside of your facility. I want to make sure that this area does not turn around, because we've worked very, very hard for at least the last 8 years that I've been here as an employee of the city to turn this corner around. And the last thing that I want to do, being that this is the last option that I have without
I understand your point,
through
sir.
the process of bringing you back before this council.
I understand your point. And to answer...
So as long as your security personnel is suitable according to Mr. DiFiore's position as the business license director, then I'm willing to make that the condition.
Thank you, sir. And to answer your question...
Wait. You're winning right now.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Brad.
I just want to clarify for the record, I spoke with Councilman Barlow. I think Mr. DiFiore has done this before, too. In the past, people have hired their own security, but we wanted it to be a higher level of security, not just some individuals that
Some
pay money
individual
to
off the
watch.
street that
But
you call security.
Right, but people that have had training and experience. So I think you've indicated that the people that you've hired now have former experience in security and the kind of job that they're doing right now.
Yes, sir.
And I think what the councilman is saying is that at the condition that has to be measured by Mr. DiFiore is that the individuals that you hire, not only now, but in the future as a permanent condition of this license, have to be either private security or individuals you hire that have the equivalent training of private security, subject to Mr. DiFiore's review.
Yes, sir. And to finalize, I understand exactly what both gentlemen are saying. The fact is that because we hired the proper security, we only had 2 incidents which are non-related to the bar. Most of the security that I hired have worked in other places where there was conflict, so they have helped me identify the people who are not wanted in the bar. All 3 security elements have worked at the Elks, they worked at Seven Seas, they worked at, I made a concentrated effort. I'm not here just trying to be open 24 hours. I'm trying to change everything else, and we both agree, I think the whole city, that we need a better neighborhood, and I credit myself with a lot of that, a lot of the things that happen.
And I credit you at the same time.
Thank you.
And I credit you at the same time for the job well done. So,
thank you, sir.
As long as your security personnel meets the requirements of our business license department, then I'll feel more comfortable moving forward, because that's was one of my concerns that I shared with you early on.
They
that
do,
I
sir.
didn't get a response to. So,
They do.
thank you for clarifying that now.
And Mr.
Thank you, sir.
DiFiore, you'll keep an eye on that, correct?
Yes, I will.
All right, very good.
Absolutely.
All right. Good luck to you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow.
And the motion is?
The motion. I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. The motion would be to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to security, on-site security, meeting the qualifications of business license.
Very good. Let's vote on that.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, 54 is discussion of possible action regarding an appeal of denial of a bail bond agency license and a bail agent license for VIP bail bonds at 2 locations, 8725 West Flamingo Road in the county and 3100 East Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 20 in North Las Vegas. What happened? Oh, I missed one? All right, pardon me, 53 is discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of work card denial for Amanda Sammons. This is in Ward 2. Amanda Sammons? I don't want to hear her again. Talk to her. Same talk. Okay, Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, in the future, and starting with today, you'll see the items for work card appeals be on the business licensing portion of the agenda, where they were prior to on the city attorney's agenda. Ms. Sammons here today is to appeal a work card denial by the Fingerprinting Bureau of the Metropolitan Police Department. With this being the first item, there was an unfortunate accident that Detective Reinick, who would be here normally to present the report, he injured his foot and had major surgery, and he will be out probably for the rest of the year. I did talk to his sergeant, and because there was not a report completed, which would have been normally in your investigative books, the sergeant and I agreed that I would make a recommendation today to allow Ms. Sammons to work on a temporary work card for 90 days, subject to the completion of the report when Detective Reinick returns to work, and then we will come back at that time to have a hearing to go beyond the 90-day temporary card. So that would be my recommendation today.
Thank you. Ms. Sammons?
Hi, I'm Amanda Sammons. I just basically would like to say that I've done everything in my power since returning home last year from my incarceration to fix my life. I've been working full-time, I'm in school full-time, and I've done everything as far as fulfilling the requirements made of me.
Okay, well, you sort of
Thank you.
have a nice little test period here, 90 days on a temporary, and I'm sure if everything works out, you'll have smooth sailing.
That would be great. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Wolfson?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Is this a situation where you've been working at this establishment, and now you applied for a work card, it was denied, and you're appealing that denial? Has she been working there, Jim?
I believe so. She has been working there. I don't know in what capacity. Work cards are required for those that serve alcohol in an establishment.
Are you Mr. Hanson?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The question is, why does a person get to go to work at a place, and then the system catches up with them later and says, oh, no, you can't work there unless you get our permission? Why don't we require them to get a work card first
It is. It is required. When you're hired by your employer sends you down to the fingerprinting bureau to get a work card. In some cases, the employee may have been working there as a waitress without handling the alcohol. She's promoted up to a cocktail server, and then she's required to get a work card.
And I understand that. What's the situation here, though? Is that the situation? You were a food service person, and then now you're promoted to cocktails?
I'd like to comment to that. She was working in a food server position, and we promoted her into a bartender position, and that's when this whole thing came about.
And that explains it. Okay.
Right.
All right. Amanda, are you still on supervised release through the federal government?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I would note that I'm familiar with that system. It's a pretty restrictive system.
Yes, sir.
If you mess up, you go back to being incarcerated, so they're a better check and balance than we could ever be.
Yes, sir.
So I applaud the good work you've done. I read your statement here, and I just want to reemphasize one thing you said. You said, I am in school full-time, and I am healthier and happier than I've been in a long time.
Yes, sir.
Well, congratulations.
Thank
My
you.
motion is to follow Mr. DiFiore's recommendation. Now, that's for a 90-day temporary, subject to Metro's full report coming in.
That's
So
correct.
she'll come back in 90 days?
She'll come back in 90 days, or prior to that if the report is completed sooner than that.
Great. And this is a site-specific?
Site-specific.
Work card, meaning it's only good for this. She a good employee?
She's excellent.
Okay, my motion's for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 54 is discussion of possible action regarding an appeal of denial of a bail bond agency license and a bail agent license for VIP bail bonds at two locations at 8725 West Flamingo Road in the county and 3100 East Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 20 in the city of North Las Vegas for Nakia Woodson and Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor and members of the council, this item today is not ward-specific, as you will see here on the agenda item. The applications that we have before us are two, one for a business license in Clark County and one for a business license in North Las Vegas. The appeal submitted by Ms. Woodson originally was for the first denial, which was the county location. And the reason we're hearing these with a county and a North Las Vegas location is because she is attempting to conduct business in the city, and our code requires you to have a business license if you are going to conduct business in the city. Now, the first appeal was going to be heard November 5th, but in the meantime, circumstances led me to deny the second application, and I felt it was prudent for the council to hear these appeals all at once on the same agenda item. The county location of 8725 West Flamingo Road address was denied on September 22nd, 2008. It is actually exhibit number 2 in your booklet. Ms. Woodson also has a copy of that particular booklet. There were 3 reasons why that license was denied, and I'll go through these briefly. The applicant was denied based upon the fact that she did not meet the criteria of a state requirement, NRS 697.280, where it states every bail agent shall have and maintain in this state a place of business accessible to the public wherein the licensee principally conducts transactions under this license. The 8725 West Flamingo Road address for her business is actually a condominium in a gated community, her residence, and I didn't believe it met the criteria under that particular statute. The second reason for the denial was due to the fact that she conducted, carried on, engaged, advertised in a trade or profession without obtaining a valid business license. In this particular case, Ms. Woodson was previously operating from 1203 West Owens, moved to 1360 West Owens earlier this year, applied for a business license later in the year, but went before the City Council on August 6th for a special use permit and was denied that special use permit to operate from 1360 West Owens. We have evidence in the packet here under exhibit number 4, which have been submitted to me by the Las Vegas Municipal Court, where she has posted bail bond contracts on several occasions: August 11th, August 29th, September 2nd, September 4th, September 7th, September 9th, and September 11th, which we are submitting as evidence to prove that she was conducting business in the city of Las Vegas during those dates and without a valid business license at that time. Lastly, under this denial, she was denied based upon the fact that we would consider her a public nuisance, in that on July 16th, Municipal Court Judge Cedric Kearns barred her from appearing in his Municipal Court Number 5 when the evidence provided that was found that she violated more than one provision of state law in the issuance of several bonds, including charging excessive fees. These findings also found that she included a fraudulent use of a state notary stamp. With me today is Deputy City Attorney Martin Orsinelli, who provided the city's representation at Judge Kearns' hearing on July 16th and is very, very familiar with the background of his decision. Skipping forward to the second application, which is found in Exhibit 10.
I know.
Exhibit 10 is a business license application for 3100 East Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite Number 20. Exhibit 11 is a certified letter dated November 5th, 2008, which also denies this business license application, much for the same reason as the previous application was denied. Additionally, though, there was a reason for denial based upon an order provided by Municipal Court Judge Burt Brown on October 20th, which essentially supported Judge Kearns' decision in July. Additionally, the motion that was made on October 20th, or September 18th, with the decision on October 20th, Judge Brown's decision barred Ms. Woodson from appearing in any municipal court until June 30th of 2009. I believe at that time she'll have an opportunity to appeal that particular barring of those courtrooms and may be able to reappear back in municipal court. It may be taken under consideration at that point. However, again, Deputy City Attorney Orsinelli is here with any questions that you may have on any of the orders that are a part of this packet. For those reasons, I'm asking the City Council to uphold my denial of her business license applications to conduct business in the City of Las Vegas.
All right, fine, thank you. Any questions of Mr. DeFiore at this time? Ms. Woodson?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members. I'm here to humbly request that you grant me a business license. There are several reasons. The first is this hearing is not timely. I initially submitted my appeal September the 26th. I was then told to submit it to City Clerk. I did that. I then resubmitted it again, finally to Mr. DeFiore, October the 10th, after he was well aware that the initial appeal was done September the 26th. According to Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.02-110, it clearly states that at the expiration of those 10 days, I should be at a council hearing. I should have been at the hearing October 22nd. I'm not sure why I was delayed till today. The second reason is at all times I have had a business license. I have a letter here from Mr. DeFiore dated August 25th of 2008, where it clearly states business license fees are paid in advance, so you were required to pay for business license fees for the 1363 West Owens Avenue business location. So it has always been my contention that I have had a license in all jurisdictions in Southern Nevada. This is the letter from Mr. DeFiore. Third, this appeal is for the 8725 West Flamingo address only. I have not submitted an appeal for the North Las Vegas address. The next thing, there are several inaccuracies in Mr. DeFiore's letter dated September 22nd. Again, on the first page, he says VIP Bail Bonds has never obtained a valid license for this location. Well, that contradicts his letter August 25th of why I paid business license fees for 1363 West Owen. So again, it's my position that I had a license at that address. The second inaccuracy in his letter, page 2, it says these findings included fraudulent use of your notary stamp. There's nowhere indicated in this entire file that there was fraudulent use of my personal notary stamp. The third thing, he said, additionally, you have continued to advertise and or conduct business without a valid business license from 1363 Owens and 8725 West Flamingo. Again, that's inaccurate. As stated, this letter here says that the fees that I paid in June was for 1363 West Owen. In addition, 8725 West Flamingo is Clark County. I have the business license here from Clark County for that address. Clark County has been aware at all times that it was a home-based business. Okay, the next reason. What brings us here today is at the last council meeting on August the 6th, it was made clear that Councilman Barlow did not want me in his ward. We've talked about a lot of things here today. We've talked about being adversaries with the city. We've talked about the economy. We've talked about our future. I'm not trying to be an adversary with the city. So I made a business decision to move out of the city of Las Vegas. I have 2 addresses with Clark County and a second address with the city of North Las Vegas. All of this has been reported to the Division of Insurance. I don't see any letter or documentation here from the Division of Insurance that denies that. So I am in compliance with the state of Nevada and the Division of Insurance. Also, I think that the city should allow the other entities to do their job. We're pointing fingers here. We're talking about the West Flamingo address. If Clark County issued a license and does not have a problem with that, if I've reported this address to DOI, which I have the documentation here, I'm not understanding why the city is worried about what other entities are doing. As far as the court is concerned, I did not know that I was coming here for a court hearing today. Possibly I should have brought counsel. I don't understand why the city attorney is here. Secondly, when Mr. DeFourier failed to point out to you, I've never been convicted of a criminal action, and at this time, the judge's decision is on appeal. This is currently pending in court. The last time I stood before you, Mr. Barlow pulled out a citation that I was given August 1st stating that I didn't have a license. Okay, that has been dismissed. I never went to court on that. They threw it out. So it seems to me every time I'm before city council, I'm not allowed my day in court. So it's basically I'm guilty before a judge can make a decision. So what I can say is that I've complied with everything. I moved out of Ward 5. I have a valid address in Clark County, 8725 West Flamingo, a valid address in North Las Vegas. In addition, the judge's decision is on appeal. I'm a divorced mother of 2 children. The economy is bad, like we all said today. I'm not trying to be an adversary with the city, which is why I moved out. I didn't dispute that. So being that I'm not located in the city anymore, I would like to have my license and continue to do business with the city. And I have brought members here in support today, if you'll allow them a couple minutes to say something in support of me and the business.
Fine. I'm going to just say this while you can bring your witnesses up. Folks, it's about 1:05 now. At the conclusion of the morning agenda, we have a special personnel session, so we'll be working in chambers on the personnel session, and I just don't see us coming back here if we keep on going the way we're going before, I'd say 2:15. So if you could do something with that time to your advantage, I'm just giving you notice that we'll probably reconvene, assuming we wrap up reasonably quickly on the morning agenda at 2:15. I may be overly optimistic. All right, 1 minute apiece, gentlemen, please. Please tell us your name and your address.
Reverend Covington, 1705 Yale Street. Mr. Mayor, Councilman. Mr. Mayor, you look good.
You look good.
Thank you. Not as young as I used to be.
But you look better than you used to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're here on behalf of Mrs. Woodson. As we know, the economy is what it is, and a mother of 2 children trying to work. We're here in support of her, and we're asking for consideration
Thank you.
on the part of the council.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Maurice Showers, 5180 Burnham Avenue. I'm here in support of Nakia Woodson. I know she's a hard-working and industrious young lady, and given the opportunity to do the right thing, I know she will comply with whatever is required, and we ask you that you allow her to continue her livelihood and support her family.
Thank you.
And,
Wait,
Your Honor, can I
wait.
just add one last point? I did want to be clear that in all other jurisdictions, I'm posting bail and everything is fine. So again, there only seems to be an issue with the City of Las Vegas. I'm trying to get that resolved today. Again, I don't want to have an adversarial relationship. I have no other
appreciate
problems in the other jurisdictions.
Fine. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. James Coltrane, Chief Operating Officer for World Event Services, LLC. I'm here as a business partner, and I ask that you all grant her business license, considering the fact that you all are trying to boost the economy, bring people here from around the world, and I work as in that service as bringing people here and around the world and do business here with Ms. Woodson. So I respectfully request that you all honor her request.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rolando Larraz. I'm the sole owner of the Las Vegas Tribune newspaper. I'm a victim of Mr. DeFiore, and I believe that what's happening with Ms. Woodson is some kind of a discrimination somehow, somewhere. If you read Las Vegas Tribune this week, you're going to see what my editorial is, because I was accused of making $1 million in profit in 2006, and I was forced to move out of the city, where I was very happy and I was very proud and very honorable of being the downtown newspaper. And Mr. Fiore and his clan moved me out of the city with the approval of some of these consumers in here, like Mr. Brown, Mr. Reese, and other consumers. They knew about the case, and they never investigated, they never did anything. I think what they're doing to Ms. Woodson is very unfair and very, very discrimination.
Thank you. All right, do you have any other witnesses you want to call?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. DeFiore, this may very well end up in court, so make the best record you can.
Mayor, I'd like to present on the overhead a fax cover that we received from the Division of Insurance just as late as yesterday, which shows that Ms. Woodson is still registered with the Division of Insurance for the state of Nevada at 1363 West Owens.
Your Honor, I would like
Again, this was part of my presentation where that was one of the reasons that she was denied, the fact that she didn't comply with NRS 697-280, which requires her to register with the Division of Insurance at the proper business location. 1363 West Owens was a denied use on August 6th. She never received a valid business license from that location, yet she still registers with the state of Nevada at that location.
All right, Ms. Woodson.
Your Honor, I would dispute that document, and if necessary, I would ask that this be continued to get the proper documentation from Division of Insurance. As stated, they charge a $10 fee for a change of address. My check has cleared. In addition, Mr. DeVorier is, of course, only presenting you page 1 of a document that clearly states at the top, page 1 of 3. Where are the rest of the papers? I have a document here that clearly says branch address 8725 West Flamingo. So if this is at issue, I will gladly, in a week, 2 weeks, whatever time you guys will allow me, to go to the Division of Insurance and get a letter confirming that on file with them today is 3100 East Lake Mead, number 20, as well as 8725 West Flamingo. I dispute that. There's something not correct here. The forms were filled out and sent to Kim Coleman at the Division of Insurance.
All right, well, it's going to be up to Mayor Pro Tem as to whether or not he wants to grant you a 2-week continuance here.
Well, before we do that, though, I want to hear about this letter that says that she kept referring to, stating that she had business license in the city of Las Vegas, that she paid all her fees and everything.
If I could have a few minutes to look at that letter, I'll be glad to comment on that.
Ms. Woodson's a very smart lady, so...
I'm going to give it to him. He will take
Wait.
it.
And if possible, Your Honors, I would ask that it's passed to each of the council members so they can read it from themselves. It clearly says that you were required to pay fees in advance. So the fees that I paid to the city was for 1363 West Owens. I'm sure the councilman and councilwoman can read it for themselves.
This letter is dated August 25th. It was at
Of what year?
Of this year, of 2008.
About a month ago.
Las Vegas Municipal Code requires each business to pay business license fees in advance. When they come into our front counter and they submit an application, those fees are taken for them to either conduct business 6 months or 1 year in advance based upon the classification. In this particular case, Ms. Woodson had a valid business license at 1230 West Owens. Her billing went out for that location. She paid the fees for that location. She did not file a business license application for 1360 West Owens until the billing had gone out. So her fees were actually being paid for on the 1203 West Owens location. Her business license, again, for 1360 West Owens was never approved based upon council's decision to deny the special use permit.
Your Honor, again, I would appreciate if council would read the letter for themselves. Mr. DeFourier is not being honest with you here today.
Why don't you pass the letter up?
It clearly states in the letter that I put in a change of address April 23rd to 1363 West Owens. So you're telling me from April 23rd to June, they're still going to send me a bill for 1363 West Owens? That's not correct, Your Honor. Now he's asserting that it was for 1230 West Owens. He says at the bottom of his letter, you put in a change of address April 23rd. He's correct. Therefore, I got a bill 2 months later based upon 1363 West Owens. He's not being honest with you here today. Right, it say I have all my documentation here. He's not being
Mr. Jervik, do you
straightforward.
want to take a look at this?
And here's the second page, Your Honor, if you need it, but if you clearly look at the bottom
No,
of the letter,
I
he
don't like,
states-
I want the whole document. If there are 2 pages, send them up. I don't like 1 page out of 3. That doesn't, there's a doctrine called the completeness doctrine, and it would not be admissible.
That's fine, Your Honor, but I would like to point everyone's attention to the 2 key things that I stated, that he stated that I had a license for 1363 West Owens, the fees were paid in advance.
No, I did
In
not.
addition, at the bottom of his letter, he states, you put in a change of address April 23rd. That's accurate. I put in a change of address April 23rd. I received a bill for 1363 West Owens in June, and that bill was paid on June 30th.
Okay, Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd like to respond to Ms. Woodson's comments. First of all, I've stated over twice now that she did not have a valid business license for 1360 West Owens. Again, her billing for the 1203 West Owens during that time went out. She had a valid business license at that location, but it became invalid when she moved to 1363 West Owens. She did not ever possess a business license for that location. We're not here to argue that today. We're here to hear her argument about why she should not have a business license for the 8725 West Flamingo Road, as well as 3100 East Lake Mead. Both locations are outside the city limits of Las Vegas. The grounds are clearly laid in your packet as to why my office denied her business license applications.
Let me ask Mr. Jervik this. What jurisdiction, sorry to catch you like this, but what jurisdiction do we have over the county and over North Las Vegas? I've never even been involved with this.
We don't have any jurisdiction over their enforcement of their codes, just like they don't have any ability to influence us in the enforcement of our codes. But what Mr. DeFiore is saying, that we have many businesses that do business across jurisdictional lines. Locksmiths, for example, will go from county to city to North Las Vegas to Henderson. In each jurisdiction, you require a license in order to practice in that jurisdiction. And in this particular case, we have an applicant that has an application and a license in Clark County, also requires a license and application in the city, and it has to meet our code requirements. And that's what we're here on today. Regardless of the decision here today, the county will do what they want to do if they want to do anything, and they may not. But in order for Ms. Woodson to do business in the city of Las Vegas, she requires a city business license.
And what is doing business to find out?
Conducting any kind of business in the city of Las Vegas, receiving revenue, performing a service in the city. Mr. DeFiore can elaborate, but those are the 2 criteria that come to mind immediately.
All right, because right now she's barred from filing any bail bonds in the community court.
That's correct, Your Honor, pending the appeal.
Right. pending the appeal.
And can I state one other thing? Now, I agree with Mr. DeFourier just stated, and our city attorney correctly stated. I've met all the requirements of Clark County, all the requirements of North Las Vegas. So as Mr. DeFourier clearly pointed out, probably that letter is irrelevant, but I just wanted to be clear what I was sent by the city. And if the issue of my addresses at DOI is at issue, I'd be more than happy to bring you proof of that.
Fine. All right, I think we've heard both sides sufficiently. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, again, this is one of those items where I can certainly appreciate where staff's at on this, but she has a legal business license in Clark County at this time, active.
She does. Now, and my take on that would be if she's posting bonds and sureties at the district court or at the justice court, county facilities, that she does not need a city business license to do that. But she does need a city business license to post these bonds and sureties at the city detention center or at the municipal court window or at the municipal court courtrooms.
She's barred, so I really think, Mayor, that to me the thing to do is just table this until after the hearing. I mean, because she can legally do business in the city of Las Vegas as far as the Justice Center and Justice Court and areas like that. Only thing she needs permission from us to. I can't even talk. For permission from us today is to be able to do work at the muni court.
Muni court, the city detention center, where the bonds are posted.
I read the judge's order until she gets her appeal. If she's successful in her appeal, then she'll be able to address this issue. If she's not successful, she can't do business with city entities.
Yeah, so I would just move to table this till after the
All right,
hearing.
that's the motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Good job. 56 is discussion and possible action regarding the City of Las Vegas Neighborhood Stabilization Plan that secures $14,775,270 of NSP funds from the Department of Housing and Urban Development and a $5,920,349 of NSP funds through the state of Nevada for a total of $20,695,619.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor, City Council.
Number 55.
No, 55 was, we heard that earlier.
We'll move that earlier.
Oh, okay.
Steve Harson, Director of Neighborhood Services. I have with me today Tim Whitwright, who is the Neighborhood Development Manager. We're going to give you a quick overview of the Neighborhood Stabilization Plan in the interest of time and try to keep this moving forward. To give you a little bit of background, the Neighborhood Stabilization Plan came out of the Housing and Economic Recovery Act that was passed in 2008. What the NSP does is it's committing $3.9 billion to states, counties, and cities throughout the country to help with the foreclosure issue. The formula allocation was based on foreclosure activity, where it's occurring, subprime mortgage practices against subprime loans on homes, as well as pre-foreclosures or properties that are going into default or delinquency. To show you with the City of Las Vegas, what that translates to is by those areas, zip codes 89131, 89108, and 89110 is part of our greatest need areas. Additionally, this shows a pattern of pre-foreclosures, again with the same pattern of the same zip codes, with an additional 4 or 5 zip codes of where we're watching activity. The income limits associated with this program is a little bit more liberal than our standard federal funds. These funds allow us to assist families earning up to 120% AMI, where typically our federal funds have limited us to 80% AMI. 25% of these funds must be allocated to the low income, which in this case, they cannot exceed 50% AMI. Eligible activities include assisting home or individuals for home buyer assistance. We can actually acquire foreclosed properties, and we can actually acquire for or redevelop blighted, abandoned structures that have been foreclosed. Ineligible activities, unfortunately, include we cannot use this for foreclosure prevention, demolition of non-blighted structures, or the purchase of properties that are not abandoned or not foreclosed.
Additional requirements with these funds requires the grantees to get a discount on the properties that we actually acquire. In this case, it's an aggregate of 15%. We are currently working with Fannie Mae and approaching other banks to secure this discount to make the transactions move that much smoother. Additional requirements is when this program ends in June of 2013, any income received at that point or after would have to be returned to the Federal Treasury. Important dates. The NSP plan must be submitted to HUD by December 1st. HUD has 45 days to approve the plan. The city then has 18 months from receipt of approval to commit the funds based on the plan that Mr. Whitwright will be sharing with you as far as our programs. The NSP program itself is scheduled to end again June 30th of 2013. Funding for the City of Las Vegas, we received a direct allocation of $14.7 million. We also received an additional portion through the state's allocation of another $3.9 million, and we're participating in a pilot program with the state for an additional $2 million, which collectively gives the city a total of $20.6 million. With that, I'm going to let Tim talk about how we're going to distribute those funds based on the programs.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, Tim Whitwright, Neighborhood Services. The programs that we divided the $20.6 million among are, one, a home buyer assistance program. Essentially, the home buyer assistance program is at $7.4 million, our lease to own at $5.4 million, scattered site housing, which is an affordable rental program, just over $5 million, then professional services at $1 million, and of course administrative funds at $1.8 for the total $20.6 million. The home buyer assistance program, essentially we're anticipating providing approximately $30,000 per household to assist them with mortgage buy-down, down payment, and closing costs to get families into these foreclosed properties so that they will be maintained, they'll begin paying the taxes on the properties, paying into the HOA fees to help stabilize the neighborhoods. This would assist, we're looking at assisting approximately 245 households with this program over the 4-year period of life of the program itself. The lease-to-own program, there are some families out there who have good credit otherwise, but may have had problems in terms of the foreclosure, or may not simply be prepared to purchase a home just yet. This gives them the option of actually leasing a home in a neighborhood that they choose to live in while they work on some of their credit issues that they may have. During that time, over about a 4-year period of time, they can then actually purchase the property that they have been leasing from us. Again, we're looking at serving approximately 27 households with this program
Your
or
Honor?
activity.
Yes.
Tim, would you go back one slide, please?
Sure. The home buyer assistance program?
Yeah, this is for new home buyers.
Sure. Do you want to elaborate a little more on that?
No, but I'm going to save some comments, Your Honor, if I may, when Mr. Whitwright's done, because I want to address another topic that's not part of this, but it's still hampering the efforts of...
Very good. I'm going to call upon the Mayor Pro Tem, and then yourself, and then we'll go.
Thank you.
Good.
Thanks, Tim.
Certainly. The third program, Scattered Site Housing Program, is a rental program. Essentially, the city would purchase homes, again at the aggregate 15% discount. These homes would be providing affordable rental housing to families who earn 50% of very median income or below. As an example, it's a 4-person household earning $32,000 a year. We would then, through the RFP process, partner with our nonprofit community to have an agency come in and actually manage those properties and operate the rental housing. The rent revenues from that would be used to actually pay for that property management and the operation of the program. We're again looking at this one, serving approximately 26 households. Professional services, as part of making this work, again, working with our nonprofit partners in the community, we are going to be requiring housing and credit counseling. In order to purchase a home, for instance, under the home buyer program, you must go through a minimum 8 hours of housing counseling. So there will be funds needed in order to pay for those services, property management services, rehabilitation of properties, appraisers, inspection of properties, and potentially brokers as well. We do need the nonprofit community to assist us in order to make this program work. And then administration, again, as city staff, we are actually required to oversee these programs, collect the information, and report back to the Department of Housing and Urban Development as well, in assisting to make sure that the funds are used appropriately. As far as public comment, the public comment was open on November 10th. We'll go through November 25th, take comments from the public. I should note that we did conduct a meeting on Monday with our nonprofits. We had about 43 people actually show up to that meeting, provide comments. The meeting went very, very well, and we have continued to receive some written comments from those individuals. The plan itself, the Neighborhood Stabilization Plan, is available on our website. It is also physically available at the Neighborhood Services Department, as well as the West Las Vegas Cultural Arts Center, Stupak Community Center, and East Las Vegas Community Senior Center.
Is that it?
That is it. So if there are any questions per se over the programs themselves.
Fine, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I just want to make a comment, Your Honor. A couple comments. When we had our briefing, our last council meeting, after the briefing, I asked a question that there was no money available to help those people who already lost their house.
Correct.
The answer was no. I also made comment about homes that had been already vacated and the shrubbery dying and the lawns being overgrown, and I was told at that time there's no money out of this fund to help that. So I really feel like that with the monies that are available, the direction we have to follow, that we're doing everything we can possibly do.
Thank you. Councilman Ross?
Thank you. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. We're doing everything we possibly can do. One sector, and let me share with you a scenario. A family of two, one gets laid off, one has a very good job, very good credit. They're on top of their mortgage payments. However, they're not going to be very shortly. For that family to have some kind of help out there to readjust the loan or, extend the mortgage payments or what have you, it's just not there. And this is what this is so backwards. This is what we're hearing. I'm hearing that people are told to, you know what, you have to miss a payment or two and let your credit go to crap before we can give you any help. And that is absolutely wrong, and I don't know where we can make up for that or how we can do that. This is better than nothing, and this is certainly going in the right direction. Now, Mr. Harsons, this hasn't been approved yet. Am I correct? I mean, this still has to go through that process.
Right. Once we receive the mayor and council's approval, we'll submit it to HUD. They will then review it, submit it to Washington, D.C., and we have 45 days to hear back.
That was the approval, Your Honor, I was looking for, the one from HUD in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
I think this council, we're being as proactive as we possibly can with as little resources as we've got to use right now. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention because I know you and I have talked about this. We just don't know what we can do for those other families who are just on the edge.
Right. And again, as we had mentioned, the presentation from the last council meeting, I do want to share with you, has generated a lot of phone calls. Obviously, the public is watching the KCLV. Michelle has contacted me directly. It's helped. At least we're helping people get to the right people.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the answers that they want to hear, but we're at least getting them to the right people.
And what I would like you to do, Mr. Harson, I'd like you to prepare a letter for my signature to our congressional delegation, telling them how unhappy we are with what Congress has done regarding the Stabilization Act. Because the emphasis has been placed on I had a Latin teacher once who used to say, Mr. Goodman, you're putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable. Well, they put it on the wrong syllable on this one. It should be exactly for what the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Ross and the entire council realizes the rational thing to do, help people to stop from going into foreclosure, not to try to clean up the barn after the cow left it. So if you'd prepare a letter for my signature, I'll sign it on behalf of the whole council and try to make that as clear as a bell.
I definitely will.
Okay. Now, as far as public comment, folks, because of the time, I'll give you 1 minute apiece. That's it. I know Mr. Maviglia doesn't like 1 minute, but there are appropriate places for public comment on this, and you can take their time, because I don't want to hold up these people any more than I have to.
1 minute is all I need.
Okay.
In order to bring you a proposal of when, why, where, how, and what. It seems the right hand doesn't know what the hell the left hand's doing. And by the time that you get things together to accomplish something, all of these houses have gone into the dumpster, as evidenced by all the fines that you're placing on these houses. Anyway, a proposal that will specify all the ingredients necessary to make it a functional operation is what should be put on the board. And all of these nonprofits like myself that want to get involved should be allowed to bring a proposal of what to do and how to do it and why. And that's basically why I'm here and addressing this body.
And if you get that to us, I'll make it available to Mr. Harson for his
Absolutely.
consideration.
Well, I'll make a
to go back
copy for
in the letter.
everybody.
Good.
All right?
Good.
And hopefully we all get on the same page and do some real correcting. Thank you.
Ma'am, did you want to be heard?
Yes.
All right, let's put the 1-minute timer on. Your name, please.
My name is Phyllis Beach, Mayor Goodman and City Councilman. I would just like to first thank you, Mayor, because you are responsible for getting what we got. You addressed the Congress in April of this year, and I am sure that you were very, very effective in being a part of HERA, of the Housing and Economic Resources Act. So,
They really...
so thank you. I mean, they
didn't understand what I was saying. Then,
yeah, but something was better than nothing. We had nothing before. And in addition to the letter that you're going to be writing, I had a conversation with my neighbor last night who is losing her house, who has lost her house and will have to move out before the end of the month. And she has had she has had a mortgage company for 20 years, and she has tried and tried and tried to talk to that mortgage company. They would not even talk to her. So I would ask you to include in your letter the fact that we need something to tell lenders that they need to work with people.
No question
They need
about
to talk to people. I know that they're not social workers,
You're right.
but, you know, they need to talk to people.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're 100% right.
Your Honor?
Yes.
If I may, Steve?
100% right.
No, it's a good point as far as our ability to talk to the banks to partner with us. That's been difficult to date.
It has been a challenge. Again,
Let me offer one suggestion. Is Mr. Jerbick here, so I don't get myself into trouble?
Not now.
Or Mr. Vincent, perhaps you could talk, if I'm not mistaken, we, the city, and all our dollars, into the billions of dollars, do we not partner with a bank or two in town?
We certainly do quite a bit of banking business with Wells Fargo. Certainly we can talk to Kurt Clausen there.
Well, I would, Your Honor, with your permission, I would ask Mr. Vincent to talk to legal to make sure that we don't overstep our boundaries. But if we have the city's finances going through a bank, I would think that they would step up and be a part of it, not to use leverage or, you know, threaten anything. But if there's someone out there in the banking business that wants to help us, I think we should be able to at least throw that onto the table for negotiations.
I think it's a good idea, and I think we should use leverage. Good. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the report. May I have a motion to accept the report, please?
So moved, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please vote. Post. Uh-oh. All right, let's vote again, please. Post.
That didn't happen last week.
Ronnie was there.
Councilman Brown and the mayor.
Did you forget your job?
Oh, I meant, show mine, yes, please. All right, thank you, folks. Folks, I'm looking, I got to say, we're not going to start before the 2:45. I'm sorry. We're going to, when we go into recess, we have this personnel session, and 2:45 for the afternoon agenda. I apologize.
Your Honor?
Yes.
If I can speed things up with the permission of Councilman Brown, the next two agenda items, 57 and 58.
Yes.
I would move to strike at this time.
Oh, that's great. Let's vote on that quickly. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that. Okay, I think we're heading down the stretch. 61 is R67-2008, public hearing and possible action regarding a resolution authorizing a medium-term obligation in the form of an interfund loan in the amount not to exceed $80 million for the purpose of certain public improvements in and around the city's redevelopment area. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Adams this morning mentioned that there were various funding sources we're using to keep some of these downtown projects going, and this is one of them. Because of our need to use some of the redevelopment bond proceeds to make Performing Arts Center whole, we're trying now to backfill a gap with an interfund loan from the Sewer Enterprise Fund with interest that will be paid back over the next 10 years. So that's what this item's for. It's a public hearing.
Very good. Any public comment on that, folks? It's a public hearing. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. And motion, please.
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow staff's recommendation with all conditions, please.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 62 is Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, YNAP Grant Review Board. Loretta Arrington's term, which expires December 19, 2008. Councilman Reese, do you recommend a new member?
Yes. Again, Loretta did a fantastic job while she was working with the city. I commend her for the job she did. With Councilman Brown, or Commissioner Brown's permission, I'd like to appoint Gia Rodriguez, because she's going to be working with me after the first of the year.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 63 is Park and Recreation Advisory Commission. Dr. Donald Romeo's term expired November 18, 2008. Councilman Brown, do you have a recommendation?
I don't, Your Honor, and I would ask any of my colleagues if they could go through their list of interested parties.
All right.
So if we could hold this in abeyance for 2 weeks.
Very good. December 3rd. Very good. That's the motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We go to item 64, bill number 2008-49, authorizes the City Council to grant distance separation waivers for taverns located within larger mixed-use developments. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 28-49, First Amendment, an ordinance to authorize the City Council to authorize distance separation waivers for taverns located within larger mixed-use developments and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Do you have a motion, Councilwoman? All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 65 is bill number 2008-50, adopts the public services and facilities element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 28-50, an ordinance to adopt the public services and facilities element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. And your motion, please.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 66 through 68, bills 2008-51 through 2008-53 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. There are no new bills, so we'll move on to item 69. 69 is a closed session to be held at the conclusion of the morning session. Upon duly carried motion, a closed meeting is called in accordance with NRS 288.220 to discuss the upcoming labor negotiations. May I have a motion, please, to go into the closed session?
So moved, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. We will be back in action at 2:45. Be ready to proceed at that time. 2:45. We're all set. Item number 70, any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. We have item number 82 is a special use permit 28293 Clearwire Communications / Mayhill LLC 4221 West Charleston Boulevard. Appeal filed from the denial of the Planning Commission. It's been withdrawn without prejudice by the applicant. 84 is a review of condition 29835 All-Star Automotive, Inc., 2029 to 2041 West Bonanza Road. The applicant's request that be held in advance until our January the 7th, 2009 meeting. Items 86, 87, and 88 is a variance 29443, variance 29494, and site development review 29440. ECT Holdings LLC, 1208 East Charleston Boulevard. The applicant would like that to be held in advance until our December the 3rd, 2008 meeting. And item 102 is request RQR 30402 George Lopez, 2222 West Bonanza Road. Councilman Barlow's asked that to be held in advance until our January 21st, 2009. Are there any other items we need before at this time? Seeing none, Your Honor, I make a motion we bring these items forward, take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 71 through 74 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda, items 71 through 74?
Yes, Your Honor, with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, items 75 through 78 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearing items will be opened at one time, and any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from the portion of the agenda. So I'm going to read them in, and then I'll open up the public hearing. Item number 75 is RQR 29528. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is Mini Masters, Inc. Required 5-year review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign located on the southern half of the subject site at 6900 West Craig Road in Ward 4. Item number 76 is RQR 29609. The applicant owner is Wall Street NVHS LLC. Required 2-year review of an approved special use permit for an 80-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 1197 Western Avenue in Ward 3. Item number 77 is RQR 29719. The applicant owner is Lillian Hildy Living Trust. Required 6-month review of an approved special use permit for a 75-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise a billboard sign at 2421 Stewart Avenue in Ward 3. Number 78 is SUP 30324. The applicant owner is Nevada Power Company. Request for special use permit for a proposed 108-foot radio communication tower at the northeast corner of Cheyenne Avenue and Durango Drive in Ward 4. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of these items, and all the items are public hearing, which I now declare open. Is there anybody who wishes to be heard on any of these items? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. May I have a motion, please, to approve items 75 through 78?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll make a motion, but first of all, I want to disclose the fact that I do have a daughter that works for Nevada Power Company. I've disclosed that fact in the past. I have not talked to her about this application, and I don't feel like it will affect my decision to vote on it. So with that said, Your Honor, I make a motion to approve one motion, one vote items.
Thank you.
With all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 79, 80, and 81. 79 is VAR 29657. The applicant is Alpha Omega Strategies, the owner city of Las Vegas. Request for variance to allow a 4-foot setback on the north and south property lines where 10 feet is required on 13.36 acres on the west side of Decatur Boulevard, approximately 150 feet south of Vegas Drive. Number 80 is VAR 29654. The applicant Alpha Omega Strategies, the owner city of Las Vegas, requests for variance to allow a reduction of 34 parking spaces for 45 senior citizen apartments on 13.36 acres on the west side of Decatur Boulevard, approximately 150 feet south of Vegas Drive. And 81 is SDR 29651. Same applicant, same owner, requests for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review to increase the number of residential units from 416 to 461 within an additional floor with no additional height, with waivers to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the north perimeter where 8 feet is required, and to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the south perimeter where 6 feet is required on 13.36 acres on the west side of Decatur Boulevard, approximately 150 feet south of Vegas Drive. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of these items. All these items are in Ward 5 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Mr. McDonald?
Morning, Your Honor, council members. Michael McDonald, President of Alpha Omega Strategies. With me here today, I have Rick Henry, Vice President of Alpha Omega Strategies, Bruce and Billy Bain, President of the Bain Corporation. that's our partners in this. And we respectfully request, there's a couple that we're going to talk about. Ms. Wheeler? Okay. Never mind, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Q on mine. With us here today, we have four, if I could, Your Honor, submit this. We have four more approvals that were dropped off by the office today. If I can give this to the clerk.
If you give them to the clerk, please.
Your Honor, what we're here today is basically the same project that has been approved before in Councilman Barlow's ward. If you recall, not to draw length on this, but Councilman Barlow's had numerous meetings of this in the neighborhood, as well as the surrounding area of Ward 5. And what we're here to do is to build and redevelop this site. This site has been the cancer of Ward 1, now Ward 5, for many, many years. Many projects have come before that were we put on the site that never developed. We finally came and had an opportunity to propose a feasible senior living site we've been trying to do for years, and as well as redevelopment with commercial sites. We have put together a team, I think, that is second to none, especially in the redevelopment part of this. The units we're going up to is 461, Your Honor, not 416. That's why we're back here today before you.
Excuse me?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's why we're here today.
No, I appreciate that. Are there any questions of Mr. McDonald? I have one. Are you still as confident that you have been in the past regarding the finances?
Absolutely, Your Honor. We had a visit with HUD Regional in San Francisco, met with them and showed the proposal of this project. They were very ecstatic about something they'd never seen before. They were surprised at the height of experience that Mr. Bain and both Bains, Billy and Bruce, bring to the corporation, and they were happy to see someone of their magnitude come forth. So we were very enlightened on that. The only question we had before was the fire station. They had a question about the fire station, and we are doing a sound study on behalf of HUD back in Washington, D.C. We're very confident. We hired a very astute and qualified sound study. We met with the chief this morning, right after your morning session. We're meeting with their engineer for the fire department, and we should have the study done by next week, and we anticipate being back before HUD.
We actually were told that we can submit our application with HUD as soon as the noise study is completed. We've been told...
Can you identify yourself for the record?
Yeah, Bruce Bain, 851 South Rampart. We're anticipating being able to submit our application to HUD shortly after the Thanksgiving holiday, even possibly Monday following. And after that, 30 to 60 days, we will get an invite to apply from HUD. After we receive that letter, they have 45 days to approve our application, and then it reverts back to what your first agenda item was this afternoon, and that was selling the bonds. The only thing that could delay this project is the selling of the bonds or selling of the tax credits. However, I will tell you that our syndicators have indicated that if we have two things. One, the invitation to bid or to submit our application. Once we get that letter, and if we were to have vouchers from the Housing Authority to go along with that application, that would substantiate our funding. And that HUD seemed optimistic, and we're confident in the funding on the senior, and we're definitely confident in the funding on the commercial.
All right, thank you. I'm going to suggest that you speak to Mr. Vincent, our finance director, who just advised us of the unpleasant news regarding the ability to sell these bonds. So
we heard that, and if there's anything we could do to help him in that, we sure would like to. So,
well, if you can help him, he'll take all the help you offer him. I can assure you of that, because in order for us to continue developing these wonderful projects, we've got to be able to sell these bonds, and it's a different world out there.
That's right.
Okay, and let me welcome the only legitimate McDonald in the room.
That's our new Senior Vice President in charge of Senior Development, Your Honor.
As I said, the only legitimate McDonald in the room. Welcome, Mr. McDonald.
That's the brains.
Right. All right, any questions? Anyone want to speak? It's a public hearing? All right, we'll close the public hearing then, and this is Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. You kind of look like you're puzzled to see my name sitting there. This has been a long time coming, and I really pray that all goes well with your financing, specifically after hearing the news of our bonds today not being able to be sold out on the market. So I wish you well, and I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation of approval, subject to Planning Commission's conditions.
If I may, Councilman
Yes, ma'am.
and Mayor, the applicant had a question with regard to some of the conditions, and I just wanted to, for the record, explain that on the site development plan review, there's a condition with regard to an agreement for the off-site shared parking. That is property that the applicant owns directly to the west where the parking will be. So they merely have to do an instrument that'll go through the city attorney's office indicating that that parking will remain available. This is property that they control. With regard to the property to the south, they are not sharing any parking there, but there are driveways that provide access to the parking to the south. If they continue to use those, then they will have to show us the agreement. If they do not, then they would not have to have that agreement, and they would simply have to show that they have access adequate to the Departments of Planning and Public Works.
Right, and I was going to get to that once we got to the SDR, so thank you for that in advance.
And if I may, I would just clarify that a little bit more in that whether they're taking access from the extreme southern one or not, they are sharing the signalized access, and an agreement needs to be in place for that.
Okay, so can we cover that under the SDR portion?
Right, and the condition exists already and needs no change.
Okay, great. So as far as item number 79, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation.
Quick question, Mr. Councilman.
Yes, sir.
It's important that we clarify this, at least in my mind. We're actually creating two new signals, one off of Laurelhurst and Vegas Drive, and one on Decatur. And the signalization on the Decatur is twofold. One, protection of the seniors for traffic flow purposes, and secondarily for the fire service. We are actually creating a new driveway and would have no requirement to utilize the driveway which is to the south. And what we do not want to do is be forced into a situation where we have to negotiate with our neighbor to participate in that driveway.
That is not what the condition requires. The condition requires you to allow access through the signalized driveway to your neighbor to the south. You need to permit
that's fine.
them. They don't need. You don't need anything from them.
Thank you very much.
All right. Councilman?
Yes, sir.
That was your motion?
That was a motion.
All right, let's vote on that.
Motion for approval, item number 79.
Thanks. Let's vote. Post, please. Motion carries. Item 80, please.
Yes, and for item 80, if the applicant can, for the record, state
Sorry
about the councilman.
Again, it's not Mike, it's me, it's a senior moment. I just want to clarify that the parking agreement we're talking about is the parking that we're actually going to purchase, and that agreement needs to be between the 10-acre parcel and the 3.46, right? And so it's property that we control on both sides. We don't have to go get parking and negotiate parking with anybody else but ourselves.
It is parking.
Thank you very
that
much.
is shown on the plans, and you control both of those.
Thank you.
And that's part of the site plan that's before us.
Thank you very much.
And that's exactly what I was just going to ask as far as for the clarification, so that everyone understands clearly as to why, in fact, the variance is in place. So, Margot, if you want to just clear that up for item number 80, that would be helpful.
Correct. The total parking that is required is shown, with the exception of the variance that is item number 80. There is parking on this parcel, and then there is on the primary parcel, and then parking to the west. The agreement is pursuant to Title 19 because this parking is to the west is on a separate parcel, but it is a parcel controlled by the applicant.
Correct. Okay.
So, Councilman, the agreement we have with the property to the south was placed in 1960. I believe it sunsets in 2013.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to state that for the record so that those in the listening audience will understand that we're not applying this variance toward anyone else but yourself as far as the reduction.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so for that, with that clarification, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation.
All right, let's vote.
Of the item.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And for item number 81, and for the applicant, if you will, explain the details of the increase of units and the number of units.
Absolutely, Councilman. Thank you very much. Under your direction, we looked at, if you remember when the site started out, this has kept growing. You wanted to try and provide more access for senior citizens who are on fixed income to have a place to live and survive. With that, we believe we created the greatest redevelopment project that this neighborhood will see. We've created shops, stores, we're giving medical uses that are looking to rent space in here. And this is a way that we can facilitate. On top of that, when we went back and looked at the need for the critical infrastructure, a fire station was on the books since 1996, I believe, 95, to be put in this area. We went back and negotiated with the city of Las Vegas to put a fire station in. Billy Bain, the younger Bain, looked at when we were putting together the architecture, we actually have a gap. As we raised the doors for the fire station, we raised the floors, so we had adequate space for the fire trucks to enter off of Decatur and exit onto Laurelhurst, to have access into the neighborhood, Anasol, Vegas Drive, and as well as Decatur. It left us a gap. So the adding of the rooms is no more than the space that on this side it had the fire doors, this side had access to add more rooms. So with your direction, we believe we've been able to facilitate more needs for more senior citizens.
Okay, and as far as the increase or the square footage of the commercial or the retail piece, how much are we looking at?
That didn't change from the original. That's still 30,000 square feet on the top floor. And the fire station, which is approximately, this is Billy Bain, 851 South Rampart, sorry. And the fire station, which is approximately, well, that just slipped me, 12,000 square feet?
Okay, great. All right.
I do need to say for the record, sorry to interrupt you, if HUD won't allow us to put the fire station in for noise reasons, we will be trying to add an additional 22 to 44 rooms where the fire station currently exists. There's no sense in losing that. If we can house more seniors, I can't imagine it not being a good thing.
And that came from our meeting owner up in San Francisco. They love the project. We even actually brought the entire plans. Excuse me for bringing that. I forgot to bring that up earlier. We brought everything. We came loaded for bear. We brought the application. We brought the entire plans. They looked it over. They had access to everything we looked through. Our half-an-hour meeting went for 2.5 hours. Nothing but good comments. The only thing they had a concern about came out of left field was the concern for noises that deal with on the federal level in Washington, D.C. We couldn't really put it in our minds because we're putting a fire station where senior citizens live. I don't really grasp it there. I think that's the greatest thing ever.
I agree with you, and we have a fire station about a block and a half from where I live, and the agreement was that they would not turn on their alarms or sirens until they got to a major street. They've kept their word. Not one neighbor in the neighborhood has ever complained. So they know how to do that around here.
Yes, sir.
And I'd be happy to talk to them about that.
Wonderful.
Okay, so with that, Margot, and I know you and Bart both had made mention on the record, so I would like to move to follow staff's recommendations, subject to the conditions of Public Works as well as planning.
Yes, and there, Mayor and Councilman, those were in the form of comments. The conditions as written stand and remain as is.
Okay, great. So with that, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
All right, thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Council, thank you. Councilman, thank you very much.
83 is ROC 27304, review of condition, a public hearing. The applicant owner is D.R. Horton. Request for a review of condition to remove condition number 12 of approved site development plan review, which required a property line wall to be decorative block with at least 20% contrasting materials on 2.53 acres between Moccasin Road and Log Cabin Way, 550 feet west of Durango Drive in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, council members. I'm Brian DeFilippis, land manager with D.R. Horton, 8112 Foothill Lodge Court. Go ahead.
My name is John. I'm at G.C. Wallace, 1555 South Rainbow Boulevard.
Very good, gentlemen.
So we see the recommendation of denial, and we're a little surprised at that, but 2 weeks ago, we did a presentation that we finished up with the adjacent homeowners, and they agreed to what we decided to build and on the decorative block wall. And pretty much this is the plan of what we have. Councilman Ross, I think you and I talked about this about 3 months ago. And we seem to put it to rest, and everyone's in agreement to what we designed, finally. And I apologize for taking so long, but this isn't just a straight wall. We had to satisfy flood control with the city.
Your Honor, and I recognize and I appreciate that, and I apologize to you for getting a little snippy with you a couple of weeks ago.
Thank you.
But you guys have done it. Director Wheeler's got paperwork in her office. I think you do have these, Director?
Yes, sir, and we have a changed condition to propose?
Yeah, and that's where I'm going to head to. So not despite the planning staff's recommendation for denial, I think we've got this worked out.
We do.
We need to get flood control's kick on this. So with that, Your Honor, I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, it's a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard on this? Yes, ma'am. Just give us your name, please.
My name is Bonnie Schoening, and I live at 8500 Rocky Avenue, and I'm one of the homeowners along this flood control, and we've met with them, and the condition that they showed here, we've all approved on.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming down. All right, would anyone else like to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. And Bonnie, say hello to Bill for me, would you? Your Honor, I would move to approve Agenda Item 83 with amended condition. And Mr. Anderson, would you read that into the record? Or do you want me to do it?
I will in his stead.
You're awesome, Bill.
The original condition 12 of SDR 1395 shall be amended to read as follows. Any property line wall shall be a decorative block wall with at least 20% contrasting materials. The wall shall be constructed atop the west edge of the drainage channel, and the height of the wall or fence shall be measured from the side with the greatest vertical exposure above finished grade, not counting the depth of the drainage channel unless otherwise stipulated. The wall height shall comply with Title 19 and not exceed 8 feet in height. If a retaining wall is required, then the total wall plane of screen wall and retaining wall shall not exceed 10 feet in height. The retaining wall shall be built in accordance with the Civil Improvement Plan 7980, approved 10705, where necessary to perpetuate drainage wall openings and or wrought iron sections shall be allowed within the wall in accordance with the approved technical drainage study.
You agree to that condition?
Oh, yes.
Amended condition? You guys are all right with that?
Yes, we do.
With that affirmative on the record, Your Honor, I appreciate you guys getting this done. These folks out there have been waiting too long.
Oh, I know.
So that's my motion, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. 85 is ZON 30369, a rezoning. The applicant is Forest City. The owner is Livework LLC et al. Request for rezoning from CM Commercial Industrial to C2 General Commercial on 1.75 acres adjacent to the east side of Main Street at the northeast and southeast corners of Bonneville and the southeast corner of Lewis Street in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Tabitha Fittiman, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate staff's favorable recommendation as well as the Planning Commission, and we're here to answer questions if you have them.
All right, are there any questions? Folks, it's a public hearing if you'd like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And this is Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Reese.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we're now going to skip to 89. 89 is VAR 30312, a variance. The applicant owner is Las Vegas Venture LLC and Southern Trace Holdings LLC. Request for a variance to allow a 15-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required on 8.98 acres adjacent to the west side of Effinger Lane, approximately 300 feet south of Harris Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
George Chikakis, 2655 South Rainbow. We concur with all staff's recommendations and here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I'm going to call number 90 as well, SDR 29912, Site Development Plan Review related to the prior item. This too will be a public hearing. The same applicant owner. Request for a major amendment to an approved Site Development Plan Review to include 3 additional units on an approved 99-unit expansion to an existing 110-unit senior citizen apartment development on 8.98 acres adjacent to the west side of Effinger Street, approximately with 300 feet south of Harris Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions.
Your Honor, if I could just make a comment. Mr. Jakakis has built many affordable senior projects throughout the valley. This is another one. George has promised me, Your Honor, that this project is going to be as nice or nicer than the one we went to on Monday.
That's hard to believe.
I promise you it is, Your Honor.
I'll tell you something. The Mayor Pro Tem and myself and Councilman Barlow went over to this new unit. It was as nice.
I was there with you.
I know you were. It was as nice development as I've ever seen. The people who are renting there are the happiest human beings on the face of the earth. They were delighted about their lifestyle over there. So if you can replicate that or better it, it will be amazing.
This is a 4-story project, Your Honor. We have approved this item a few months ago. I certainly support these variances, and on the site development review, Mr. Jakakis and I have worked out what we're going to do. I agree that the conditions are still going to stay the same, so I'm ready to make a motion, Your Honor.
Very good. A public hearing. Did anyone want to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Again, George, thank you very much. I'll make a motion to follow the Planning Commission staff recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And
on item number 90, I make the same motion following Planning Commission staff recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, council members, for your vote of confidence. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. 91 is VAR 29873, a variance. It'll be a public hearing. The applicant is Blanca Sosa. The owner is T.D. Jack Family Limited Partnership. Request for a variance to allow for 21 parking spaces where 35 parking spaces are required for a proposed beauty salon, 1.43 acres at 2558 to 2564 South Valley View Boulevard in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. A public hearing, which is now open. Hi.
Hi, Veronica Holmes Litvak here on behalf of the applicant. She is on her way taking care of late customers, but I am here to help her from as one small business owner to another. It's how I got involved in the first place, but we're asking for approval on this. If we need to wait till she's here, I'll be happy to do so.
Okay, that's up to Councilwoman Tarkanian. Would you like to wait, or do you think you're okay?
I'm fine. I know the issues are.
Very
I
good.
figured you would. Thank
Okay.
you.
It's a public hearing, ma'am. Did you want to be heard?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, council members. My name is Elizabeth Deindorfer. I work for Gatsky Commercial, who represents the owner of this particular commercial building. First of all, we'd like to take this opportunity to applaud Councilwoman Tarkanian's efforts, her relentless, tireless efforts to improve this particular ward of which we're a part of. Blanca is going to be a great addition to this particular center. This particular center is surrounded by over 1,000 apartment and mobile home units. A lot of its business is walk-up. It's going to be a great service to the residents of that area.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
One comment if I could,
Yes.
Councilwoman. I just hope, for the operator's sake, that they use up every parking place and need more.
She'll appreciate that, I'm sure. I'm going to go to her, but I'm going to walk so I don't take up a space.
There is a great amount of walking to that place,
Yes.
so the concern about the parking spaces, I think, is not a great concern. And I know that she will do a good job, and I know it's a wonderful addition to the center, and we'll all keep working hard together there. So I move for approval with all conditions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries, and thank you for all the kind things you say about the city.
You bet, and I'll tell you what, just to those people who passed up on the bonds, shame on them, because we don't run. We
right
fight
there.
hard and we build this city, so they'll be sorry. Thank you.
Right. Good luck. 92 and 93. 92 is SUP 30257, special use permit. The applicant owner is WMC 2 Associates LLC and WMC 5 Phase 3 LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 301-foot-high building within the AO Airport Overlay District, where the height limitation is 175 feet for proposed commercial building on 19.9 acres adjacent to the southwest corner of Grand Central Parkway and Discovery Drive in Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. And 93 is SDR 29870, site development plan related to the prior item. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is the same. Request for a major amendment to approve site development plan review for an 18-story, 1,162,255 square foot commercial building, an additional building height with a waiver of the downtown Centennial Plan build-to-line standard to allow a 263-foot front setback on 19.9 acres adjacent to the southwest corner of Grand Central Parkway and Discovery Drive in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which I now declare open. Is anybody here on behalf of the applicant? Councilor Barlow, what's your pleasure here?
I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
All right, that's on 92. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. At 93, please.
Yes, and I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation of this item, 93, unless planning?
No
Public
changes,
Works?
sir.
Okay, subject to all staff's conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 94 is SUP 29656, special use permit, a public hearing. The applicant is Metro PCS Nevada, LLC, the owner Highland Partnership 1980 LP. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a proposed co-location of antennas on an existing 60-foot tall wireless communication facility, non-stealth design at 1111 Desert Lane in Ward 1. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is William Daly. I'm representing the applicant, 500 Amigo Court, Suite 130.
Be happy to hear from you.
My Metro PCS, as a wireless communications carrier that's new in the market this year, they provide services to lower economic users, one charge monthly service, no long-term contracts. We're looking for a site in this area to improve our service, and we looked at the existing tower in this area as a potential co-location spot. During our planning commission, our denial was based apparently on two items. One was that there was an existing stealth site within 400 feet of this tower, which actually turned out to be erroneous. It was a McDonald's sign that at one time had been proposed, but a site had never been actually installed in there. The other was for the visual clutter in the area, that we would be contributing to it with the addition of the two antennas. Early on, we had talked with Councilwoman Tarkanian's office about this site and possibility of doing a drop and swap or replacing the tower with a stealth tower. There's a couple issues with that, in that it's in a very tight area. There's not a lot of room for that. Secondly, the cost of that would be much higher than a standard site, because we'd have to take down the old, replace T-Mobile on a temporary site while we built the new one, and then go on that. And then the other problem with that is, with the increased cost, is this is a property that has been notified that is possibly going to be taken when they do the flyover ramp from the 95 to the 15 somewhere down the road, which we could not figure out how to amortize that over 2 to 5 years. If it's done quickly, if it's done later, it's a different story, but you can't, we don't know when that's going to happen. One thing that I would like to propose, I talked to Dr. Tarkanian yesterday, and unfortunately this came to me afterwards, is one thing we could possibly do to mitigate the visual impact is to shroud not only ours but also T-Mobile's antennas, so that it's just a one surface over that and you would not see the antennas. This is not exactly what it would look like, but it's a similar concept, a set of canisters that we used on a site in Henderson, in which the antennas are all concealed with inside the exterior. This one would be a little bit wider since the existing pole is already a little wider than a canister setup, but it would provide a unified front to this site. If we get denied, there's still going to be a 60-foot tower with 3 exposed antennas there, but if we can be approved to do the sheathing, it'll be a 60-foot tower, but you won't see the antennas, and we can paint it to match either the existing pole or a color that would be of planning's choosing.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions of the gentleman at this time? All right, folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. We'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
The information you're presenting now, you did think of after we last spoke.
I was actually driving back from California, and it came to me while I was driving.
And of course, I haven't had a chance to look into that.
I understand that.
I would be willing to obey this, but I told you when we spoke that I felt denial would be appropriate. I don't know if that looks much better, what you're talking about, but maybe it does, and out of fairness to you, I'd be glad. And I know you're trying hard. You're not giving up at all, because you've been denied by staff and by the Planning Commission. But in fairness to you, I'd be glad to look into that last choice that you're giving.
Okay.
And so I could obey this for 2 weeks and then have time to talk with you some more and have my staff look into what your suggestion is.
That would be fine. And actually, in that time, I could actually probably have some photo simulations done of that. Unfortunately, overnight, I couldn't get them completed.
No, and I think photos would be good.
Okay.
So I move for abeyance to our next meeting, which is December 3rd.
Very good, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And if we could have a submittal to the Department of Planning and Development for the file, that would be great.
Very good.
I will.
That always helps because we always meet with Margot.
Okay, 95 is SUP 29743, special use permit. The applicant is Money Tree, Inc., the owner of Shadow Hills Plaza LLC. Request for a special use permit for a financial institution specified with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a residential parcel where 200 feet is required and 690 feet from a financial institution specified where 1,000 feet is required at 10420 West Cheyenne Avenue, Suite Number 120 in Ward 4. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions of public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Jennifer Roberts of Lionel Sawyer and Collins, appearing on behalf of the applicant Money Tree. Money Tree already has a special use permit with waivers for the distance restrictions on this actual site, but after we had obtained that approval last year, and Money Tree decided to relocate within the shopping center, and since it's a new address within the shopping center, we submitted a new application. We have affirmatively offered to have the previous special use permit expunged upon approval, and I'm here to answer any further questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Folks, a public hearing, if you'd like to be heard. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jennifer, could you, on the map, just for those viewing, just indicate where we had the original approval for the SUP and where you're moving it to?
The previous location was right here in the shopping center. The new location is in this area. There's cross streets within the shopping center that access it.
And that's an existing structure?
I think it's currently in the process of being built.
Good. And, Your Honor, for the record, we did have some protests on this. As we stated 2 years ago when the original approval for the SUP was granted, that the waivers, one waiver was for a similar business across the 215, and we felt that that was a good area. And the other waiver, the residential setback, we go property line to property line, and the actual facility that will house the business is a couple hundred feet minimum to the nearest residential. And this was all put on the record a few years ago. So just today we're allowing that SUP to be moved in the same shopping center. And with those comments on the record, I will move for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
very much.
You're welcome. 96 is SUP 29844, special use permit. The applicant is Zia Record Exchange. The owner is Sahara Westlake Associates. Request for a special use permit for proposed second-hand dealer at 4503 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1. Bless you. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, folks.
Jill Davis, representing Zia Records.
Don't be scared.
Jill Davis, representing Zia Records, and we're here looking or seeking approval for our special use permit.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Folks, a public hearing? Would anyone like to be heard on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Would you like to tell what kind of secondhand materials with which you'll be dealing?
CDs, DVDs, and video games. It's a record store.
But are you including 78 records?
We do have vinyl, yes.
I just wanted to mention that because a lot of people don't know you can still get them someplace.
Yes,
in
you
town.
can.
Okay.
New and used.
Yes. I move to approve with all conditions.
Do they still have controller? What do they call those? Victrolas.
As antiques.
Do they still have those?
Well, there are some Victrolas that people don't sell them anymore, but they're antiques.
Don't talk about antiques to
Are
me.
you talking about 78 record players or Victrolas?
Victrolas. Isn't that the only thing you can play a 78 on?
No.
You can actually get a digital turntable now that'll play 78 speeds.
Whatever you say. I am a dinosaur. I really am. I thought there really were Victrolas out there. You know, with the dog. Wasn't there a little dog that sat next to it? Okay, yeah.
That was Alexander Graham Bell's dog, yes.
It was.
It was his dog,
You're right.
I know. But I just wanted to say that I don't think you used a Victrola. I think what you used was just a record player standing by itself.
You're right.
Because you're not that old, Oscar.
Oh, boy. All right, but did you make the motion, Councilwoman?
Yes, I did.
Okay, let's vote on it then before I get in more trouble. All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you,
Thank
folks.
you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, we've got 97, which is a SUP 29853, a special use permit. The applicant is Pawn Plus, Roman numeral 4, the owner SDL Inc. Request for a major amendment to an approved special use permit with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation where 200 feet is required from a residential parcel and a 440-foot distance separation where 1,000 feet is required from a financial institution for a 1,656 square foot expansion of an existing 3,900 square foot pawn shop at 1237 East Sahara Avenue in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. Public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Marin Perry with Ballard Spar, Andrews and Ingersoll, 100 City Parkway, here on behalf of Pawn Plus, which you may recall is now has now been purchased by Easy Pawn, which you approved last week, I believe it was. We're here to request approval and respectfully request that you follow the recommendation of staff and the Planning Commission. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, and Craig McCall is here as well. He's got more, knows a lot more about it than I do.
Very good. Okay, folks, any questions? It's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard, this is your chance. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. Make a motion to follow staff and Planning Commission recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome. 98 is SUP 29867, a special use permit. The applicant is Young Sup Kim. The owner is American Pacific Capital LLC. Request for a special use permit for a beer, wine cooler, or on-sale establishment within an existing restaurant with a waiver to allow a 100-foot distance separation to a city park where 400 feet is required at 7331 West Lake Mead Boulevard in suite number 105 in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. The public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilman, Councilwoman. My name is Chester Bian, 2692 Belgreen Street, and I am here on behalf of James U. CPA's office. We are the CPA office for the Yummy Bar Grill and Sushi.
Is that what is proposed to go there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, a public hearing, if you'd like to be heard. All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and this is Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't move for approval on a a footage of this amount between a park and where liquor's being sold. However, because the street separating the two is quite wide, highly traveled, and there's also a high fence, I don't think anybody's going to go easily across that street, so I move for approval with all conditions.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Item 99 is RQR 29722, required review. The applicant owner is Constantino Noval, Nevada LLC, required 5-year review of an approved special use permit for a 74-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 73 South Martin L. King Boulevard in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. Rod Carter, 2880 on Meade Avenue, on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor. Humbly respect your approval moving forward with this, concur with all the conditions being opposed, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Carter? Public comment, folks? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Item 100 is RQR 29809, required review. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner, ECT Holding LLC, request for a 2-year required review of an approved variance, which allowed a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign, where 290 feet from an existing off-premise advertising billboard sign, where 300 feet is the minimum distance separation required at 1208 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. A public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Rod Carter on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor. Again, appreciate the favorable recommendation from planning. Concur with the conditions imposed and respectfully ask for your approval moving forward.
Thank you. Any questions? Folks, want to be heard? Close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'd like to move forward Planning Commission recommendation, but I would like to change condition number 3 to 1 year. Just kidding. I'll move forward Planning Commission recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed?
Thank you.
Now, Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reese just brought something to my attention as well. I stated that I moved to follow staff's recommendation, and staff's recommendation was for denial. So, is that something that we need to revisit, or can I make the correction? I need to just make the correction for the record, sir. For the record? Okay, so for the record, I moved to follow Planning Commission's recommendation. You should have caught that, Rod.
Right, on which item, Councilman?
99.
Okay, thank you. All
Thank
right.
you, Councilman.
Thank you, and there's the motion now. Well, let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck. 101 is RQR 29832, required review. Public hearing. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner's McElhose Trust, request for a 2-year required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign, a billboard sign at 1535 Northeastern Avenue in Ward 3. The staff recommended denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open.
Rod Carter, 2880, Rod Carter on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor. Again, thank you to Planning Commission for the favorable recommendation for approval. Here for any questions. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Carter? Folks, would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. We'll now go to Councilman Reese.
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. That's the motion. Let's vote. Post, please. Motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 103 is RQR 30404, required review. Bless you. The applicant owner is Collegian LLC et al., required 6-month review of a review of condition, which eliminated the condition limiting office hours of operation to Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on 1.93 acres adjacent to the northeast corner of Buffalo Drive and Buckskin Avenue in Ward 4. This is a public hearing. The staff recommends approval subject to condition. The public hearing is now open. Yes, sir.
I'm Mike Barney. I'm just here representing North Buffalo Business Center
All right.
as one of the owners.
Very good. Are there any questions, Mr. Vardy? Folks, public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to thank this owner and the other property owners within the complex. They've done a great job as far as keeping everything up. It's extremely neat, very professional looking, and we certainly appreciate that. So I'd... Margot, we're going to eliminate it so the permanent hours stand.
Take the next one.
I would move for approval,
I'll be right back.
subject to staff conditions. Thank you.
You've heard the motion? You've heard the motion, please cast your vote.
Show me yes, please.
Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Item 104 is a RQR 30641, required review public hearing. Applicant Lamar Outdoor Advertising, owner City Parkway 4, Inc., required 2-year review of an approved special use permit, which allowed a 14 by 48 foot off-premise sign billboard on the south side of Orland K. Gregson Highway, US 95, between F Street and Main Street. This is in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval, and I see a representative here. We'll declare the public hearing open. Yes, sir.
Scott Knapsker, Lamar Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive. We accept staff's conditions and ask for your approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions? The applicant? Public hearing? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Councilman Bartle, please.
Yes, move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 105 is MSH 429, Master Plan of Streets and Highways, public hearing. Applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, request to amend the Master Plan of Streets and Highways to widen Las Vegas Boulevard between 4th Street and Sahara Avenue from a 100-foot right-of-way to a 120-foot right-of-way in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. The applicants are here.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. I'm Sherry Edelman, and I'm currently the acting city engineer and deputy director for the Department of Public Works. We're here today to discuss the proposed amendment to the master plan of streets and highways for Las Vegas Boulevard. I would like to introduce to you our consultant, Roger Patton, who is the senior vice president of Lewis Berger. He has been intimately involved with this project, or proposal actually, since its inception, and we are asking him today to give you a brief presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before... Go ahead. Okay, yeah. You sure?
Yes.
All right. Before we hear from the staff on this item and before we begin these proceedings, it's important for us in attendance on this item to understand what the item is and what it's not. This is not an item to approve any particular project, nor is it an item to decide whether or not the city will be asking landowners to sell the property. And this definitely is not a hearing at which this council is announcing any intent to condemn anybody's property. I want to make that perfectly clear. Be happy to hear from you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we're proposing that the master plan of street and highways be amended so that Las Vegas Boulevard from Sahara Avenue to 4th Street could be designated as a 120-foot wide roadway where it's a 100-foot roadway today. Where this recommendation or proposal is coming from is that the Regional Transportation Commission is conducting a study of a regional rapid transit system. Their proposal, as shown here on the map, is to create a rapid transit system that would start south of the airport, follow Las Vegas Boulevard north through the county, and then when it got to the city border at Sahara Avenue, it would follow Las Vegas Boulevard north to 4th Street, where it would connect to the downtown connector. Ultimately, the system would continue north from the downtown connector into the city of North Las Vegas and follow North Street all the way up to UNLV's future North Campus. What the RTC is looking at is a roadway system that would follow Las Vegas Boulevard, with Las Vegas Boulevard 8 lanes wide, 3 lanes for general purpose cars, and a 4th lane for sort of mixed use buses and cars for on right turn movements. The county
has adopted a 200-foot wide corridor for Las Vegas Boulevard south of Sahara Avenue, which allows them to have an 8-lane roadway anytime any development comes in along the strip within Clark County. This drawing shows our proposed cross-section. What we're proposing is to sort of extend the number of lanes that they would have in Clark County northward into the city as far as 4th Street by having 3 automobile lanes and 1 combined transit lane, car lane in a 4-lane cross-section with a total width of 120 feet. But basically what this is doing is allowing the bus lanes that on the 8-lane section that's being constructed within Clark County to continue northward through the city to tie into the downtown connector section at 4th Street. We have the Regional Transportation Commission has held a public meeting on this last May. They have been coordinating with stakeholders along the Strip. We held a public meeting within the city in September. The city meeting on this particular section had 6 attendees. We have received letters in support of the project, and we're here recommending that this proposal to widen this section to 120 feet be adopted.
Very good. Are there any questions of the lady or gentleman? Folks, public hearing, if anybody would like to be heard?
Your Honor.
Yes, Councilor
If I
Brown.
could ask a question. So this is a plan that is being proposed for adoption, and if adopted, then let's move to the practical world. If you're looking at the section of the boulevard north of Sahara, what would happen if, like a Stratosphere, Streamline, and Neonopolis, we don't have the ability to get that 120 feet unless we would condemn?
Right. We are not proposing a project at the present time. What this would, in effect, do is if somebody came in with a redevelopment project, it would allow us to obtain an additional lane in conjunction with that development.
But again, on paper it looks good and I support it. We need it. But from a practical standpoint, if a vacant parcel a couple blocks south of Neonopolis comes in, or Streamline comes in, or one of the existing newer projects, are we going to mandate that they dedicate that additional right-of-way?
This is only in the stretch from Sahara to 4th Street. So anything north of the 4th Street connection of Las Vegas Boulevard is unaffected by this.
Okay, so it's just all the way back.
Yeah, it's only to 4th Street because at 4th Street is where the downtown connector begins.
Okay. All right. So do you have like an overhead? So this is just a specific part of it, and I apologize.
This drawing you can see, it just goes from Sahara Avenue at this point to 4th Street at that point. That's Charleston. So it ends south of Charleston.
Okay. And then the same thing, I'm not as familiar as that area, but what would happen if we, a 50% successful? Doesn't it create a pretty significant sawtooth?
We are not actually doing any kind of development. This is, again, just a plan for the future. We don't have any kind of date set. We don't have any funding set aside for this. It is just a plan, just like a master plan that the planning department would do for a trail system or for their downtown centennial plan. It's just a plan showing what the city wishes to do someday in the future, but there's nothing imminent at this point in time.
Is there anything legally binding on it? And maybe I'll wait for Mr. Kemper to ask.
Basically, if somebody comes in with a development approval, the line that they have to measure their setbacks from would now be 60 feet from center line instead of 50 feet from center line. That's basically what it does at this level.
But I would think, again, from a more practical standpoint, I know this is just a plan. There are certain portions of the boulevard we'll never be able to expand. It wouldn't be, I know that we're looking at couplets and one-way activity.
Councilman, there are other things that we can do to work with the engineering on the project to try to mitigate any kind of existing facilities or anything like that, if we ever had a plan, but we do not have a plan at this time. This, again, is just our wish list, what we think would be a good idea in the future. The county, again, has a 200-foot right-of-way that has 8 lanes. We want to be able to accept those lanes. We want people to turn.
And where does that exist in the county? Does that exist like south of Sahara all the way down the
Yes,
strip?
it's south of Sahara all the way down the strip. There are many sections.
Would have to implode most of the mega resorts to get that 200
Well,
feet.
Yes, possibly in some locations. Not all of them. There are only 3 or 4 left that don't have that setback already. I think the county already has a 200-foot setback from Flamingo Road South. From Flamingo Road North, many of the new developments are already using setbacks. The Wind project is set back further. Fontainebleau is set back further. The Hilton, Sky, they're all being set back further in order to be able to provide a slightly larger road.
And Roger, I apologize because I did miss the briefing yesterday, so I'm sure if I was there, I would have had these answers. So thank you.
Well, you would have had some of the answers. One of the things that disturbed me about this during our briefing was if somebody did a title search, they wouldn't come up with this. And then the staff said, well, if they did their due diligence, they would come up with it. I don't know whether that's a fact or not.
That is a fact, I believe. Usually general master plans don't show up on a title search, but again, if somebody does do due diligence, they could come down and research with the city. We would show them everything that we are aware of that would affect their property. And that is typically the way it is, again, for any of the planning documents that we have. Those types of things are not also shown on
All right, but
title
the
searches.
representation and the public has a right to rely on this is the city has no plans at this time to do anything as a result of this master plan.
That is correct.
Okay, that's very important.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, with regard to your question, the right-of-way specifically would not be shown, but were you to check your property in the city's GIS system, the downtown north overlay does show, and this information is right up front in that document. So it would show up clearly with just one other document, which is the overlay in this area.
All right, thank you. All right, folks, public hearing, if you'd like to be heard.
Mr. Mayor, could
Yes.
I just ask a question, please?
Sure.
Is this similar to what's happening in Ward 1, where we have this county that's adding lanes, and it will have big bottlenecks if we don't expand? Whoops.
Well,
Maybe I'm under...
You use the correct word. It's a bottleneck. There's a limited capacity through that section. The county is taking actions to eliminate the bottleneck south of Sahara Avenue. It's going to take them a lot of time because there are major casinos that are within those dimensions at the present time. But this is it should be considered as a long-term means of eliminating a bottleneck.
Because that's what I was told, that the county is expanding with, and then they have an overpass, an overlay, someplace that's going to be bringing more traffic down, at least in the ward I represent, that's a similar situation. I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I could,
Yes.
I just want to make a comment, too, on what you just said is, I was under the assumption, okay, that if we do enact this plan, and we'll just say somebody come in and bought a piece of property that had 150-foot frontage on Las Vegas Boulevard, they would know at that time they had to dedicate an extra 10 feet for right-of-way.
If they do their due diligence, they would know
No,
that,
I don't
yes.
know the due diligence stuff. There should be somewhere on record with this, that we've done this.
It is on record.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, this will be a part of our adopted master plan of streets and highways. And so when engineers, lawyers like Mr. Kempfer come in on behalf of their developer clients, this is one of the documents that they'll take a look at. And they'll see that the right-of-way will be, instead of 50 feet for Half Street, it'll be 60 feet for Half Street.
And thank you. I don't think there's any need now to hear from Mr. Kempfer.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, public hearing. Now, just to ask and identify yourself, please.
Yes.
You're not under oath. Please identify yourself.
Yes, Chris Kempfer of Cummer Kempfer. With me is Terry Murphy. We're here on behalf of the Stratosphere.
And if you were representing somebody interested in buying a property along this particular section, would you pick this up?
I think it would have to be somewhat a recorded document in order for, pick it up as part of a title report. Now,
That's not what I'm saying. Not as part of a title report, but would you, as a wonderful, excellent, brilliant attorney, Would you pick it up?
I would pick it up, yes.
Okay.
And the reason I would is because
Because you're
doing this
wonderful
kind
and
of
brilliant.
No, doing this kind of law, we know that one of the issues that you always look at is setbacks.
Okay.
And I personally, because I've been working with the RTC south of Sahara, and so, in fact, let's just talk about the stratosphere for a second. If we can go to we are in the overhead. If we can zoom in, can we zoom in just a little bit in here?
There you go.
There we go. That's great. Okay. First of all, on behalf of the new ownership, new management of the Stratosphere, we are very excited about this potential for making Las Vegas portion of this portion of Las Vegas Boulevard wider, better, and we're serious about that. So we're very supportive of what we're trying to do. And we need to add, though, that we appreciate your comments, Your Honor, very much, and your clarifications as to what this is not.
Yes.
And yours, too. Councilman Brown, the only dumb question all of us learned a long time ago is the one that isn't asked. And so the questions you asked were very probative and important to us. And we met with Roger and Sherry before this meeting, and the reason we did that is because of this. This is the Stratosphere property right here. The Stratosphere building, right, in this location here is approximately 13 feet from the existing roadway. So we don't have 10 feet to give right now or in the future, and that's the same thing here where the same 13 feet exists. But in talking to Sherry and Roger, they made it clear that it's the same situation which is south of the Strip, which is this. There's no present dedication. No one is going to be asked right now to dedicate 10 feet of extra right-of-way. We couldn't do that if we wanted to because the banks would say, you don't have a right to give away fee title that we essentially have a lien on. So we have a problem if that was being required. But Sherry and Roger have made it absolutely clear that's not a requirement. No present dedication. Secondly, this is in working with the RTC, and Roger and Sherry have confirmed it. The only time they're going to ask that we give the dedicated right-of-way here is at such time as we redevelop our site and this portion of the building goes away, and this portion of the building goes away. And then at that point in time, we're expected, when we redevelop, to redevelop with an additional 10 feet of setback for the roadway. That's acceptable to us. We understand that at such time as we redevelop our site, and those buildings have to be relocated as a result of that redevelopment, that extra 10 feet would be dedicated right away, and we would have to keep our buildings back from where they are now. And then one other point, though, that we need to make clear. We're talking about this kind of development here. Originally, when we were dealing with the county, the suggestion was perhaps made that if on one portion of our property we came in and asked for a use permit to fix a garage or raise a garage, that at that point in time they could ask for dedicated right-of-way on Las Vegas Boulevard when it's not related to what's in that right-of-way. And that was, we reached agreement that that's not the case. You can't use an application somewhere else on the property as a means of extracting dedication for this particular property.
All right, let's just get that on the record then. Is that, Mr.
Now,
Lewis?
I'd like Roger and Sherry, did I state that accurately?
Right, but I want to make
or
sure
not?
that our lawyer agrees with that.
Yes, for the most part. Yes, absolutely.
Well, give me the...
Absolutely, that's right. Well, this is the time to resolve it, so we don't have a problem in the future. Well, what isn't?
Okay, here's in a nutshell, this is the deal. There are certain entitlement applications where the city might normally ask for dedication requirements with regarding our adopted master plan of streets and highways. Many of those applications would be large-scale redevelopment projects of the whole site. What Mr. Kempfer's been talking about, he's exactly right. He's had conversations with our Public Works Department, and yes, in fact, to raise a garage, to do some interior work in the Stratosphere, to add additional liquor uses or others would not trigger the dedication from the Public Works Department or the city. But if the stratosphere, I mean, it's hard to come up with an example because it might be used at some point when they come in. But I will tell you that some large-scale development, redevelopment of the site itself could trigger some dedication requests from the city of Las Vegas.
I have a question.
I think that's fair to say.
No.
Do you agree with that?
As long as we're emphasizing large-scale development request, and as long as we understand that the dedication requirement would not force us to remove a building. There's not anybody along the Las Vegas Strip who's going to agree to what you're doing today if, as a result of what you're doing today, they make an application on another portion of property, be it large scale or small scale, and a result of that, somebody says, okay, now you have to remove a building.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Correct. We would have to basically buy the stratosphere to tear down one of their hotel towers. We're not. When I'm talking about, I agree for the most part. It's that I just don't know what development applications are coming before us. But for the most part, Mr. Kempfer is exactly right. The conversations with our Public Works Department are accurate. There are few development applications, if any, that could trigger an additional dedication requirement short of major redevelopment of the casino itself.
I have a question, please. This is a hypothetical which I think gets to the heart of the question. Let's say 10 years from now, the city of Las Vegas decides that it's the right time to expand the road right in front of the stratosphere, whether it be the tower or that building on the north side. But the stratosphere isn't ready to move one of these buildings for whatever reason. According to what Mr. Kempfer is saying, we couldn't force him to dedicate that extra footage.
You could buy it.
Right. We
I understand that, but that's the only way we could do it.
Well, it's the only way I think that's fair. I don't think it's fair to say to somebody, you got to remove your building from the right-of-way.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
And we would agree as well at the city attorney's office.
All right, so we're all on the same page. It's a very happy family.
It's a love fest.
It's a great love fest. Have we heard enough from you?
I'm with those representations on the record. We're excited about it. We appreciate, and I mean this seriously, everything that all of you done to help make this portion of the Strip, the Las Vegas Boulevard, better, and we intend to be partners with you in it.
Okay.
So thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes.
This would be for Roger or Sherry. So moving forward, and say it's 10 years or 50 years, ideally we want ultimately to have the additional right-of-way. So if within that time frame, a half a dozen projects come in that triggers that additional right-of-way, when they build, we would simply make sure that in their development that they leave that, and they could landscape it, it could be additional parking. We're not going to start making people do expanded right-of-way along the boulevard until we reach that perfect point in time that it's a viable project.
You probably wouldn't want to do a sawtooth through that area. What you might want to do is wait until everybody's dedicated and then have one project that comes in.
Okay. All right.
This is directed to staff. An example, and this here, I fought this for many, many months. Staff wanted a dedication on Charleston between Main and Maryland Parkway. We had an application come in, a vacant piece of land. The gentleman that had the vacant piece of land also owned the building next to him. And he wanted to build out to where the other building sits. And staff wouldn't let him. And he was willing to move the other building if and when they ever needed it. He saw tear the building down and build a new building. And that's how we got over there, and it was a headache, and I think the applicant lost his funding, and we, in essence, killed a huge, huge project in the redevelopment area in the Arts District.
If you're asking for a response, sir, I'd like to respond.
Please, yes.
The difference in that case is that was not simply a master plan theoretical widening. That was actual physical Charleston Boulevard right-of-way that they wanted to build their building on top of. And we can't allow them to build a building on top of existing actual right-of-way, not just planned future right-of-way.
That's the difference.
So we required them to relocate their building northward to encroach into the street behind them, which they did, and we would have arranged to vacate portions of that street to accommodate them, but we couldn't vacate Charleston, sir.
Very good. Okay, Ms. Murphy, you have nothing to say, do you?
Due to Mr. Kemfer's brilliant magnificence, I have nothing to say.
I knew that.
Well, I'm liking it. I'm going to get a copy of this transcript.
Yeah, and I'll go under oath saying that I'll deny everything I said. Okay, did you want to be heard, sir?
Yes. Good afternoon. Chris Stevens with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Streck, representing St. Louis Square, the owner of property located at 1901 South Las Vegas Boulevard. First wanted to say, and I think we definitely echo the things that were discussed with regard to what is the trigger. And while I don't want to at all rain on the earlier love fest, the thing that we're concerned about is, even with what was said here, it must be a major project. The definition of that we're not clear of, and we would like to have more specificity as to what that is. And in particular, one of the primary concerns we have is that, say that we know that there will be properties along there that will trigger this and will then therefore dedicate this additional right-of-way. If say 20% of them have done that, but others, like, and in fact, with the picture of the stratosphere, it pointed out perfectly, they may never, or 50 years from now, or at some point decide that a building is ready to come down. But prior to that time, our client, along with many other property owners, have an immediate impact on the market value of the property, because this is something that I agree you would pick up as you look at these master plans. And typically, if there is that type of impact to the property, at least as a property owner, you have the ability to say to potential purchasers of the property, well, look, here's this great plan for the boulevard, and we think this is going to, or this plan is going to happen at a certain point in the future. In this case, we're left with, in fact, it was echoed several times, there really is no plan, no time frame. So we feel like we take an immediate hit on the property. We can't really sell to future purchasers that there's a plan at all, can't tell them if or when that would happen. And so, with some of these concerns, our hope is that we would actually like to sit down and work with staff to see if some of these concerns could be addressed. We understand there were neighborhood meetings early on in this process. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, it did not reach the attention of people that understood, really the ramifications until after the neighborhood meetings. And so our hope would be that this vote could be delayed to give us some time to meet with staff and see if some of these concerns could be addressed. We also welcome, as far as if there is a plan and the plan can be achieved, it obviously could enhance all property owners' values along there, but in the meantime, it really could be a detriment in that purchasers would current owners would take that immediate hit, and yet we wouldn't have a plan to sell.
I understand.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Lewis.
I would suggest that I and the Public Works folks could sit down with whomever would like to come in, but I would also suggest to you today that we could go through 1,000 different hypotheticals, trying to figure out when a dedication might be required and when one might not be required. It might be helpful if I just reiterate the general rule with regard to master plans, if I may.
You may.
And
I have a concern about this as well.
I hear you. I'll just read this for the record and then I'll be quiet. The adoption of a general plan for the future development of an area, including potential public use of privately owned land, does not amount to inverse condemnation of that land. Such activities by government officials are no more than mere planning and do not affect the owner's interest. So I would be more than happy to sit down with this gentleman or any other that would like to come in and speak with us about the different iterations. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, is time of the essence here? Okay, well, I think the Mayor Pro Tem is going to make an appropriate motion on this one. I expressed concerns yesterday during our briefing, and Mr. Lewis put those concerns to rest by telling me what the law was, but sometimes the law is a bumbling idiot, and I would like to I'd like to see this resolved more definitively. I really would. So, Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to be heard?
Yeah.
Yes.
Stephen Fink with Real Estate Consulting Services. I'm here representing myself. I live at Allure on Sahara. I'm not directly affected by this plan with my property. I'm also representing Sahara Investments, who owns the property to the west of Allure, and as this council has approved in the past, plans for a hotel casino site. We do have an interest in the area, and we're in favor of the plan, but I appreciate everyone's comments. The one thing I wanted to add is when we built Allure, although the right-of-way was established by the sidewalks there, we were required to dedicate an additional area of footage for what was called a deceleration lane, so we could get traffic out of the main flow of traffic, for safety reasons, and it works very well. So to the extent that someone comes in the future with a major development project, whether you have this right-of-way or not, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff, it's very possible that traffic and engineering would come forth and say, hey, we've got some issues here, especially with ingress, egress, how are we going to address those? So we're in favor of the master plan showing that you can have this right-of-way, and I understand all the concerns with buildings that come up to the edges and whatnot, not doing things in a zigzag, piecemeal way, but I think it's very important for the city to plan for the long term, certainly not next year or 3 years from now, but 5, 10, even 25 and 50 years from now, and to have that flexibility we think is a very important thing to have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem? I'll close the public hearing now. Yes,
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to add to what that gentleman said, and actually before he said that, I was going to add something to that. One of the things that has happened, from what I understand in the county, is just that maybe they haven't built out the full street improvements, but they've used that extra right-of-way for those deceleration lanes in the meantime. And what the gentleman with the culinary unit, I believe it was, that spoke beforehand.
What gentleman? You're with the culinary union?
With St. Louis Square. Oh, okay, St. Louis.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
boy.
I'm sorry. One of the other gentlemen.
Do a reverse about face and zoom down the other lane.
I'm sorry. One of the other gentlemen spoke up and talked about, he wanted specific ideas of what could happen if this happened or if this were to happen. And just to give you an example, if we have the major Stratosphere project, for example, and they decide that they want to build a small building to the side of the Stratosphere Casino itself, but we think that that's going to have a particularly large draw for traffic, again, it may be a good time for them to do that additional dedication at that point because of the safety reasons and things like that. One additional thing that hasn't been mentioned is that we have started to see a large conglomeration of parcels, particularly where the Holy Cow site is and also where the largest souvenir site is. So again, we're just trying to plan for the future, seeing that some of the lots are starting to get consolidated, and we want to just be prepared so that we can accommodate that.
No one's criticizing you for that, but I just feel there has to be some more definitive rules that people know what they're getting into when they're buying property, when they're using property. And I think Mr. Lewis will be able to straighten that out with just a little bit of communication with your help and the property owners.
And we'll be happy to do that.
I'm sure you will.
City Clerk, what would be our second meeting in January?
January the 21st.
I would move to hold this item in advance to our January 21st meeting, and hopefully staff and some of those concerned might be able to get this worked out, because I definitely think we have to have something in place for future development. And whether it impacts other people or whatever, I can understand when people feel like that the city wants to get to their property, is going to devalue cities or their property. I don't understand that at all. I don't think it will. If it's something that's going to benefit to them in the long run, it's got to be a positive for the property value. So, but I will give them until the second meeting in January to figure this out.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Second meeting.
January.
Yes, second.
No, second meeting.
What was the date?
January 21st.
January 21st. Oh, yes.
Sorry, Councilman.
Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item 106. This is MSH 29859, Master Plan of Streets and Highways. Public hearing, the applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, request to amend the master plan of streets and highways for proposed 82-foot wide collector to serve as an east and west connection between Veterans Memorial Parkway and Maryland Parkway north of Harris Avenue, and add Veterans Memorial Drive as an 80-foot collector between Bonanza Road and the proposed new collector street in Ward 5. Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. Public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, folks.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon again, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Again, I'm Sherry Edelman, Acting City Engineer and Deputy Director for the Department of Public Works, and I have here again with me Roger Patton to discuss this project with you.
Thank you. Before you go, Mr. Patton, once again I've been asked to make this very, very clear on the record that this is not an item to approve any particular project, nor is it an item to decide whether or not the city will be asking landowners to sell property to the city, and this is definitely not a hearing at which the council is announcing any intent to condemn any person's property. That has to be made crystal clear.
Okay, thank you. Again, we're asking for an amendment to the master plan of streets and highways, in this case to add a street that doesn't presently exist. What we're proposing is that a new roadway called Cultural Vista Parkway be added to the master plan. What Cultural Vista Parkway does is provide a new roadway that connects from Veterans Memorial Drive to Las Vegas Boulevard and then to Maryland Parkway. At the location you see here, this is Las Vegas Boulevard, this is Bonanza Road, this is Cashman Field, Maryland Parkway here. The idea is that we would construct a roadway that would go through the parking lot of the Reed Whipple Cultural Center and then continue and go through the southern parking lot of Cashman Field to tie back into Maryland Parkway. The intersection location here is the location of the existing traffic signal serving Cashman Field at the present time. As part of the proposal, we're also recommending that Veterans Memorial Drive be widened to 80 feet from Bonanza Road to the Cultural Vista Parkway. What's behind all of this is that we had a city design charrette looking at the downtown north area. We were looking at future transportation networks in that area, especially along the Las Vegas Boulevard corridor. We were looking at the projected big increases in traffic we're expecting to come down as the city of North Las Vegas continues to develop. And we were looking at the Regional Transportation Commission's regional transit system as it would extend northward from the downtown area. In this particular case, what we're proposing is to link these streets up just a little bit north of the downtown area so that traffic volumes as they grow in the future would be able to come down and spread out to Maryland Parkway as well as Las Vegas Boulevard. Part of the thing that's behind this drawing shows, it's upside down, sorry. Again, the Regional Transportation Commission is planning this regional transit system that would go from McCarran Airport through the resort corridor, linked to the downtown connector, and then ultimately continue through North Las Vegas. The downtown connector portion of the project is currently under construction, and the City of North Las Vegas is about to let a contract that would establish the first regional fixed guideway facilities north of Owens Avenue, extending up towards North 5th Street. What we hadn't planned up to this point is the center portion, how to connect those two systems. What the design charrette determined was the preferred method of doing it would be to continue northward from Casino Center along Veterans Memorial Drive to the new Cultural Vista Parkway, across to Las Vegas Boulevard, and then follow Las Vegas Boulevard north to North 5th Street in North Las Vegas. What we're asking for today would allow the Regional Transportation Commission to start planning this as a route for their regional rapid transit system. This is a cross-section showing a Veterans Memorial Drive from Bonanza Way to Cultural Vista Parkway, showing how the buses would be extended north from the downtown connector section. And what we're proposing is an 80-foot wide cross-section. It would accommodate both buses and cars, as well as pedestrians through this section. And then Cultural Vista Parkway we're proposing as an 82-foot wide road to accommodate 4 lanes of cars, as well as bicycles and pedestrians. Again, we do not have a project proposed at the present time. We are merely suggesting that this be added to the master plan of streets and highways so that it could be developed at some point in the future. We had a public meeting on this in May. We had 30 people attend the public meeting. We have a number of letters in support of the project, and we're asking that you add these to the master plan of streets and highways.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, folks, a public hearing, if you'd like to be heard.
Al Gallego, Senator of Las Vegas. I have asked many questions on this area, on this road that's being built here, and nobody would tell me why until right now. What is going to go on this new road that's going to go from Veterans Memorial over to Las Vegas Boulevard is a tramway. A tramway. It's never has been mentioned why they were building this road. Never was said anything about it. If this map, this chart would be removed from here, I would put this map that's here, and do you see this map right here? I live right here, sir. My backyard is to the Reed Whipple Center, which would be the Reed Whipple Center. Half of it would be knocked down because it's not half of it. The little center there that's used for culture ceramics. I went to tell the people there the other day that their building would be torn down. Boy, I never heard so many crying. People would be crying. I cried because this road is going to be right behind my house. Right behind my house. There's a wall there for umpteen years. We have never been able to figure out where that wall is. It's crooked. The Mormons built it. I'm sorry, the Mormons can't build a straight wall, but we don't know where that wall is. If it's in the residential area, Councilman Brown, don't laugh. I felt sorry for the Mormons too. We don't know where that wall is. We don't know if it's in the residential or in the Reed Whipple side. It's crooked. It's crooked. Over on Las Vegas Boulevard, it's worse. On that little curve there where it goes into Las Vegas Boulevard. But don't tell me lies and don't tell us lies that road is going to be built just because North Las Vegas wants to build a road. Okay, they're building the road on 5th Street. Have you told the people over there at the cemetery that we're going to have to remove 152 graves when they widen that street for the thing there? I think you better do, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be very, very teed off that their people have been desecrated and they have to move the graves. Because some of those graves, I counted them. You got to remove the Neon Museum. They haven't said anything about it. They just keep it a very secretive thing. But that road that goes from Las Vegas Boulevard to Veterans on Harris is right in the middle of that 82-foot wide right-of-way. Don't tell us lies. Don't tell us lies. Tell us the truth, then we'll believe it. But boy, I'm telling you, you have me on an uproar, and you don't want to send anybody over to Reed Whipple Center to do surveying, because I'll tell you what, there's people going to be up there with the shotguns, because we have lived there for many, many years, and nobody's going to force us out or whatever. We want the area to be left alone, the way it is now. We have on the corner of Veterans Bonanza Way and Veterans Memorial, we have a rock that states the name of our complex. That rock is going to have to be moved. I measured it. It's going to have to be moved because it's in the right of way. That creek that they built a couple of years ago, they're going to have to cover it. Half of it they're going to have to cover up. But don't tell us that this road is going to be built just for the fun of it. It's got to be built because we're going to have a tramway a railroad that's going to be going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and nobody says anything. I didn't know that until today when I found out that that tramway is going to come from the airport. I always thought it was going to stop at the center. Nobody has ever said anything to us. Let's start telling the people what it is. But that directly behind my house, guess how much I spent about 3-4 years ago in my residence? I built a 3,000 square foot addition to my house. If I would have known that, I would have pocketed that money and gone to somewhere else. Maybe Mexico, or I would have gone maybe Sloan, where I had just bought some property, because I'm probably going to be going way out there. Because hopefully the county won't reach me too far. It'll take me many years before they know where Sloan is. But the city of Las Vegas, Mayor, and the city council people have to know where the city of Las Vegas boundaries are. I went to the doctor this morning, and he didn't even know where the city of Las Vegas is. Let him know. Put a big map in the newspaper so people know. Your map out here in the corridor out there is wrong.
Okay, we're getting beyond that.
I understand that. But the thing is, tell us the truth. That's all we want. Thank you.
Very well. Okay, anyone else want to be heard? All right. Do you know whether any part of Reed Whipple is going to be taken?
I'll address that. The alignment does show it within the alignment of the Pottery Barn, but again, this is a future plan. It may or may not ever come to fruition. If it does, we don't know if the Pottery Barn would still be in existence. There's just a lot of unknown
How about
factors.
as far as relocating graves from the cemetery? You know anything about that?
No. There is the next agenda item, which is the GPA, which deals with the Las Vegas Boulevard and the pedestrian easements along Las Vegas Boulevard, and that would apply more to that project than this project.
All right, Ms. Wheeler, do you know?
Sir, there's not any reference to any of the protected graves. The one cemetery, of course, has historical status now.
Right, I know that. Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Council Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The resident continued to mention a tram. Is there anyone, Margot or Sherry, or one of you can talk about that, if in fact that's going to be a future tram? I mean, just to clear the air up or down, where's the tram coming in?
It's not a tram. It's basically a roadway which would be designated as a bus route.
For pedestrians and
Pedestrians and buses.
For vehicular traffic. Okay, and secondly...
Excuse me, use the right word. Use the right word. Don't use the buses. Buses is a tramway.
Hold on, sir.
No, don't tell lies.
Thank you.
Council Barlow?
Wow. This has been a weird day today.
Next time you shoot.
What is the current width of Veterans Memorial Street today?
The roadway itself is probably 60 feet, but it's in a right-of-way that's much wider than that, so that there wouldn't be any right-of-way acquisitions required to make it 80 feet.
And speak to any future acquisitions that may take place pertaining to this specific design. Can you put those boards back up?
Sure. This is... This is the concept drawing that was put together. Starting on...
Hold on. Can we go to the overhead? Is there anyone in the back?
There we go. Starting at this section, this widening would occur within existing right-of-way. We're proposing that it go through the existing parking lot or the existing Reed Whipple, as Reed Whipple may or may not be redeveloped in the future. Then it would go through Cashman Field. The one area where there's a potential right-of-way problems are at the Maryland Parkway corner.
Point to it, please.
Right here.
As far as acquisitions?
As far as acquisitions, but what we have here is a very preliminary concept drawing. In the future, it could be constructed without any right-of-way acquisition or not at all. It could be enhanced, and they could have significant right-of-way acquisitions. It would all depend on what the future design of the roadway would be.
Okay, so let's just speak right now as it relates to the Reed Whipple and the current or the proposed street.
Yes.
We're taking away parking spaces at Reed Whipple in the future. So how do we compensate for that?
Reed Whipple is a city facility, and my opinion is we'd probably want to try
the city still has to abide by its own ordinances as it relates to parking. So.
Right, and there would have to be a significant redesign of Reed Whipple in order to make this work with a roadway at this location.
Okay.
So,
and speaking into the future, would this be abutting a residential community, a mature residential community in the heart of the downtown community? What design would we put in place in the future to protect these homes, their backyards, noise? Speak to that, please.
What we're proposing is basically a very low-volume road. It would be abutting an adjacent residential neighborhood. We're not proposing any special design. This is merely as it's proposed now. Once we get into final design, or if there is ever a final design, there are a lot of those issues would probably be addressed at that time. But as in concept, it would be a low-volume road adjacent to the backside of a residential neighborhood.
Okay. And on the Cashman Field site, are there any homes that abut the roadway running through the Cashman Field site, with the exception of the possible acquisition on Maryland?
It's shown here to a lineup just north of the Neon Museum property. There is a street that is between the apartment buildings and the Cashman Field, and this would actually be north of that street. So there's already a street buffer in that location, and it would sort of depend on what the final design is at Maryland Parkway, whether or not there are any remaining, or whether or not there would be abutting apartment buildings. But there probably would be abutting apartment buildings.
Okay, now moving further east on the design on the curve of Maryland Parkway, which I believe turns into Bruce around the curve. Are we anticipating widening the curve, Bruce, from Maryland? Or would that remain in place?
The right-of-way at Bruce is very wide. What we've been looking at is the possibility of instead of Maryland Parkway turning into Bruce and continuing up and dying as it goes further into North Las Vegas, would be to realign Maryland Parkway so that it would tie into Cultural Vista Parkway. It's a concept at the present time, and basically, we're not asking for you to approve a particular project now. We're just asking for an amendment to the master plan.
I understand what you're asking.
Okay.
I understand what you're asking, but for clarity, for those residents and council members that are seeing this fairly for the first time and having an opportunity to share in the dialogue, I feel that it's important that this information is relayed appropriately. Secondly, if you put up the tie-in from North Las Vegas to the city of Las Vegas. Yes.
Okay.
I'm trying to orientate myself in regards to this overhead aerial. Would you point out some streets so I can see what the red represents and the blue?
This is Casino Center. This is Veterans Memorial here, and that's Las Vegas Boulevard. This is Washington Avenue and Bonanza Road. What we're trying to show here is that there are two planned segments.
Let me just stop you right there. Veterans Memorial, is that the portion that's coming in from Reed Whipple? Is that the connecting piece out to Las Vegas Boulevard?
Yeah, Veterans Memorial is behind Reed Whipple. This is Reed Whipple here.
Right, that's what I'm looking at. The red bends to the right and connects to Las Vegas Boulevard. Is that what I'm saying?
At that point, yes, and then it follows Las Vegas Boulevard north from Reed Whipple.
Okay, so the amount of traffic, I understand, coming out of North Las Vegas when they open up the 5th Street is to provide another access point to push traffic down into the downtown area. Is that correct?
Right.
And as they come down Las Vegas Boulevard and make a right behind Biltmore Bungalow onto Veterans Memorial over to Main Street or Casino Center. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it would connect between the two, but Casino Center, as you know, doesn't go through. It's only one-way southbound at I-515, so it doesn't. There's no car communication that could occur through there. So cars wouldn't continue across the 515 corridor on Vets Memorial to tie into Casino Center. We're anticipating it's a low-volume roadway, and Veterans Memorial is only a one-lane in each direction road at the present time, and we're not proposing any more than one lane for cars.
So
in those areas.
what is the width of the Fifth Street proposal?
Fifth Street is proposed as an 8-lane roadway, 150 feet wide.
Okay, and then once we get into the city at Owens, what is Las Vegas Boulevard's width?
Las Vegas Boulevard varies between about 85 feet and 100 feet.
So in comparison to the Fifth Street, correct?
Yes, in
as far as
comparison to
width.
Fifth Street.
And once we get to the Veterans Memorial Reed Whipple, making a right there off of Las Vegas Boulevard, you're looking at 80 feet width, 80.
It's about
foot
Las
street.
Vegas. Las Vegas Boulevard is generally it's generally 100 feet wide from Reed Whipple north to Owens Avenue.
Las Vegas Boulevard, Councilman, is currently master planned as a 100-foot roadway, and the next item, which is a GPA, actually proposes to put 10-foot pedestrian corridors on either side of that, so that way we could accommodate that 8 lanes of traffic that's coming in from North Las Vegas. They're proposed to have about 50,000 cars per day coming down that way, and so we actually right now have about 20,000, so we'd like to be able to expand that roadway and then bring them down and use Maryland Parkway, which is currently underutilized.
Is it possible today, or maybe after possibly even obeying this item, depending on how we look at this, to approve a portion of it and not the other, as far as the Veterans Memorial piece? Because I would like to speak further to the residents about this, because this neighborhood is really impacted by the number of vehicular traffic that will be coming down this corridor, and I would like to see that buffer around that community protected. I am in agreement with the Las Vegas Boulevard piece and the Cashman Field piece. However, the Biltmore Bungalow Veterans Memorial piece is, I'm concerned about that. So what do you recommend as of today, how we can address that?
Councilman, we'd prefer that we obey it, just so that we can look at it as an overall program and see what impact that would have.
Okay. What would you recommend as far as the abeyance?
We could bring it back at the same time on the January 21st if you want.
That'll be great.
Okay.
That'll be my motion at this time, Mayor, if the council has no further questions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 107 is GPA 29886, General Plan Amendment, public hearing. Applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, request to amend the downtown Northland use plan on 551.9 acres. This is in Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. A public hearing, which is now declared open. Who's making this presentation? Ms. Wheeler?
That would be me, sir. Thank you.
All right.
This is an update to the plan that was originally adopted in 2003. The majority of the update material reflect physical changes since the document was last revised. Additionally, the boundaries are being expanded to the area to include additional areas along Maryland Parkway, and those are shown on the screen that is before you at this time. It does reference the east-west street from Veterans Memorial to Maryland Parkway. It speaks to the pedestrian bridge and landscape improvements on Las Vegas Boulevard. It does show the trails, as Ms. Edelman referenced, but those were already part of the original plan. And it speaks to the negotiations with regard to Cashman Field, indicating that the city does have an intense interest in its future use. There are no significant policy changes, and staff is recommending approval at this time.
Very good. Are there any questions of Ms. Wheeler? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation of approval of this item.
I'm sorry, could you do that one more time, please? The motion again, please.
Yes, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of that.
Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? What did you say?
Thank
Okay,
you.
fine. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, item 108, Madam Clerk, would you please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements? Thank you. And this is the time for council member recognition. Are there any members of the council who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? All right, thank you very much. And now we come to citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please step up. And we'll put the 3-minute timer on, please. Give us your name.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I hate I missed the Veterans Day parade. I got the weekends mixed up. And
Well, it was on a weekday.
it was on a weekday?
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's a weekend or not. A weekday, November the
usually-
11th, Tuesday.
It was on Tuesday? Oh, well, anyway, I
So
rode
don't-
through
don't
town. I
tell
didn't
us
see
that-
nobody
Don't tell us
marching.
you got the weekends mixed up.
It's always usually on a weekend, I thought.
No, we're doing on November the 11th now, the real McCoy.
Anyway, this being the week for Nevada education, centered around education this week, I try to educate people on what's happening, and I'm still in this distress because evidently someone is still being allowed out on Nellis Air Force Base. They still have a security problem. I want to make you aware of that. I'm still encouraging people to give me a signature on a promissory note. I don't know if you've done your research on what that is, but I may not be here. I might be traveling home, hopefully, for the holidays. Every year I plan to travel home for the holidays, but something stalls me with this situation. And my children and grandchildren are saying, come home, come home, come home. And I want to be there with them. And I want to meet them. And my granddaughter said, I want to see how you look. I've never seen them, the twins, since they've been born. That's been 10 years ago. And I just asked for prayer, and I just asked that the ones that will give me that signature on the promissory note. I mean, a lot of people looking to the new president, but it takes each and every citizen to do their part. We can't just depend on the White House. We've seen that in years past. We can't even depend on one person. We have to all work together as a nation to improve the quality of life for everyone and safety and, secure a future for our children and grandchildren. So as a former veteran, on this day I like to just remember my youngest brother who was gunned down in my hometown, a veteran. He did his part when he was here, so we all need to do our part. And hopefully we'll have a safer America. We'll have America where the men and women of our armed forces have not fought in vain to preserve our rights and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a quick question for Ms. Barnes. Where's your hometown?
Shreveport, Louisiana.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else like to be heard? All right, folks, thank you very much. The meeting's